and informed me that my son had been accused of sexually assaulting my daughter. I cannot fully describe to you what that moment feels like unless you have lived it. And I pray you haven't. I'm sure actually some of you have, looking at the statistics after I've done my research. And suddenly you realize that your family, your children, your home, your entire life now sits beneath the authority of a system that can destroy innocent people before the truth is ever established. I remember feeling sick, but strangely, I also remember feeling calm because of the Lord and His Holy Spirit over me. Not because I wasn't afraid. I was terrified. But I felt God saying very clearly, stay calm, think clearly, do not panic. And suddenly, I remembered another family here at the Reawaken America tour and their story. A family who had lost all 7 children. Mark and Terry Stamen. They warned me. They said, if CPS ever comes to your door, record everything. At the time, I prayed I would never need that advice, but that day, I did. So I calmly asked DHS worker to wait while I called the police officer to be present. I knew that I needed a third-party witness that was neutral. I do believe that if you ever have that happen to you, that is essential. Call a police officer. You don't have to say a single word until they're in your presence. This one action, I believed, saved my children. I explained respectfully and calmly, which is very essential. If you act emotionally, they can see that as instability. So you do not want to do that. And that she could absolutely speak to my children. Yes, you can, ma'am, but not privately. I knew my rights. You must not speak to them behind closed doors and not without accountability. Everything would happen in plain sight. And from that moment, she told me the accusation. I recorded everything because deep in my spirit, I knew something was terribly wrong. I was being targeted, and I knew it. And what happened next changed my life forever. Later that week, by the grace of God, I received a call from an investigator with the Ankeny Police Department, Officer Chris Lindell. She's a hero. She specialized in child crimes. And unlike so many stories families tell about being ignored or steamrolled by systems, Officer Lindell immediately began investigating thoroughly. She explained to me that many people believe false reports are completely anonymous to DHS, but they are not anonymous. If law enforcement subpoenas phone records, phone calls can be traced, as mine was. Audio recordings can be retrieved, as mine was. Evidence can be uncovered, as mine was. And that is exactly what happened. Officer Lindell subpoenaed the DHS phone call recordings. She subpoenaed the phone records, and what they discovered was shocking. There had not been just one false report against my family. There had been 2. The first report had not moved forward because investigators initially determined there was not enough credibility, but the second one did. And had I simply trusted the process quietly, had I not documented everything, had I not called the independent law enforcement, my story tonight may have ended differently, and my children may not have been with me. And I need people to understand something very clearly. It was not CPS that uncovered the truth in my case. They were not looking for truth. It was law enforcement officers willing to investigate honestly. The police uncovered the false reports. The police identified who filed them. The police developed the evidence. The police pursued accountability. That's right, not DHS, not CPS. Child Protective Services. Don't think so. Maybe they're protecting their own interests and their money. And eventually, after the investigation and interviews were completed, authorities determined the allegations were false and that criminal charges could be filed. I was asked if I wanted to press charges. And I remember thinking, if this could happen to my family, imagine how many families it could affect. But the punishment was probation. She pled guilty and received 1-year probation. Honestly, didn't feel like justice to me. Because by then, I understood something most Americans never realize until they are living inside the nightmare themselves. Every year in this country, approximately 170,000 children are newly placed in foster care. More than 500,000 children pass through the foster care system annually, and at any given moment, roughly 330,000 children are actively living inside the system. Those are not just statistics, those are families. And I do have some statistics up there, if you could bring it up real quick. Here's the frightening part for me. I am one of the lucky ones. I knew good police officers. I knew how to stay calm. I knew the system. Most families do not. Most parents assume the truth alone will protect them. And that realization changed my life forever. It forced me to ask questions. Sorry, I'm running out of time. So I'm gonna kind of end here. I now have joined a coalition, Family First Coalition, and there was a law that I helped pass in 2024. Iowa became now the second state in our country to have a felony to file a false report of child abuse. And I'm moving forward. I want to help your state. So please come to me, sign up to represent your state. You can bring my legislation forward to your state, and we can help save children together. This Family First Coalition is led by Ann Vandersteel and Maureen Steele. Yes. Ann and Maureen have wrote a book, the CPS Pipeline, about the human trafficking system and CPS. General Flynn wrote the foreword. And please, Ann will sign your book. She's speaking later on today about 11:30. So I would love to meet you and love to speak to you. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
So, State, come over here. Yeah.
So much to me.
You know, it's like a daughter. It's like having a daughter. You know, I saw this story. I watched this story, and I'm like, I mean, this part, right? Well, not this one so much. With where we're at, this was here in Tulsa, but I watched this story where, you know, she's in there with the governor, and they were fighting, and you know, the details behind it is the mask was causing irritation to the face, and you know, a child that's a special needs child, and it's like. Kid doesn't understand. They put him over. I think they put him over in like a little bubble in the classroom. It was like just insane, absolutely insane what we were doing. And you know, and in about 30 days, they just weren't going to put up with it. And in about 30 days, good enough for this governor, you know, former governor of Iowa now, I think, she did that. Reynolds, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but see, this is what matters, right? It wasn't some congressman or some senator or some president or some state representative. It was a mom. It was a mom who said, I've had enough. And my God. And the CPS thing, because I'm in another part of my life where we have a big whistleblower case about like the 400,000, it's actually 450,000, but you know, it's children that came into this country, and we know, because we have the evidence, and it's just got filed in a federal court, of our government sex trafficking these children. So thank God that she did what she did, but, you know, that it's like you see her up here now, and, you know, she's just a mom wearing a T-shirt, you know. It's like, hey, you get here because you're powerful, and you could be an inspiration because there's people, and so it's like somebody said to me one time, well, you know, they're just, to me, you know, as I was like figuring out what I was going to do next, right? I said, well, they're just going to use you. And I said, well, that makes sense. That's what, yeah, I want to be used. Now, I can be smart about it too, right? But use the talent, use that drive, use that energy, use that passion that you have for something better, right? And in this case, there's nothing better than taking care of your children. I mean, my God, so give her a big round of applause, and thank you for being here.
If people want to connect with you, where do they do that?
Just come talk to me, but I have joined Family First Coalition, and so you can come talk to Ann and I and buy her book. And
Where are you going to be? Where will you be?
Over, how do we describe it, Ann? Over by the vendor booth.
All right, let's hear from Mrs. Iowa 2026. There she is. Yes. All right, our next presenter is from Canada. And so he's going to bring out his own podium. He wants to change the whole thing. These Canadians, all they want to talk about is Justin Bieber, the Mounties. They're always pushing Molson. I think that's the beverage they're pushing. They drink that stuff like water, pushing the Molson. Hockey. He really has his own agenda here. He's not going to really let us talk about what we want to talk about. We're talking about saving Canada, making Canada first. I'm just kidding. But let's bring out the podium real quick for our next presenter here, and I'll introduce him. This guy was the Canadian pastor who kept getting arrested for doing this crazy thing called keeping his church open. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet my good friend and yours, Pastor Arthur Pulaski, all the way from Canada. Yes! Yes! He shaved his beard for the first time just to be here. He did this for you.
Once around the past, the Thank you so much. Wow. A lot of memories. A lot of good memories. Not the solitary confinement or metal cages or psych ward, believe it or not. I was kept in a psych ward in Canada for preaching and feeding the poor. And without the evaluation of the doctors, without even the knowledge of Alberta Health Services, a total Soviet style. But I'm not going to talk about me. I'm not going to talk about what happened to us. I want to talk about family. This is a family reunion, and I want to focus on that. I'm very grateful to Clay, General Flynn, and my family here that I got invited, and I am able to talk and give you my heart, and that's what I'm going to do today. So, President John F. Kennedy said, "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and the success of liberty." Two men, yes, that was powerful what this man said. Two men that exemplify this truth are General Flynn. Where is General Flynn? General Flynn and Clay Clark. I know what they went through. I know their tears. I know their heart. It's quite often a very lonely walk. So, on behalf of our country, in Canada, our men, Christians, I would like to present them with the silver and gold, our Canadian Tree of Life. If you can come. This is how this looks like. It's gold and silver. It's a tree of life. And if you know that in Israel, there are righteous among the nations, and there is always a tree being planted for the people that pay sometimes the ultimate price, willing to sacrifice themselves in order to preserve life. So, General Flynn, I want to present you with this. Thank you. I'm going to cry too. Thank you. Thank you. When I was hunted down, Americans stood by my side. And I truly believe that because of those men and people like you, I'm still alive. And of course, God. I was told by the Canadian authorities that tens of thousands of Americans were phoning the Canadian government every day, demanding my release from metal cages and solitary confinement. And I believe that those tens of thousands of Americans were triggered by people like Clay and General Flynn. So I have the second one, a tree of life for Clay. Thank you for being a friend, for willing to pay the price, for embracing a man like me, and for fighting for my life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You see, this is why we do what we do. We do it for our families. We do it for our children. So for their acts of kindness, courage, and determination, as you know, they were vilified, viciously attacked, and financially hurt. I want to just add something here. Clay, I know his story. Some of you do know his story. He lost literally millions of dollars for doing this. If you can chip in and help that family to recover what the enemy has stolen, please do. It's very hard to fight the beast, the globalists. They have, it seems, unlimited resources, but I want you to know that there is truly more of us than of them. And if we come together in solidarity with each other, we will truly become unstoppable. And we know that on the cross, we already have the victory. When you show up into the battlefield, and General Flynn knows that, when you show up into the battlefield and you already know that you have the victory, everything else becomes just a formality. We already know that we have won because Jesus won on that cross. So those men have not given up. They have never quit. Someone said that strong people stand up for themselves, but stronger people stand up for others. And that's exactly what they did. My family and freedom-loving people around the world are very grateful that during our struggle, God has given us strong and courageous friends that were willing to do what is right. Here is what Elie Wiesel, the survival of Auschwitz and Buchenwald. I have visited Auschwitz-Birkenau many times. I took Americans to that side. I took Canadians to that side. I took my family, my children multiple times because I want the people to remember what happens when people will not put a check in the power of government. Here's what he said after the war. In those times, there was darkness everywhere. Only a few had the courage to care. There is always a moment when a moral choice is made. We must learn from them, and in gratitude and hope, we must remember them. Please remember them. Do not forget. Sometimes it feels that everyone has left you, that you are plowing by yourself, but that's not true. There are people, there is God, there is the cloud of witnesses that is cheering us up. So please, keep those men in the trenches in your prayers. Lift them up. Remember them. So General Flynn and Clay, we remember. And we will not forget. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make His face shine on you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn His face towards you and give you His shalom, His peace. I wanted to do this at the beginning, and I'm not going to talk about what happened to me. I mean, I can talk for hours and hours and hours, and if you don't believe me, sometimes when I travel around and I'm invited to preach in a church, a pastor would come to me and says, well, you have as much time as you want. I said, be very careful. What you wish for, my record is 23 hours straight. When I was locked up with other inmates, I had captive audience. There is absolutely nothing more beautiful for a preacher than to have captive audience. So be very careful. I can talk, but you know, I was thinking about it. I was pondering in my heart, what am I to tell my American brothers and sisters? And I truly felt that this event is not about what happened to us, but it's about what is coming. It's about America, what it means to be an American. And I know this is strange, that the Polish man with a funny accent is going to tell you what it means to be an American. But I'm used to, God works in mysterious ways. I remember one time a pastor calls me and he says, I would like to invite you to speak at the 4th of July, and I want you to educate American people about the independence of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. I said, I think you've got the wrong guy. I grew up in hell behind the Iron Curtain under the boots of the communists and socialists. What am I going to tell them? It's like, you should have an American. He says, well, Americans do not know their history. And I do teach history. So I got invited to preach for hours about the Declaration of Independence, the price that those men paid, the Constitution. And I want you to know that when I travel around your beautiful country, people come to me and say, this will never happen to us. We have the Declaration of Independence. We have the Constitution. I said, you have not been paying attention. It's not coming. It's already happening here on your watch. Tyrants do not care about your piece of paper. You must care about your piece of paper. So I want to talk about this. Before we answer the question of why we cannot be silent in the face of tyranny, we must understand why and for what we are fighting for. And since we are celebrating 250 years of this amazing journey called the United States of America, I would like to remind us what was and still is the beating heart of the miracle that we call an American. What are we standing for? What are we fighting for? What is an American? Do you know? Being an American is a dream that our forefathers had when they escaped the horrors of poverty, abuse of power, persecution and prosecution. The men and women that survived the famines and difficulties beyond our comprehension. They faced pain and were subjected to hardship that most of us will never experience. They were robbed, starved, imprisoned, sent to gulags. My grandfather was sent to Siberia. It took him 2 years to come back home. Many times they were staring down the barrel of a gun, denied necessities of life, their God-given right to worship and to raise their children in peace. But they remained strong, focused, and determined. Pushed forward from the harbors to the plains, through the Rocky Mountains and the forest, all the way to the West Coast. What was keeping them going? What was motivating them to pay at times an ultimate price? You see, it was the dream, that American dream, of a land where a man can be free. A land where a man can worship his God without fear and persecution. A dream of a better tomorrow for them and for their children. Every day the dream was getting stronger and stronger and pushed them to their limits. By faith, they kept their eyes on that distant dream. Leaving everything behind, they took their boats and crossed the great waters of the unknown. They came here to this great land of opportunity, that land of the second chances, the land of the free. We escaped on a boat from behind the Iron Curtains. 3 times the government denied our visas to go, so we escaped. My father escaped a year before. We ended up in Greece. And I'll never forget our meeting in the Canadian Embassy when I was told by the officer that Canada is the freest country on earth. Come to Canada. No one will ever persecute you for your faith. And here I am, 360 citations later, 21 years in a court, over 120 court cases, and more arrests than my lawyers remember. Still in court. My brother David was arrested 13 times, and our oldest son Nathaniel, that some of you met, over 20 times already. Our oldest son was denied to study in Canada because of what we do. So he had to move to Virginia to study law. And he just got hired by the California Liberty law firm to fight for American freedoms. Total turnaround. Americans fought for my life and for my family. Now my family is fighting for the liberty of America. Only God can do such a thing. So every day the dream was getting stronger and stronger, and they pushed to the limits. By faith, they kept their eyes on that distant dream. Leaving everything behind, they took their boats and crossed that waters of the unknown. They built their homes and raised their children, and their children had more children. They kept building the land of the promise for all, a better place, a bigger dream. And we all came here for the same dream. And that dream is under attack. Some of us that are gathered here are the descendants of those that paved the way all those many years ago. Others, like myself, have joined the same dream a little bit later. However, now we all sail in the same boat of promise of a better tomorrow. Together today we are continuing what others started. That is the American dream. That is what makes a man an American. That is what we are fighting for. Being an American, a real one, is believing in the same dream of freedom. Freedom in a land that has been seasoned with the blood of patriots, farmers, mothers and fathers, business owners, teachers, and soldiers. Those that not only believed in the dream itself, but were willing to die for that dream. The whites and the blacks, the Asians and the Indians, now today together we are called by the heavens to not only cherish what others have given us, but also to fight for that freedom with our sweat and blood. There are many people that ask me through this journey, are you willing to die on that hill? And I would fire back and I would say, if there was ever a hill to die on, this is it. This is it. This is the hill. If you're looking for another hill, you have not been paying attention. This is the hill to die on if God requires that kind of sacrifice. They lit my house on fire. They lit our church on fire. They burned down our children's bus. They broke into our home. They unscrewed tires in our pickup truck. I was assaulted. I had Antifa. I had death threats more than I can count of. 5 inmates testified to our lawyers that the guards were giving them incentives to murder me in prison. I can go on and on and on. You see, there comes a time when a man must decide in his heart, is this worth it? And I'm telling you, my children are worth fighting for. Your children are worth fighting for. So today we're called by the heavens to not only cherish what others have given us, but also to fight for that freedom with our sweat and blood. And that's very important. There is price that we need to pay. It cost the Father the life of His Son. It cost Jesus His own blood. Do you really think it's not going to cost you anything? I would say that it will cost you everything, not just something. A sacrifice. We must rise to the occasion and defend our inheritance. To stand against those tyrants that hate and seek to destroy what so many perished for. Harry S. Truman said that America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, on imagination and unbeatable determination to do the job at hand. And that's what we did. We saw the enemy approaching. The enemy was coming with terror, with fear, and we simply said what God has been teaching us for every day in a year. Every single morning when you wake up, God says to you and to me, fear not. Do not be afraid. If God is for us, who can be against us? I don't care how many uncircumcised Philistines are against me. Who do you think you are? You're uncircumcised Philistine, that you should defy the armies of the living God. You see, we know how the story ends, so we must keep reminding ourselves we have already won. The enemy just doesn't know it yet. Long ago, the pilgrims came here in the name of the Lord and that beautiful dream in their hearts. Today, they are watching us from heaven and cheering for us. I can hear them saying, keep standing, keep fighting, do not quit, never give up, have faith, and know that our God is bigger, stronger than all the idols of the uncircumcised. Abraham Lincoln had the same dream when he said, my dream is of a place and a time where America will once again be seen as the last best hope of earth. Being an American is willing to keep dreaming and to be willing to defend when needs be. that dream against the enemies of liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness. President Ronald Reagan, when he gave that speech in Germany, saying, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall, we with my wife, we were on the other side of that wall. And thanks to that president and patriots from that era, Europe was liberated in 1989. Berlin Wall fell down. Iron Curtain was broken. You see, one man cannot do it. One organization cannot do it. One family, one church cannot do it. But together, when we come in unity, believing in the same dream, we will be unbeatable, unstoppable. Being an American is willing to keep dreaming and to be willing to defend when needs be that dream against those enemies. Here's what President Reagan said. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day, we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once, like in the United States, where men were free. It breaks my heart when I see people cheering and yelling and screaming at the soccer games or hockey games, and 15, 20, 50, 100,000 people can come and be so passionate about, I will offend you. That's fine. I really don't care. Stupid game that has absolutely no more meaning than entertainment, bread and circus. But where are the patriots? Where is 100,000 people willing to stand up for freedom for them and their children? The challenges ahead of us are great. The enemy enormous, giants, huge, the nightmares terrifying. However, our God, again, is bigger, stronger, and almighty. And again, if God is for us, who can stand against us? Greater is He that is in me than the one that is in them. Elmer Davis was right when he said that this nation will remain the land of the free only so long as it is the home of the brave. Are you brave? Are you willing to stand up against the giants of today and say, not an inch, not an inch? Are you willing to remain brave in order to keep this land free? Being an American is being a dreamer, and to believe that America is a dream worth fighting for. Leon Sunan said, happy are those who dream dreams and are willing to pay the price to make them come true. Do not bow to tyrants. They have unleashed everything at their disposal against me. They tried to assassinate me. They imprisoned me. They ticketed me. They tried to bankrupt me. All those different things were unleashed, and here I am standing in front of you. Do you see me depressed, suicidal? Poor me. Do not bow to tyrants. Every time they show up and tell you to do something, do the opposite. When they came to our church and they told us we cannot congregate, we did 8 services a week. When they told us we cannot sing, I told our worshipers now we sing twice as many songs as normally. When they told us no Lord's Supper allowed, I said every time we meet we'll have Lord's Supper, and I live streamed it, everything. You always do the opposite. Good men do not bow before the wicked man. Do not bow to tyrants. Keep God in your heart. Stand for the truth. Never give up. Never quit. Keep fighting. Keep believing. Go out there and keep dreaming and inspire others to share and defend this incredible, incredible land. America will survive and it will thrive as long as the real Americans are willing to defend the dream called the USA. Now the question is, Are you an American? And are you willing to defend the dream? So be blessed, and in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I have a few books. I want to give it away. Who wants a book? Okay, come. This is the book from, I penned this book in solitary confinement. I don't want you to fight for it. I got more books over there. That book was confiscated by the Canadian government 3 times, and just for that, it's worth reading, I think, to find out why they're so terrified of it. I penned this on request forms that the inmates were giving, slipping under my solitary confinement doors, and I just kept writing the whole story, the background. Why I yelled at those nice officers, "Get out, you Nazis." You will find in the book the background story, the trials, the crooked judges, all those different things. So please, if you can, please support our fight. This is a QR code. You can get it on Amazon.ca, Amazon.com. That book was a bestseller in the first few days, I think in 5 categories or 6, and then the Canadian government stepped in and killed it. So they're terrified. I'm exposing political craziness there, the crooked judges. So if you want to support, please support us. Get the book and let the people know what's really going on. And please support our fight. I've launched the biggest lawsuit in the history of Canada. I'm suing Attorney General. I'm suing Calgary Police, Chief of Police, RCMP. That's like your FBI. I was arrested by our FBI multiple times. I'm suing what they've done to me in prison, Alberta Health Services, City Hall. I'm going after all of them. All of them. They are stalling. They're fighting. They want to bleed me dry. They are opposing everything we're doing. But I've told them, and I'm going to tell them again, Artur Pawlowski will fight you until Jesus Christ comes back. So please join us if you can in this fight together. Let's bring justice back to our nation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
One more time, let's hear for Artur Pawlowski. Yes. And then, Jackie, I'm going to have you do podium mover. We're going to move some podiums around here. Okay, as they're moving podiums around, I wanted to do a couple of thank yous. We have a great team here from Sheridan Church. I want to thank the entire Sheridan Church team for continuing to host this event. I know you guys are going through a lot, so to the Killians and everybody back there, thank you. Also, we had Erica and the Influence Church team fly in all the way from California to be here to make it happen. So thank you, Erica, and the team back there. We appreciate you very much. And then to Carter, who continues to deal with the caveman, who continues to use the men's restroom. The caveman got on it again this morning. Hey, can you replace this podium? Hey, can you replace this podium? This morning, yet again, the bathroom had an abomination. And I want to just maybe... I'm trying to kind of work through. So let me just walk you through the issues that we're having right now. And then, because we're dealing about, how to save the world, how to save America. I want to talk about how to save the bathroom. I've given up on some certain things. I just want to save the bathroom. So if you feel like you're really doing a job well done in that bathroom, you want to flush, because that's the key. And then if you have any toilet paper that you may, in your primal mind, think, I'm going to throw that on the ground and just see what happens, to leave evidence of the battle that was won by you, don't. So if we could just, because I feel bad for Carter, because Carter's out there, and he's like, Carter doesn't, he's not a custodial engineer. He doesn't have what it takes. No. He's out there working in our book area selling books. And he's like, why do I get pulled out of the bathroom? I said, listen, there's a caveman in there. I've thought about just having him post up, and just have like a watchtower with a bullhorn and yell at people as they go. Flush. Make sure you flush, sir. Okay. I've thought about that. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll talk to the general about it. He knows how to solve these problems. I'm just trying to solve these problems. Okay. Now, our next presenter, I met her as a result of opposing the lockdowns. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, we had lockdowns, quarantines, curfews. Who remembers all that? And my thought was, our business can't, this is a deep thought, see if you can follow it. My businesses won't be open if they're closed. Wow, this guy's deep, man. Wow, man. Selah, man. Tell us more. Wow, this is amazing. And then my thought was, I don't want to work for the government, so I don't want to get a government check, so I want to stay open. These are just the thoughts that go through my mind. And then I started thinking about the First Amendment, our right to peaceably gather. And then I started thinking about, okay, Hebrews 10:25 says, don't forsake the gathering, even as we draw closer to the end. Then I started thinking about, that the models that said 2.2 million people would die are false. Then I started thinking about the polymerase chain reaction tests falsely diagnosed everybody with COVID. I started thinking these things. And Charity, for some reason, it was like a gravitational pull that pulled her to the truth. She seeks the truth. It was like a tractor beam that pulled her in and repelled almost everybody I've ever met. Almost everybody I've met, they see the truth and they go, I think I need to wear a mask. But Charity's like, amen, I'm not wearing a mask. And so it kind of pulled her in here. That's how I met Chrissy. It kind of pulls you in the truth. It's like who here, you're pulled to the truth. It pulls you in. Some people are like, I don't know. I think Ariana Grande says I should get the shot, so I'm going to get the shot because that's who I trust, Ariana Grande. Okay, so she's a truth seeker. She's a truth teller. Ladies and gentlemen, she's the chairman of the Oklahoma Republican Party now. She was elected when Patriots defeated the political swamp. She's a founder of Freedom Brigades and she's very active in the political advocacy, public policy, and Christian ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet Charity Lynch. Sorry to take the handshake away. I'm a hugger.
Well, not everybody gets to follow the bathroom bit, Clay. That was awesome. Isn't that something? You guys, the Republic is falling, right? But it's not fallen. And I wanted to give you, we've all of us for the last 2 days, we're just getting information. My mom is here somewhere. She's got pages and pages of notes of stuff. What do we do with all of it? We've got to have an actionable plan to be effective, because right now the country still belongs to us. The government still is up to us to change, right? In Oklahoma, we've taken back the Republican Party, or I wouldn't be the chair. I promise you that. That is because we worked together and we got organized. And so, and we had a backbone. I want to go back to COVID just for a minute and tell a story, because it talks about how important you are and what you can do. We don't need to feel powerless, right? The news does a good job. The government does a good job of saying, you just have to do what we say. Sit down and shut up. You don't have a voice. There's not enough of you, right? And we know that there's more of us. So in my little town, Veneta, Oklahoma, about 45 minutes away, they said, well, we're going to put in a curfew at 7 o'clock. Because you guys remember when COVID was more dangerous after 7 o'clock at night? Yeah, so yeah, when you sat down at a restaurant, the COVID went away there too. It was great. It was amazing. The grocer would touch everything that went through the line, and then as long as you had the plexiglass, when you're checking out right there, you were fine, The critical thinking was just impressive to me. But when our town said, we're going to do this curfew, we sued them right away. You can look this up. I'm sure the news articles will still there. Within 3 days, they reneged and turned around and lifted that curfew. We never saw a day in court because they knew they did not have a constitutional leg to stand on. Now, how many towns and cities did they get away with this tyrannical nonsense because no one said no? Not only did we not know our rights, we didn't know how to enforce them. Now, I will say one of the things that we did then is the attorney that filed that suit with us, we got behind him, and he is right now the mayor of that town. That's the kind of thing that we need to be doing. We have to be willing to step up for office, and we have to put in our blood, sweat, tears, and time to get the right people in. This country belongs to us. We are at war. We have been infiltrated. They are coming at us from every direction. and we can still stop them. We have not lost our rights. We're just not exercising them. J6 was a warning to us. I don't do real well with bullies. I don't know about you, but we have to continue to fight back because we haven't lost it. You know, what we started, he had mentioned the Freedom Brigades. The Freedom Brigades is a really simple concept. I'm going to blow the whole thing out of the water. It's not about you can do this at home with or without the brigades to help you. Now, when we work together, we're going to be more powerful, right? But I realized that the enemy is coming in at every direction, and we needed a man at every single post, and I can't do it all. How many of you are tired of being the one that does it all? Like it's always 3 or 5 people that run the entire church, that run the entire organization, right? I'm like, I can't do this. But most people just don't know what to do or where to get started. And so what we did is we said, I'm like, okay, I need at least one person to be at every school board meeting. I need another person to go to every city council. I need another person to go to every commissioner meeting, every city library meeting. If there is a government meeting in your community, you need to get a group together and have somebody at every single post. Now, we're at war, so you got to remember you're a soldier when you're there. You don't miss. Because when you start showing up, the tragedy is they say, well, who are you? What are you doing here? Because they're used to us being asleep. Not in Oklahoma, because we've been doing this for a little bit. They're kind of, but they're used to us being asleep. So you have a man at every post, and then you come back together as a group in your community, and you meet once a month. Okay, what's the city council doing? What's the school board doing? Sometimes you're not going to find anything. Sometimes it'll be a boring meeting. Other times you're going to say, no, they're trying to bring in industrial wind complexes. We wouldn't even have known. You know, we have stopped wind complexes in 2 communities in Oklahoma because of the brigades. Linnell Medley led one of those charges. She's here now. Linnell, wave. She led one of those charges. The McIntosh Brigades do a fantastic job. We have to be willing to show up to know what's going on. We cannot just come to these things and listen and then go back and sit down and watch TV. The country is on fire. We've got to put it out. And here's the other part. With the brigades, I don't care if you join the brigades and do it through the brigades or you do it on your own, because we have to quit worrying about who gets credit for holding the hose to put out the fire. Pride was the first sin and continues to be what's killing us. Don't worry about the credit. Get the fire put out. If your brother picks up the hose, go help him. Guys, this is bigger than any of us, and we've got to have this mentality. You know, we're the, he mentioned that I'm the Republican chair. You know, so I'm having to clean up the swamp mess, right? Like there's a huge FEC fine. There was like millions of dollars. They say that they were just irresponsible and didn't keep receipts. There's speculation. It was more than that. I don't know. I don't care. I personally would not use irresponsible as my public reason, but whatever. It does keep you out of jail, I don't know. But we're paying off their stuff, and so everybody on my team, including myself, is working for free right now. Because what we're fighting for is bigger than us. I'm pretty sure I'm the only state chair in the country not getting a paycheck. This is bigger than us. And as soon as we get that and we get past ourselves, we will be more effective. We have to work together. And so if you will form these brigades, what we have done with the Freedom Brigades, if you want to go to freedombrigades.com and join, we will help you. If you get into a sticky mess, you don't know what to do, we can call a lot of the experts in the field and we can say, hey, what do you think we should do here? Very rarely have we had to do it because actually you're more resourceful than you realize you are, especially when we're working together. But then what we do is we have the community brigades then, and we have one person from every community brigade that gets on and communicates with the other brigades. And so, for instance, when Linnell was fighting over there, when she was fighting the wind turbines, she put on a rally at the Capitol, and all the brigades across the state showed up and helped her out because we worked together. Okay, and then we have the state leaders. We have one leader from each state that gets on a call once a month, and they're like, okay, well, this is what's going on. Usually Glenn in California says, well, I remember when that happened. Let me tell you where this is going. but we help each other, and a lot of times we're finding out that stuff that is not just happening in one place. They're doing it at the same time everywhere, but we don't have an organization, and so we must be organized. So that's what freedombrigades.com does, but you don't have to do it through that organization. It's not about that's free, right? It's not about trying to make a buck. It's not about doing anything other than saving the country, and that is where we have to start and end with everything. This is bigger than us. I don't feel like I can say that enough. With the Republican Party, it's the same thing. What we did in our party, how many people in here live in Oklahoma? Raise your hand if you do not live in Oklahoma. Oh, great. Okay. So this movement that's happening here is happening across the country. I'm really impressed with the other states that reach out to me and say, hey, we're seeing movement in our party. I haven't seen a state take it back as completely yet as we have, but they're getting close. And it happening at the same time is proof that it's a move of God. It's none of us. It's God, and we're just vessels, right? And so what we did was we put together teams that went into the different counties and said, okay, this person is a rhino chair in this county. Marty Grisham before. Marty, are you in here? He cracked me up. He said, rhinos, I don't know about you, but rhinos live in South Africa, and they're kind of heavy. They have a horn out of their head, and they never have any friends. I'm not saying anything about anybody. I'm just saying that's what a rhino is. But when we have people that are not representing our values and are doing things based on favor instead of principle, then you can go in, and we went in and we said, okay, how many people come to your convention? And we would go in and we would put in each county somebody that was a patriot and said, let's get this person elected to chair. And we did it in enough counties where we got the majority at the state committee and at the state convention. But you do it one county at a time. We didn't try to get the whole state, right? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So that is a sustainable plan of something you can do. You focus on your community. Get a group of people together and figure out what is most needed in your community. Get an action plan at every single post. That's how we're going to get it done. But the other part of this is the most important part, which is what I said, it's a spiritual battle, right? The Bible says, the fervent prayers of a righteous man availeth much. I'm going to go cry. Take that passion, that's fervent intensity, to the prayer closet, because God to do. I need you to show me how to handle this. You are here right now for a purpose. If you are listening to this broadcast, God is waking you up. That means you know what the truth is. You have a purpose, and you know what it is because He gave each of us a different sphere of what interests us, of what we're good at. And when you do what's good for you, and you do what you're good at, and I do what I'm good at, and you do what you're good at, then all of a sudden we're this beautiful machine, and we're actually taking ground back. It's the body of Christ. Be every part. Focus on what God told you to do. Are you hurrying me? Is my time up? 1 minute. Yes, sir. I'm not hurrying you. 1 minute. I will hurry up. I want to tell you one more thing that's the most important. As you get into any space, especially when you are moving in what God told you to do, the enemy comes in like a flood. Pride will come in. How do you guard yourself against being human? The Word of God. The daily time in the Word of God. The Bible says it will give you discernment. It will give you discernment when you're talking to someone. You'll know if it's somebody you can trust. You'll be able to know things about them because God gives you that discernment and that time with them. And it will also discern you. When you start getting off track, the Holy Spirit will prick you and say, what was the motive there? It was good, but what was the motive? That is the key to everything we're doing. Stay in God's will. He'll lead you. If you just take one step at a time before you know it, you're walking. But it's actionable steps. You guys, bless you all. We're going to take this back. We are winning.
Yes, thank you so much. She could feel me looming. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, our next presenter, I've spent several days practicing the pronunciation of her last name, although I introduce her often. I want to make sure I get it right. Tracy Slepcevic is a best-selling author of Warrior Mom, an integrative health practitioner, a U.S. Air Force veteran, and one of the newest members of the Interagency Autism Coordinating Committee under the HHS. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet my friend and yours, Tracy Slepcevic. Yes!
Thank you, Clay, and thanks to General Flynn for giving me this opportunity to be on this platform, to speak to you all and share this message. I wouldn't be where I am today or have been able to get my message out the way I have without the Reawaken event. So I'm truly grateful. And I also want to say many thanks to our veterans, our active duty, and their family members. I am truly grateful for your service and your sacrifice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So my name is Tracy Slepcevic, for those of you who don't know me. I am the founder of Autism Health, along with my husband, Steve, and the Autism Health Summit. I am the best-selling author of Warrior Mom, A Mother's Journey in Healing Her Son with Autism. I'm a health practitioner and a proud U.S. Air Force veteran, and I am one of the newest members of the Interagency Autism Coordinating Committee under Health and Human Services. My journey began about 20 years ago when I took my son in for a routine well baby visit. During that visit, my son received the MMR and varicella vaccines. Within 24 hours, he broke out in a full, what I thought was a rash, because that's what my pediatrician told me, but it was actually measles from the vaccine. And over the next several months, I watched my son disappear. I watched him lose all his speech, his baby signs, cognitive function, and motor skills. But unfortunately, this is not a story that is original. It's a story of thousands of parents. I'm just here to tell it. But what is original is that on the very day that our son was diagnosed with autism, God sent me an angel. And it came in the form of my naturopathic doctor. And he looked at me and he said, Tracy, no, we'll be fine. He said, you just need to go home and do your homework. Kids are making great strides with biomedical intervention. Now, in that moment, that's my fork in the road. I could wallow in my own self-pity, woe is me, my kid has autism, or I could suck the tears back up into my eyes, and that's exactly what I did. And I almost ran home and got to work. I read every book that I possibly could. I went to every conference I could, which is why we created a conference for families that are impacted by autism. And I learned as much as I possibly could from my doctors, my functional medicine doctor, and got Noah on the path, because we were told that Noah would never live a fully functional life. Well, I'm standing here today because my son he'll be 21 next month, and he is fully functioning. He works, he drives, thank you. He travels the world all on his own. Last year he went to Japan for 3 weeks on his own. He went to London. The kid's got the best life. And we were told that he wouldn't have that life. So unfortunately, when you shine your light on the world, when you share this information that they don't want you to share, the powers that be, unfortunately, come after you. But we created a wonderful organization. Autism Health is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we established this organization to help educate parents on how to treat underlying conditions, different treatments, therapies outside of the box of Western medicine that are truly helping advance these kids. But what I tell families is the number one thing that you need to do is to set a clear intention. On that day that Dr. Burka told me Noah would be fine, I set a clear intention that my son was going to be okay. And he is. Because I felt that down to a cellular level. When the neurologist said, oh, Noah's going to need care for the rest of his life, pediatrician's like, oh, well, you're going to need all these treatments and therapies, and you're still going to need care for him. He's taking care of himself. He's actually taking care of the dogs. I hope they're fed this weekend, but he's doing quite well, and I am very proud of him. So when I say that the powers that be come after you, is I wind up in wonderful articles like this in The Guardian. The Bill Gates funded papers that go after Kennedy and name me as a parent who is reckless and experiments on her child. So the number one thing that they were talking about is stem cell therapy. And yes, I am a huge proponent of stem cell therapy, but yes, there are many companies out there, like in any industry, that are bad companies. They have bad stem cells. They overcharge. They do all the things that they shouldn't do. But there are good ones. And I say, do your research. I researched stem cell therapy for several years before we took Noah to the Ukraine for stem cell therapy. And a kid who lost all his motor skills due to a vaccine injury regained them all within 30 to 40 days. A kid who couldn't hang on to a monkey bar. He couldn't climb a rock wall. He couldn't tie his shoes. He couldn't jump, climb, nothing. All that he was able to do prior to those vaccines. And afterwards, he graduated from OT checking off all those boxes. I literally, they couldn't explain it. So that's God. That's God. And what happened to Jesus when he started healing people, right? They crucified him. So I don't really care. The articles don't bother me. I care about my parents who sacrifice, because we don't travel near and far and spend thousands of dollars to experiment on our kids. We don't. So I have a wonderful testimony from a mom, and she's one of many, who's going to tell her story about her daughter, who was severely vaccine injured. She had major self-injurious behavior, so bad that she was pulling her hair out. She was smashing her head up against the wall. She was throwing herself downstairs. And she was non-speaking. And today, that's all changed. So, oh, you might have to turn it up. Oh, maybe it's, oops, gotta go back. I don't think. I wonder if the next video works. Okay, there's no volume for the... Okay, listen, I only got 15 minutes here. I was going to rush through these videos.
Hi, my name is Courtney, and my daughter was diagnosed with level 3 nonverbal autism at the age of 3. I was told by countless doctors that my daughter would never live alone. She would never be potty trained. She would never speak, and that I seriously needed to consider the idea of institutionalizing her in a group home when she turned 13 or 14, because she was so physically violent with not only herself but with others. About 10 months ago, my daughter received stem cell therapy. She received 50 million mesenchymal stem cells, and 7 weeks after that therapy, my daughter spoke her first sentence. Since then, she's had 0 reports of self-interest behaviors at her school. She is a completely different child. Stem cell therapy transformed not only my daughter's life, but the lives of her entire family. My daughter competes in track. She does ballet after school. She is happy. She is not aggressive. She is not violent. She has become potty trained. She knows how to write. She can read a multitude of different words. And I would say right now she probably has over 350 words that she's mastered. And she is just learning more and more every day. If you're on the fence about stem cell therapy, I highly urge you to consider it. It has transformed my daughter's life completely.
So, this is a video that shows a little bit about London and where she was before stem cell therapy.
Okay, so obviously, like, I don't like taking pictures of my daughter because when she's in like vulnerable positions, but I do want to show you guys some of like her injuries so you can understand just how serious it was. This was from her repeatedly hitting herself in the face. So I'm gonna duck down real fast so you can see it, but I don't want to get banned. But that's something she did to herself. So I'm going to show you some more pictures of her, so give me 1 second. Again, just completely inconsolable all the time, always crying, just miserable, just so sad. Same thing, just absolutely miserable. She hated life. Okay, this is my daughter on her 6th birthday.
And here's a little video from London.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to tell everybody, what is your name?
London,
Your name is London. When is your birthday?
April 17,
April 17th. Good job. How old are you?
5,
No, you just had a birthday. How old are you now?
6,
6. Can you spell your name?
London.
Good job. Good job. What's your favorite thing to do? What do you like to go do?
Hotel.
You like to go to hotels. Yeah, she really does. What did you do for your birthday?
At Legoland. At Peppa Pig World.
We did go to Legoland, Peppa Pig World.
I did go hug Gigi.
Oh, you did. Gigi is her uncle. So, yeah, good job. All right, say bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Have a good day.
So that is what I stand for. That's what I work for. That's the purpose that God gave me, because I wouldn't take back this journey for anything. I wouldn't. God gave Noah to me for a reason. And I put on my armor to fight, not just for my own family, but for many other families. And it's not just stem cell therapy. It all starts in the gut. It's so simple as cleaning up your diet, eating real food. So if any of you would like to support us, we are a very young organization. We do survive off of donations, so autismhealth.com. And then we do an annual conference, and it is more of a health and wellness conference. We typically have headline speakers like Del Bigtree and Aaron Siri and Dr. Sabine Hassan and Dr. Toby Rogers. So next year's event is planned, and if you purchase your ticket only until the end of August, you can get 50% off your ticket, which is a lot. I'm making less than what your ticket costs. So you can scan it. You can go to ahsconference.com. And then we are doing a winter gala, our very first winter gala. I'm really excited. And General Flynn just agreed to be one of our headline speakers. Yay, thank you. Then we have Del Bigtree, and I did submit the paperwork to have Kennedy. When Kennedy says yes, and everybody has confirmed, those ticket prices are going to double. So if you want to get your ticket, it is in Jupiter, Florida. And I'm going to ask somehow Jesselyn, where are you? If you can come up here. So this wonderful lady has 4 children on the spectrum. And she is one of my board members. She dedicates her time. She is a homeschooling mom. She homeschools 4 kids. She runs a little farm. She just had a dog that had 11 puppies. Like she needed more work. But what we were trying to do is she has scheduled 3 clinical evaluations for her children. And with those evaluations, so she can get funded for services through the state, it comes with a copay, and a very hefty copay. And I ask that even just for the cost of a cup of coffee, that you donate $10, $25, anything. If you can please take out your phone, because if everybody in this room took the opportunity to donate and help this wonderful family, because she is a wonderful human being, then the world would be a better place. And I am so grateful for her. I'm grateful for what she does. She does all of our social media. She is super amazing. And I am truly blessed to have her here with me. And very last slide. Sorry, Clay. If you'd like to vote for me, I am up for a book award, and I am selling my books. So if you go out that door at the satellite phone booth, which is at the end of the bar, I will be signing books. Now, I only have a few. I only brought about 12 books. So beyond that, I can ship them to you signed. And really, that's it. I'm super grateful. Anybody ever wants to reach out to me, if they ever have any questions, they can reach out to me at Tracy, Tracy, at autismhealth.com. And please, if you can take one last moment, if you haven't, scan this QR code, if you can please donate to this beautiful little family. I'm truly grateful for her. Thank you.
And real quick, I got to tell you a story. The reason why the video, there's a lot of stuff going on back here. Somebody, no, I'm not attacking somebody, but somebody inadvertently took Artur Pawlowski's phone at the very moment that you were trying to pull up your video. So we were doing two things. So if you're here and you have Artur Pawlowski's phone, if you could just kind of flip through the photos, do what you have to do, and then kind of get through the text, get through them all, and then if you could return it. Did you find it? I think we have Artur, or we have your phone. Okay, let's hear it. Someone return the phone. Thank you. And sorry your video wouldn't work. Thank you. Great job, Tracy. Really do appreciate you. All right. Okay. General Flynn, let's bring up America's general back up onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. This man served 33 years in the United States military. This man is a man, the myth, the legend. He's a good friend of mine. One more time, let's stand to our feet and greet General Flynn. Yes. Okay. Now, folks, I've got some serious stuff we're going to go over and some shallow stuff, okay? So we're going to go shallow stuff first. A modern prophet once wrote these words with his left hand. Zoom in, please. A modern prophet once wrote these words with their left hand. Who could it be? A prophet means teacher, by the way. Says, if you use a mile of toilet paper, flush every quarter mile. General Flynn. Now, who was at my office last night? Who was at my office? Somebody asked me, they go, can I ask you, what would motivate a man to put that on your wall or that on your wall? All my walls are covered with these kind of moments. So this is going on the wall in my office. So that's a pro tip. Okay. Next thing I want to deal with is we got a video. It's the Zelenko clip here. So this isn't the setup for a joke. This is a real story. So a Jewish man, a Muslim man, and a Christian man, yeah, exactly. They all discovered at the same time, these doctors, that look, the mRNA modifying nanotechnology in the shots, the mRNA shots, the messenger RNA, the mRNA, the COVID shots, once that's connected to programmable money, you have what you call the mark of the beast system. What was so profound about it is I'm on the phones, my kind of, I'd say like my best friends during this whole thing that I met would be this guy right here, General Flynn, who I speak to daily. I spend a lot of time with General Flynn, Dr. Zelenko, Dr. Rashid, and Dr. Meehan. Now the problem is 3 of those guys died back to back to back. So imagine losing your best friend 3 times in 1 year. So that was kind of our thing we went through. And we've been so busy, I don't know that either one of us have ever thought and processed it. But Zelenko called me one day and he said, Clay, and by the way, do what you say you're going to do. Zelenko did that too. Zelenko called me and he said, hey, is Charlie Kirk coming to the Arizona event? I said, yes, sir. He says, is Eric Trump coming? I said, yeah. And he says, I'll be there. And I go, don't you have terminal cancer? Didn't they just remove a lung? And he goes, he kind of whispered towards the end when he talked. He kind of whispered. But he said, if I die, I'm going to die on that stage. Do you remember this? And when he got up before he got up to speak, he could barely talk. So it's like mustered a lot of energy to speak. And he said, those shots fulfill the mark of the beast, Mr. Clark. And I said, aren't you Jewish? And he said, maybe not anymore. True story. He's like, I read,
Very devout. I mean,
very devout.
Very, very devout man, and actually created a legacy, Zelenko Foundation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing. And this right here. I mean, this organization, this whole Reawaken idea, gets so brutally attacked all the time. And when you look at this picture right here, I mean, this is like talk about a picture saying 1,000 words. I mean, and these are all. I mean, it's just an incredible testimonial in a photo of the type of people that came together to tell the truth. And that's really, I always say, as they deliver the truth, whatever the cost, the truth fears no questions. I mean, this is what this was about. And in all categories, all of them. But West Point graduate, too, by the way. I mean, they, Jim Meehan, I mean, they are all doctors. All doctors. I mean, and you look at their CVs or their resumes. I mean, these are phenomenal experts in their fields. Medical doctors, experts who were, their lives, people tried to destroy their lives. I mean, the system, right? The system tried to
We're going to
destroy
hit
their
play
lives.
on this clip here. Maybe we can play that clip. Let's do it. Hit play. Okay, go back to the beginning of it. Flip back to the beginning, and hit play.
Any physician in this country that is still recommending the COVID-19 vaccines, boo them.
Crank it up.
Picket in front of their clinics because they are causing harm. So my name is Jim Meehan. I am a medical doctor. I'll probably not be a medical doctor shortly after today's presentation.
In 2016, Klaus Schwab, and I bring the video, says that by 2026, remember, 2026, when Medicare will begin to become insolvent, every single human being will be tagged with a digital identifier. Next. And here's a patent, United States patent, that describes the technology that already exists in the vaccines that can measure your biometric data and transmit that information with your location to a third party. This is not science fiction. This is the patent. It's very difficult. It's 50 pages of nanotechnology engineering. But if you look through it and you study it hard enough, you will see that this is true. Next. This is a Microsoft patent from last year, 2020. Look at it. It's WO 2020-06-06-06. You can't make this stuff up. And this patent describes the linkage of biometric data transmission to cryptocurrency. Next. So, question. How do you get 7 million people to willingly get implanted with a technology that measures and transmits your biometric data with your location to a third party? I wonder how you do it. Next. How about you create a bioweapon, you scare the hell out of the whole planet, you isolate them, put a face diaper on them, make them go psychologically nuts, and then offer a false promise of a vaccine that contains that technology. Why else would children who have a 99.998% chance of recovery from COVID with no treatment be given these injections? It's not for their health. China is a model for what's coming to the world. So China's central bank has developed a cryptocurrency. It's called the digital yuan, I don't know how to say it. And it's made all other cryptocurrencies from the private sector illegal. And they've linked their social credit system to cryptocurrency. Next. So what does this mean? Global enslavement, that's what it means. Mark of the beast.
So think of these pathogens as these sleeper cells that are inside the hydrogel that's inside the vaccine. So people are jabbed with it, it's inside their bodies, completely inert, doesn't do anything. Now, when there is a trigger, when that sleeper cell is activated, when there's this trigger, and we don't know what the trigger is, there's been a number of things that have been postulated. The one that most likely is an 18 gigahertz pulse from the 5G towers that have gone up that will be 1 minute in duration, 3 subsequent pulses, all 1 minute in duration, that will then cause this hydrogel to melt down, disassociate, dehiss, whatever it's going to do, become unstable, and now allow that sleeper.
Pause. So I wanted to share with you a little bit of who these guys were, just in case you didn't know their story. Well, Dr. Meehan was a client, Dr. Rasha was a client. So what does it mean as a client? I help people grow their businesses. That's what I do. So I talk to them every day or every week. I mean, by the way, growing a business isn't based upon the idea. The idea doesn't matter. It's the diligent application of effort over time. It's consistency. So, Dr. Zelenko is consistent. But when you work with someone as a consultant or a coach, you know who they are. And I became very, very good friends with Rashid Buttar. And he used to come to our business conferences, and I used to try to have him stand by the pond, and I'd say, Rashid, if you just turn just right, I could shove you into that pond and baptize you. And he would say, stop it. And so we were used to mess, but he's a Muslim guy, good friends. But he called me up and he said, hey, I can't do today's interview because I have 40 pounds of fluid on my body and I don't know what's going on. And so we arranged a life flight and he went to the doctor and then he said he was fine. And then we were supposed to do an interview at 2 p.m. And I sent him the Zoom link and he didn't pick up. And so I called and called. He never missed interviews. Called. And then I got a hold of his friend, and I said, hey, where's Rashid? She goes, he's dead. So he had just died right before the interview. And Zelenko was going to come to one of our events and called to confirm. And he wanted to be there, but he's dead. And so these are people that were willing to give their lives for this, and they actually...
Right up to the last minute. I mean, everything.
And Dr. Meehan had, I believe, if I scan the room, I think I might find Dr. Meehan's surviving wife right there. Where's Kathy? Kathy, you want to come up here? Kathy Meehan, you want to come up here? You want to stay there? You want to come up here? Kathy, you want to come up here or not? Let's hear for Kathy. Kathy, come up here. Let's hear for Kathy Meehan. This is Dr. Meehan's wonderful wife, Kathy. Come up here, Kathy. You can tell me that I'm a jerk for bringing you up here. I thought I saw you. And then I don't know what to say, so General Flynn, I'll let you say what you want to say. I'll just say she's a great woman and continues her husband's legacy as she has a medical practice. But I don't know how to thank you and your husband for all the work you did, but we sent thousands of COVID patients over to your clinic, none of which died. And so I started thinking, what if I send over people that really hate me over? I wonder if some of those people you'll give them the hospital protocols. But no, I shouldn't have those thoughts. But no, seriously, nobody died. Democrats, Republicans, anybody that we referred over to, no one died. So what have you been doing since your husband passed?
I wasn't planning on being up here. Thank you, Clay.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, it was Jimmy died of cancer on his tongue, which limited his ability to speak. So if you don't see the spiritual warfare in that, I don't know where else that comes from. When he passed away, I was just like, do we close the clinic or do we continue the Meehan mission? And my team is fabulous. Dr. Terry Lakin is our primary physician who stepped in. He's a warrior himself. And we have continued to see patients. We have expanded. We are the vessel of God for hope and healing and options, including cancer alternative therapies. It's just been God's blessing. Clay, you've been great to us. And we've created a new pediatric practice to keep kids out of pediatricians' offices nationwide. And I'm telling you, God has been so good through this entire journey that I just want everybody to know that you are faced with tragedies at times, but you can turn those around and the blessings are just unlimited.
I will say this, and I'll go back to you, General Flynn. Yeah. First off, the work that you and your husband did together, the work you continue to do, I appreciate that. And that medical practice, we can pull up the website. It's meehanmd.com. So if you are looking for a doctor you can trust in all 50 states, it's meehanmd.com. That's the website, meehanmd.com. But General Flynn, I want to get your thoughts on just Zelenko, Meehan, Rashid. We've never really talked about it. Perhaps this is a good time to talk about it.
I think that one of the things that Jim Meehan always said, and the first time I met him was here in another venue. I mean, he said to anybody, "You come to me." And I don't know how you don't break down, boy.
I've broken down a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he says, "You come to me." He stood on that stage, and he said, "You come to me, and I'll heal you." I'm like, Jesus. And when Clay called me up, as time went on, we were doing a bunch of these things and interviews and all kinds of stuff. And he said, "Hey, he's got cancer," And then we with Zelenko, it was the same thing. And he actually had terminal cancer the last time he stood on the stage, And then Rashid was like, he and I became friends. I wrote a book called How to Win the War Against Radical Islam and Its Allies. And we connected because it was such a powerful connection between two human beings who cared as Jim Meehan cared deeply about others. And, you saw that short clip. And he's like, and he's right, because all these doctors, actually lawyers too, I think we have a couple of lawyers that are going to stand up here later today, they're all attacked. I mean, all these people are attacked. And it's like, and headlines and the media, and you saw Tracy up here a minute ago talking about, autism. I mean, this is crazy. We are living in a crazy time against crazy people, and the medical side of things, the health side of things. It isn't about health. That's the first reawakened tour we had was actually the Health and Freedom Conference. We called it. It's not about. It's about the health of their bottom lines for some of these. You saw this yesterday. I don't forget. Maybe it was Dr. Artis or one of the guys that was showing the amount of money that lobbying groups were making for those that were here yesterday. I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. And then what they do is they attack honest people. And this has to stop. I mean, and I'll tell you, because he and I worked very hard for the last 4 years to get who's in the White House elected. I know we're live streaming. Like I say, the older I get, the smarter my father becomes, and I am so beyond the nonsense stage of my life. When I mentioned earlier about Fauci, I mean, and I wrote a letter to President Trump, and I posted it online, and the letter is basically, it's a, dear Mr. President, we better make, I said, the year 2026 should not be make America great again. It should be make accountability great again. Right? And I just think that, and that's the legacy of these men who stood up and spoke so honestly, and then were attacked. And we're all trying to be like polite and use the justice system, and we're going to fight the lawyers, and we're going to go do this. I mean, we're all trying to do this. We're all really trying very, very hard to do the right thing, to fight back. Believe me, he's lost millions of dollars, right? We're all trying to do all this stuff, right? And we're all trying to be polite. But there is going to come a time when the American people are not going to be polite anymore. And I do believe that we're entering a period, as Arthur Pawlowski said, we're entering a period where it's like it's already here, right? So these men, I mean, this is like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. I mean, these are things that happened in the past, and it's like I don't feel like anything's changed. Am I like preaching to the choir?
I'll just say this.
Yeah.
I'm talking on the phone with Dr. Meehan, and he said, Clay, if this technology is connected to crypto, this would make it possible where you couldn't buy or sell based upon where you go, And Dr. Meehan, though, your husband, you guys are Christians, so the connection was there, and it was like, this could be mark of the beast technology. Meanwhile, I'm on the phone. Think about how crazy this is. I'm on the phone with a Muslim man who goes, doesn't it say something in the Bible about the you can't buy or sell thing? And I'm going, yeah. So the Muslim guy says, where does it say that? And I said, Revelation chapter 13, sir. He goes, I'm going to read that. I'll call you back. He calls me back, and he says, holy boop, this is the, seriously. And then a Jewish guy, he's talking, he doesn't read the New Testament, doesn't do the whole books written by Paul.
Very devout. He was very devout.
Very devout. And he says, this is the mark of the beast stuff here. And I'm going, wow. So all I can just say is I want to put a capstone thought on this is, A, pursue the truth. Just pursue the truth like Zelenko did, like Rosh did. But at the end of the day, you're going to find Jesus. That's how it's going to happen. You're going to find it.
Hey, there's a car. It's not on this screen, but there's a car in the vet office that will be towed if not moved. Silver Ford Escape, EEBR 60 Colorado. EEBR 60 Colorado.
Also my favorite number, EEBR 60.
Right.
All right. All right.
Just trying to help.
Second thing, call to action. I want to make sure if you're looking for a doctor, or maybe you might in the future. So many people would call me panicky when they had COVID or whatever, hantavirus.
I know.
Ebola. People call me. For some reason, I'm the conduit. People call me and go, I've got COVID. I'm organizing an event. I'm not a doctor. I got COVID. My sister's cousin's neighbor has COVID. What was the doctor's name? Was he Shmee Man? Shmee Man. The Shmeean guy. The Shmee guy. Schmeagol. I love that movie. Schmeagol, Lord of the Rings. No, it's Meehan. Jim Meehan. Okay, what was his name? What was his number? So I want you just calmly, if we can all put the website in your phone. That way when you need a doctor, you can eliminate the middleman. Go factory direct, and you too can save money. Okay, but let's hear for Kathy. Kathy, thank you so much. Yeah, yes, and yes. One more time, let's hear for Kathy Meehan. I saw you there. I'm so sorry I didn't ask you for permission. I never ask for permission. I always ask for forgiveness. That's my move. Okay. Now, Dr. Meehan, Dr. Zelenko, Dr. Rausch, they have families that continue, so keep them in your prayers. And we're going to introduce our next presenter real quick. And General Flynn, I want to get your thoughts on this real quick. This isn't an endorsement, just your thoughts. Our next presenters, it's the satellite phone people. And it turns out like Ford Automotive doesn't want to run ads for most podcasters. They're conservative. Nike doesn't want to run commercials. In fact, I have found that if you look at your favorite podcasts on YouTube, they almost are entirely sponsored by organizations that won't touch any of these speakers. Why is that, General Flynn? Why do you think that is?
Because everything that they're telling, it's like Pastor Pawlowski said, whatever they tell you, do just the opposite. Because that's what you're hearing from a lot of this propaganda, salesmanship, these pitches that they give you. And I'm telling you, you watch these shows or news. If you watch the news, some channel. I don't even watch TV anymore. But if you watch this stuff, look at the commercials. Watch the commercials and look at how they're selling things to us. I mean, it's everything. It's the way they show pictures. It's the way they move things. It's the colors that they use. It's everybody's all wonderful, right? They will never have somebody up there going, don't do that. Don't take that back.
Sean Hannity, sponsored by Pfizer. Pfizer. Now to your Pfizer update from Sean Hannity. Sean, tell us the truth. On our next segment, Sean Hannity exposes the truth about the vaccine. Sponsored by Pfizer. Huh? I mean, have you seen these things? Tonight on Fox News, we expose the truth about Fauci. Sponsored by Pfizer. Dr. Pfizer will be talking about Pfizer up next. It's crazy. Jackassery.
Hey, what was the guy's name that Trump had at the Oval Office?
Borla. Who is this one?
Borla, the guy.
Oh, Albert Borla is a fantastic character if you hate life. Fantastic individual. Albert Borla. What a fantastic creature he is.
He looks like something out of a science fiction movie that's the guy you want to see, like, get killed at the end. It's like, I mean, really. But he's in the White House.
Yeah, and he's pushing the vaccines constantly, nonstop. Now, we're going to introduce our next presenter. These guys sponsor conservative podcasts, and they're one of the only sponsors I could find that was willing to sponsor. So I kind of connected the dots a little bit. I heard they were sponsoring Steve Quayle and Mike Adams and other credible shows, and I heard, who is this person sponsoring these shows? And it turns out it's Tina Blanco with satellite phones and Mike Hammond of Signal Relief. You two come on up to the stage. Let's hear it for Tina Blanco and Mike Hammond of Signal Relief. Tina Blanco is a visionary entrepreneur committed to making critical communications accessible to everyone. The founder of Satellite Phone Store and sat123.com, serving customers worldwide since 1996, before the world was super weird. She's an advocate of preparedness, resilience, and connectivity in an unpredictable world. Again, they sponsor a lot of the podcasters behind the scenes that share the truth, and I can't thank them enough. Tina Blanco and Mike Hammond, thank you. Welcome to the stage. And you brought Brett Miller, too? What in the world? Okay, I'll pass the mic to you. Here we go.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. What an honor just to be alone on stage for even a second with General Flynn. Thank you so much, General Flynn, for everything that you've done. You're like my hero. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm the founder of Sat123, and he's going to tell you a little bit about our sat phones. And I met Mike Hammond about a couple months ago when I saw his products. He sent me some samples somehow, some way through someone. I gave them to my employees that had back problems, and all the employees that came up to me and said, hey, why did we not know about this product? And I was like, really? It really worked? And they're like, yeah. Why doesn't my chiropractor tell me about this? And they're kind of like a little bit upset that they didn't know about this product. So I contacted him, and that's why he's here, and thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and let the gentleman speak, and just want to say thank you so much for everyone, and God bless you all.
Give a round of applause for Tina. She's amazing. She's soft-spoken, but she's a powerhouse. Don't let it fool you. She'll knock you out. But you saw me yesterday. I'm talking about satellite phones. General Flynn just mentioned we're under attack, and that's totally true. I mean, you can see it. If you don't realize you're under attack, you're not paying attention. But you are under attack, and one of the ways that they're attacking you is through information and communication, right? They're knocking people out. Like Clay just said, we sponsor as many people as we can because we know that the truth matters. My dad was put down in the hospital with remdesivir. So he was put down like a dog. And I landed 15 minutes after he died. And when I went in and saw him, it was like brutal, right? But people perish for lack of knowledge, not lack of water, not lack of muscle, not anything. They perish for lack of knowledge. And this right here, this satellite phone, is the most secure communication platform you can use today, other than like whispering in your basement to your friends, right? And hopefully we don't get to that point, but who knows, because the world's going crazy. But satellite comms are very, very secure. And the reason is the way that the network works, right? It goes up to the satellite, and then it bounces around, and it looks for the address, which is the other phone. It's very hard to track that unless you have someone on the inside. It's not like a cell tower. It's not like an IP address, right? Your cell phone's very easy. Easy. You know, they look at everything you're doing. Every picture, your phone camera is always on. I can just tell you that right now. The best FBI-proof thing you can do to your cell phone is put a little piece of duct tape right over that camera so they can't see you because they're looking at you. But there's no camera on this. This is the way to go. Not to mention, like I talked about yesterday, cell towers go down, right? 1,000 phone calls to any cell tower, it's going to knock it out until someone comes and resets it. If you're in the middle of an emergency, flood, fire, right? Or if someone just wants to shut it off, some sort of sabotage or something, you can't make a phone call. So that means you're not getting any information, right? Any at all. So just want to stress to you the importance of communication and being able to share that information with the ones you love because, like I said, you know, lack of knowledge. That's what it is. So check out SAT123. We got a booth right over here. I'm giving away that bulletproof backpack still. So you can come over and sign up for that. Take a Faraday backpack, bulletproof backpack. That'll help you in the World War III. But until then, make secure calls. Look into the satellite network. Come see us, SAT123. And God bless you all. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. And Mike.
I wanted to introduce you guys to a brand new product. I don't know, did they get our slide deck at all? Okay. I always get nervous talking to big groups because I'm not a doctor. Yeah, we're dealing with a medical product, right? A health and wellness product that relieves discomfort. Not allowed to say pain. So, relieves discomfort, but I actually came across this. So I own 13 businesses. Tina's similar. She owns a lot of businesses. I sold one of my companies to Dish Network. I had the largest satellite retailer in the U.S., and we sold to Dish Network in 2012. So this is what happens to every business guy when he sells a company, is all of my buddies from MBA school started calling me and telling me what I needed to invest in, right? So one of my buddies actually was a Marriott. His grandpa founded the Marriott Hotels, and he ran a manufacturing facility in Salt Lake that did printed electronics. And he called me and said, Mike, I know you've probably had all of our buddies calling you, but I really have something you should come and check out. We're doing something for the Department of Defense that I just think is groundbreaking, and you're going to want to invest in it. So I asked him what it was, and he said it was an antenna. So at the time, and General Flynn will know this, any of you veterans, but in 2012, when they deployed a team of Navy SEALs, there was a guy who had to carry a 5-foot antenna and an 80-pound backpack everywhere with that group of guys to communicate back. So they were trying to figure out how to shrink this down, and these two inventors, supposedly in Heber, had figured something out. So I flew to Heber, Utah. And what they did is it's funny because we were talking about cell phones, but they used 2 cell phone towers and they faced them across the city. And they just sent ones and zeros. And they pinged it and we timed it. And then they took these 2 antennas they'd built the size of a credit card with a 9-volt battery, and they pinged it across the city, and it was 300% faster. So I had 6 engineers with me from Dish, and they were like, there's no way. This is not the way it's supposed to work. And they were all like wigged out, and I'm like a normal entrepreneur. I'm like, sweet, how do I invest, right? So I invested in this technology, and what actually ended up happening is when we were putting the antennas on the soldiers' uniforms, because they sew them into the uniform now, we started picking up noise before we actually had plugged anything into a radio. So for us, when we have like ambient signal, we call it noise, but what these guys had done is they'd taken traditional magnetic antenna technology where you point it in a direction and push a signal as far as you can. They changed it to be an electrical signal instead of magnetic, which is like a light bulb, so it's omnidirectional. And when we put it on the soldiers, because they'd build it to work on micro electrocurrents, it was actually picking up the body. It was picking up the signals actually going through our own electrical signal. And so that's actually what led to the creation of this product that I want to introduce you guys to. If you can go to the next slide. It's the signal relief pain patch. And this is what it looks like. But it's basically an antenna. Here's the thing. Does this work? All right. It's an antenna actually that it basically detects, absorbs, and transfers that signal actually that caused you to feel discomfort and turns it into just heat. And so we can turn pain off like in minutes. I don't know if there's anyone here that's missing any limbs, amputees. This thing will blow your mind. It will turn that kind of pain. That's one of the worst pains that we've actually ran into. But that phantom limb pain, it can turn it off usually within 2 minutes every single time. I just encourage you to try it. But what it actually does is it gets rid of all the opioids that we have to actually put in our bodies to deal with discomfort. We've done 5 sets of clinicals. 85% of people it works on. 96% of people don't have to take opioids after they use it, which is huge. And the average decrease in discomfort is 60%. So what's really cool is we actually got this approved by the VA. So if you're a veteran, you go to the VA hospital, you can go on our website and pull the codes that you need. But the VA actually, this is an approved device with the VA. But we have some here that you can try out. And we're doing, just for everyone that's here, we have a discount code. If you go to signalrelief.com and use the word freedom, it will give you 20% off of whatever is actually on the website. So signalrelief.com. I have a video that I wanted to show you just to see what this actually does. So I've had so many experiences with this. One was when I first made it, it was a mouse pad. And it didn't look like this at all. We had a mouse pad, and I was buying a company actually in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It was a big construction company. And I was sitting down with the guy, and he was retiring. That's why he was selling it. He was about 74. And I was in this old grocery store he had purchased. And inside this grocery store, he had all these antique cars, like the original Herbie from the movie. And he had all these cool cars, right? And there was this 1960 Corvette, original everything. And I was like, dude, before I buy this thing, you have to take me on a ride. We have to get in that car and drive. And he's like, I haven't been able to get down that low enough to get in that car for 10 years. So I gave him my mouse pad. I said, dude, put this on your back and just tell me what happens. And, well, he calls me that night. I get this voicemail. He went to a church function. He's like, Mike, this is Mike. I don't know what the hell you put in that thing. But I just sat on a wooden bench for 3 hours, which usually kills me. I had no pain. I stood up and shook people's hands for an hour and I'm feeling nothing. He's like, dude, this thing's awesome. He's like, you need to give me a call back because I want to invest. So I ignored him. So the next day, he leaves me another voicemail. And this is what, I actually have both these on my phone forever because it just shows me what this does. But he goes, hey, Mike. This is Mike. I know you're not selling those mouse pads yet, but I'm wondering how I could get 3 or 4 more of them. And this is kind of probably like a senior citizen problem here. He goes, my best friend came over to visit, and he's walking with a cane. So I took my patch off my back and gave it to him, and in 10 minutes, he didn't have any pain. And he's like, so I couldn't take my patch back, but now I really need to get another one. And I was like, dude, this is too good. So that was like my first experience with this thing. And we started selling them, and they started going like crazy. And what ended up happening is I was sitting at Walmart one day, and I saw this veteran. He had a sign. You'll see this in this video. And the sign said, I need money to get to the vet hospital. And someone held out a $20 bill. And he stood up to go get it, and I saw him grab his leg and then shook, and then he sat back down, and he let the car drive off, and I was sitting like 4 cars back. I was like, this is so awesome. Because I have all these customer service people that hear stories, but they don't get to see this in real life, and this is like the coolest thing. So I ran to my office, and I grabbed all of my people, which was only like 6 at the time. We're brand new. And I bring them back with me, and I tell them, I want you guys to actually see what's going to happen with this veteran, because I noticed he had the prosthetic leg. So one of the girls in my customer service department pulled out her phone and recorded it. So I probably can't ever show this on TV, but I felt like in this area we actually could. But she pulled out the phone and recorded what actually happened with this veteran. I just wanted you to see that.
This is killing me. I don't even want to get out of my chair. Do you feel any pain now at all? No. Oh my God. We need to pray now. Birthday, brother. Oh, that was awesome. Thank you. Thanks for your service. You died.
Well, you're blessing us. Thank you for your service.
So, this is my favorite part of this whole show, which we don't have on this whole video, whatever. We don't have recorded. We left, and she's like, hey, I just recorded this on my phone. This is awesome. And I look at it, and I'm like, we need a release. So we turn around and go back to get a release. And the veteran was running circles around it. It wasn't sad anymore. The biggest smile I've ever seen, and he's just running circles around his chair, and we pull up, and he's like, you guys, check this out. And so I just think all of us know people who are suffering. Everyone does. If you know someone who's suffering, send them to signalrelief.com. Give them the passcode FREEDOM. They should try this. It has a money-back guarantee. They can send it back. It really is risk-free in the way that we return all their money if it doesn't work. But for 85% of people, it's life-changing. So, signalrelief.com. Thank you.
That's the first guy that's wearing a cowboy hat on the stage right there. That's just in, folks. This just in. Yes, okay, got 2 updates here for you. Maybe not as groundbreaking, but I think they're profound. Back to the bathroom. Because the thing about the bathroom is, my wife would say, she's over there, she would say, could you stop with bathroom jokes? You're an adult. But it's not, it's just bathroom truth is what it is at this point. So I just walked in there to wash my hands. I talked to a guy. Where was the guy? Who was the hand washing friend? It's like an airplane friend. You meet people on the airplane. And he says, I think I know what's causing this. I said, what? He said, I think it's the shofar. It goes off and all of a sudden just through the body. Next thing you know, boom. Because it's in there again. There's now toilet paper. Greg, go in the bath. You got to go in the bathroom. You'll see there's like toilet paper on the floor now. It's overflowing. You'll see it. It's like, how is that possible? Is it the sound? All of a sudden, just internal intestinal, like maybe you've been blocked before the conference and you couldn't get a hold of Meehan, her phone's blowing up. You tried Zelenko, he's no longer with us. You hit up Rashid, he's not with us. And then the blockage, and the dam breaks, and just, oh no, and then in there, all of a sudden, caveman, you're just throwing toilet paper at it, refusing to flush. Is that what's happening? This is the third crime against humanity, and we're not even through day 2. Come on. I'm going to have to get a full-time security guy. Killian, we're going to have a security guy who just works only in the bathroom. You know, like those bathroom attendants at fancy hotels? Would you like it mint? Yes, would you like it mint? I'm going to have a security guy with a gun going, would you like to flush? Would you like it to flush? Would you like it to flush? Would you like it to flush? I get you some mouthwash. I might shoot you if you don't flush. Yeah, yes. I don't know what I need. Do I need that? A bathroom? Wow. Okay, second, glory. Second update here. We've got another phone that is lost. This phone is lost in a bag of some kind. So I think somehow somebody's back. So if you have a phone, we're going to help you find it. But if you will have a phone, again, what we need to do is just scroll through all the emails and texts and photos primarily to make sure it's not yours. You don't know until you've seen all the photos. So just get through them all. You know, do the thing, call a few people, look up mom in the contacts. What's up? Is this my mom? No, it's not my mom. Okay, whose mom are you? But then after you've sorted through all that, if you could bring it up to the front, that'd be great because and then if you want to work security in the bathroom, it's a high-paying job, smells terrible. A lot of action, though. A lot of action if you're trigger happy. A lot of action if you're trigger happy. It's just so crazy. All right, our next presenter, who remembers when COVID was deemed to be untreatable? Remember this? Now let's follow the absurdity of this jackassery that was the logic system used. Is Deborah Birx, who always had that scarf rock, remember her? It's asymptomatic, and so the virus is asymptomatic, and so we need to test everyone to see if the virus is... Remember this? And she would talk like that, and all of us are going, okay, this is awesome, thank you. And the whole time, Mike Pence is looking, going. Because Mike Pence is supposed to be credible, conservative, Christian, that guy. Remember that guy? He's supposed to be like the method, the Lutheran deacon kind of look. Remember him every time. So it's asymptomatic. We may have to shut down the entire world and end humanity as we know it. Meanwhile, Pence is going. He's supposed to bring the credibility factor. You know they've rehearsed this, right? Okay. And then Fauci, he's down here. We can't see him. We just see like this top of his head, So the virus, thank you, Deborah. The virus is what we call asymptomatic. The spread, the droplets, the corona. They see there was a bat. And there was a guy over there in Wuhan, not Wu-Tang, Wuhan. And so he's over in Wuhan. And he's just eating a bat, rah, 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 rah. And then he was making out with the bat, and the guy's making out with the bat. There's two guys, anyway, it spread to a human. It jumped species. And I do gain of function. I fund it, I know. I spend my entire life trying to increase the transmissibility of viruses so that we can't have viruses that are increasingly transmissible. I work with China, but we're against very confused. Whole time, Pence is, yes. You remember him? Pence for like 4 consecutive weeks. Yes, thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Fauci. And then again, remember these? Did you laugh? Fauci's down here. What's going on? So I get a hold of this doctor in Texas who was the former top medical advisor for the governor of Texas for 8 consecutive years. And he's going, hey, I'm treating everybody with budesonide, which is a asthma medication, and nobody's dying. We're treating people over here with hydroxychloroquine, with budesonide, and no one's dying. And so he hopped on a local show in Texas, and the show took off. He got on the Reawaken show that took off. But this is why I really like the guy, and then I'll shut up. I don't want to take his time. Because he has a full half hour, but I want to make sure you hear this. A lot of people in the truth-seeking space tend to kind of drift New Age. And if you're New Age, it's okay, but Jesus is soon going to appear to you and you'll turn it around, and I'm praying for your soul. But people who are, kind of looking for, the facts and medical truth, Medical freedom people oftentimes trend to be people that never wear shoes. You know, and they tend to like pray to crystals, and they tend to be kind of new agey, you know. And I'm a Christian, right? And so at the intersection of the Bible and facts was Dr. Bartlett. And I asked him to come speak. He did. I think he took nothing but hit pieces. The media ended up having to come out and report he was correct, but they still continued to attack him for being right too early, right too soon. You didn't respect. Remember Fauci? You got to respect the virus. We got to respect the virus. Respect the virus? Remember this? We can't put profits over people. We got to mitigate. Mitigate. I wanted to mitigate him. We just took away his ladder. We couldn't see him. That's how you mitigate Fauci. But okay, so that being said, our next speaker is a great friend of mine. I think you're going to enjoy his presentation. He is the developer of the Silver Bullet COVID-19 protocol with budesonide to treat COVID, which saved millions of lives worldwide, and is the India and Australia government plan to treat COVID emptied ICUs in 48 hours. With Dr. Bartlett, the Silver Bullet protocol caused the West Texas hospitals to have a massive drop in COVID patients. With the monoclonal infusion center he opened and worked 12 hours a day at 6 days a week. He sued the FDA and the CDC for the Pfizer shot information and won. Dr. Bartlett stopped the trauma center from putting plastic bags over COVID patients' heads. The protocol for protecting people from COVID involved putting plastic bags over your cranium, your head, your melon, your wig, your gourd. Not a good idea. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet my good friend of yours, Dr. Richard Bartlett! Yes! For the final time on the Reawakened stage, Dr. Bartlett.
Let's give it up for Clay. And General Flynn. Let's give it up for Flynn. Can you go to the beginning? Take it from the top. We're not helpless and we're not hopeless. I said that 6 years ago, and YouTube didn't like it. It wasn't consistent with their community standards, so they pulled it. But we're still not hopeless. We're still not helpless. There is still a God. He still reigns. He will not be mocked. And so he does answer prayer in a practical way. You're hearing a doctor say that, a medical doctor, MD, working in ERs. So I'm into facts, I'm into results, and I'm telling you, God's into facts, and he's into results, and he answers prayer. And so I'm going to show you.
I had a hard time being able to eat. For oxygen level and dropping. Can't breathe.
We need another doctor ASAP.
3 days of the treatment, 3 days. I'm in shock of where I am today and where I was 3 days ago. Just with this treatment that the doctor said will not work. It will not work. And look where I am today. Praise God and thank you, Dr. Bartlett.
14 days out.
Let's stand up and give it up for God. God healed him. Praise the Lord. So I got a text out of the blue
3 days ago from Daniel inviting me to Chickasaw, Oklahoma, where he is at 6 o'clock this evening going to do a ceremony to renew his vows with his wife after 32 years of marriage. Isn't God good? Is that practical? I think that's pretty practical. But when I started to tell people we have a solution, I was shocked that not everybody was excited about that. And so in my hometown, Midland, Texas, where George W. Bush is from, they have Midland Health, the Midland Memorial, front page newspaper article mocking me about using this treatment strategy that was working. And at that hospital and the other hospitals in the area, they were refusing to give this to many patients that were asking for it. But they did have 18-wheeler freezer trailers behind the hospitals to stack the dead bodies with the protocols that they were using. I went with the science already. We had a paper that we wrote that cited 50 references from the NIH, from JAMA, from reputable sources. The evidence was there. We wrote a paper, published it, and it showed 2 + 2 = 4. Common sense, intuitive, healthcare, that budesonide is the answer.
The evidence is there. Oxford University has done the randomized controlled trial that just one of the possible treatments, budesonide, can prevent 90% of hospitalizations. Can you imagine? 90% of 500,000 would be 450,000 Americans that died. They usually die in the hospital. Does that mean 450,000 Americans could have possibly been saved if they were treated with early effective treatment?
I'm Dr. Larry Burchett, MD, an actively practicing ER doctor and the medical expert for Fox in San Francisco. Let's get into this viral video by Dr. Richard Bartlett, who claims to have the silver bullet treatment for coronavirus using inhaled steroids, budesonide.
Effective treatment that's cost-effective, readily available at every pharmacy.
Budesonide. And so is it done in an inhaler?
It's an inhaler, and so it does actually come as an inhaler, but I'm using it in a nebulizer machine.
That's simply false. Very common medication that nobody knows about. I just have to laugh.
But others in the medical community aren't convinced it's what it's cracked up to be.
There is no silver bullet at the moment, and there might never be.
There is no silver bullet response to the virus at the moment.
He claims inhaled steroids are the cure for COVID-19.
And I wish it was as simple as that.
The CDC also says there is no known cure for COVID-19.
There are people that are believe that budesonide and taking zinc is working. Is there any downside to doing it?
There's a placebo effect to make you feel better and less anxious, but in reality, Matthew, it doesn't have any effect.
And a community-used asthma treatment appears to reduce the need for COVID patients to be hospitalized. Oxford University researchers studying budesonide found that inhaling the steroid can reduce the risk of urgent care by 90% when compared to usual care.
Oxford University showed that 90% of hospitalizations and ER visits could be prevented with just one medicine by itself against COVID, budesonide, early treatment. They did 2 randomized controlled trials, not just one, but 2, the principal trial and the STOIC trial, and Oxford concluded that 90% of hospitalizations could be prevented with just that.
Maverick doctor, Dr. Richard Bartlett from West Texas, he made the national news by saying, you know what, I think inhaled budesonide works. And he said this early in the spring, and he was on national news. He said, I'm trying it. I'm a doctor. I'm trying to help my patients. I am using empiric treatment. I know there's no randomized trials, but he was doing the right thing.
Raise your hand if you've heard of the New York Times. Has anyone heard of that? They have a parallel in Israel, the Times of Israel. The nation of Israel, all the citizens in Israel got to know that budesonide reduced hospitalizations by 90%. But here, we're so censored and so suppressed as far as getting the truth out during the last 6 years. Have you noticed that? Raise your hand if you've noticed there's censorship of the truth. This is the Times of India. Has anyone heard of the New York Times? Raise your hand. There's the Times of India. The people, 1.2 billion people in India, the citizens were able to hear about this. But were you able to hear about this? The Sun in the UK, they heard about it. 90% of hospitals. You would think that that might make Fox. You would think Anderson Cooper might have heard about this on CNN. 90% of hospitalizations being reduced by just one generic, inexpensive, readily available medicine. They know about it in the UK. They knew about it in India. They knew that mainstream there. What happened to Fox? What happened to CNN? What happened to all the other bozos? Reuters. All of Europe heard about it. Why didn't we hear about it here? We're in a war. Someone called something InfoWars, information war. I'm just saying, the truth matters. My people perish for lack of knowledge is truth. That's the truth. We had many people perish that shouldn't have. It was known around the world, but why was it censored here? Proven. So apparently doctors aren't readers anymore. So we need to get them in some reading classes, because in the Annals of Internal Medicine and in the Lancet mainstream journals, it was proven there. And so if they don't watch TV, that's fine. I don't watch a lot of TV anymore, but they should be reading and studying, right? This should be part of continuing education for doctors during a worldwide pandemic that kills 1.3 million Americans. More Americans died during COVID than World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, Afghanistan War, Iraq War combined. Let's put it in perspective. Viruses come from nature. Bioweapons come from labs. COVID came from a lab according to the White House, according to the Coronavirus Congress Task Force, according to the CIA, according to the FBI, according to the German intelligence, according to many sources, it came from a lab. Viruses come from nature, bioweapons come from labs. Do you think we would have had a different attitude if the American people were told the truth that this came from a lab? Germ warfare is an old term for bioweapons. If you were told you were attacked with a nuclear weapon, if you were injured by a chemical weapon, you would have a different reaction to a virus. But that's what it was called. Are you following me?
Of Dr. Richard Bartlett from Odessa, Texas. He was widely condemned. He was condemned and censored by the media and the Fauci medical establishment for promoting what he called a silver bullet treatment, which was budesonide. But now a new study on top of several other studies support the use of this common asthma medication as effective in treating the COVID-19 virus. It was politics and non-medical agendas that stopped these medications, not just budesonide, but others, from being deployed and potentially saving lives. Doesn't this story highlight the dangers of allowing the left wing to politicize science and medicine? And should we ever in this country allow them to do it again?
Well, I hope we've learned. It's going to take probably many years, maybe even decades, before we get back to trust in our medical institutions because of what has happened here. But there are also some terrible policies. For instance, the FDA had a policy that you could not provide an EUA, emergency use authorization, for the vaccine if there was another viable treatment. So they had to downplay the role of budesonide.
Did you hear that? This is Dr. Ben Carson, the famous brain surgeon, a Christian, who came to Midland and asked me, "Doctor, how many people died from COVID that should not have died?" I said, "At least 90%, according to what Oxford proved." So dialing back, in March of 2020, I was working in the ER in a 48-hour shift. And we hadn't had a patient of COVID yet that I treated in March of 2020. And I went to the ER and I was really concerned. I'm taking care of car wrecks, heart attacks, sewing people up. But I'm praying in between patients, Lord, what do I do if someone comes in here with COVID? They're saying there's nothing you can do. Lord, what do I do? They're going to look to me, they're going to want help. And so I'm praying in between patients. We're watching the ridiculous White House coronavirus updates on COVID. And I lay down in the call room to take a cat nap, and the answer comes to a prayer while I'm sleeping. God still answers prayer.
Where they have there's no recourse. They need to have an open complaint system, and you'll see it no longer abusing the medical board staff or the doctors. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bartlett, I knew your name, just for a moment of personal privilege. I did see your YouTube piece, and in July of 2020, my husband became very ill, and very fortunate that we had a primary care physician that did prescribe budesonide as a nebulizer and also dexamethasone and azithromycin at the time. Jimmy was really sick and never went to the hospital and was able to recover. So I want to say this, and I can't give everybody the privilege that I just gave Dr. Bartlett, or we will watch the sun rise in the morning. And so I just want to say thank you. I do really want us to learn lessons. I know Dr. McCullough was pretty harsh on this committee that we should have done more. Our hands have been somewhat tied. That's why I ask about Congress. But I think that there's a way forward with Texas leading the way. We have a lot of data out there.
Yes. That's Senator Kolkhorst. She's the chairman of the Texas Senate Health and Human Services Committee. And she was talking about her husband having COVID. And she learned it not from the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, the United States government, the German government, Pfizer, go on and on and on. She watched a video on YouTube. So the answers to future problems are going to come from God, because every good thing comes from God. And it's going to come through his people, wherever they are, wherever they are. Whether they're a lawyer, a doctor, a plumber, a chiropractor, whatever, that's where the answer comes from. Every good thing comes from God. You heard me say it.
Inhaled steroids are pretty benign.
Yes.
A lot of doctors are now starting to prescribe that. There's a Dr. Bartlett who's been a real hero out in West Texas talking about this. So, but people have to be informed, and you can't go along anymore and just say, oh, well, the doctor told me there's nothing to do. Call another doctor. Call your doctor back and say you're sicker, and it's 24 hours later.
So that's Glenn Beck having Senator Rand Paul on. Rand Paul told me that he was treating people with budesonide for COVID, that had COVID. Glenn Beck said on his show that I treated him. So a lot of people started reaching out to me, even though I was being called all kinds of names. So finally, 5 years later, I live in Midland, Odessa. Has anyone heard of Midland, Odessa, Texas? Okay. All the energy comes from Midland, Odessa. General Flynn knows that. And so Odessa, I went to high school there. Permian, Friday Night Lights. But city of Odessa, 5 years later, does a proclamation, Dr. Richard Bartlett Day, 5 days after the fact. After being mocked by that hospital across the street, harassed. They accused me of, after 40 years of being in and out of that hospital, when I uncovered something, they called it a criminal trespass warning, because they didn't have any evidence of criminal. Yeah, a doctor going in a hospital, that's pretty weird. But anyways, trying to discredit you any way they can. But the city mayor, Javier Hoven, and the city council did Dr. Richard Bartlett Day. So July 23rd is Dr. Richard Bartlett Day if you go to Odessa. There's my wife. That's the best thing that ever happened to me. That's my wife, Dawn. So, yes, this really happened. I thought it was a joke when I saw this. General Flynn, they really did this to thousands of people across the street where I did the monoclonal antibody infusion center. So there's this thing called InfoWars that was attacked a lot because we are in an information war. That was really insightful to call it that.
Yeah, it even says on plastic bags, keep out of reach of children because of suffocation. We're going to break. We'll be right back. And we have Dr. Richard Bartlett on the line, and Natalie, the mother of a young girl who went to a hospital for COVID treatment, and she was told to put a plastic bag over her head. If you're hearing this just now for the first time, you're probably thinking this is a joke or this is insane. It can't be. No, we have the images. It's a real thing, and apparently that was normal protocol there. Boy, I hope we're reaching rock bottom of this COVID insanity, but somehow I doubt it. And I'd like to see, and maybe Natalie can give us more information on this, I think that you should probably even try to find another one of these bags. I wouldn't be surprised if on the bag it even says suffocation risk on it, like many plastic bags do, because it says it's an equipment cover on the bag, so it's obviously not intended for humans. But Natalie, let's just draw back. Tell the audience what happened that day. Your daughter gets sick. You take her to the hospital. She goes to the hospital for treatment. Just break down just how the day went. You go to the hospital, you're talking to doctors, and then you see your daughter with the bag over her head. Just try to relive that. I know it's traumatizing. I know it's emotional. We'll be patient here, but just try to explain to the audience what it was like that day.
It was very hard. Her oxygen was already low. Her oxygen was in 85, 86 when we got there. They tested her for COVID. We already knew she was positive, and they still tested her again. And then they said that she needed to be on oxygen, so they put her on oxygen. And then they said they were going to keep her just to make sure she was okay, because she was low on oxygen. And then they came to transport us, and then she brought a bag, and I'm like, okay, what's that for? She says, we have to put it over her head. And I said, for what? She says, anytime we transport them through the halls where there's other patients, we have to put it over their head. I'm like, okay. So she had the mask on already and the bag. She kept saying she couldn't breathe, so she took off the mask. And they told her she had to put the mask back on. So she put the mask back on, and then they took us to the room, but the way to the room, she had to wear the bag. When she got in the room, she could take off the bag, but she had to keep it, so if she had to do any x-rays, CAT scans, she had to put the bag back on anytime she was in the hallways with other people. And then they tested her and all of that, and then we stayed the night. And then the next morning, they came in and said they were taking her to ICU for DKA. And then they put the bag back on her and took her to ICU. And she had to wear the bag until she was in the room. Once she was in the room, she didn't have to wear the bag. It was just anytime she left the room, she had to wear the bag.
And what hospital was this at again?
Medical Center in Odessa, Texas.
And you're to be understood that this is the protocol for this?
That's what she said, that anytime any patient had COVID and being admitted, they had to wear the bag. Anytime they...
This really happened. And so all the ER doctors, all the ER nurses, all the pulmonologists, lung experts that saw patients with bags over their heads looked the other way. The administrator looked the other way. When I called this out on the news, the NBC, CBS, ABC, I was on all of them saying this needs to stop because I asked the hospital to stop first and they wouldn't. The hospital administrator made an official document and sent it out to all the news stations saying this is our protocol and here's why we do it. Doubled down on it. And then they tried to attack me. During the course of COVID, there were 3 attempts to take my medical license. During the course of COVID, I was accused of criminal trespass warning because I told the hospital, stop, knock it off. Don't put bags over people's heads. Don't make children run with knives and forks and scissors. Don't stick the fork in the outlet. Don't put bags over kids' heads. They did this to thousands of people. And my reward was I was accused on the news of criminal trespass warning, and they made that the story instead of this. But you know what? We're here for a reason. And I don't care what people think. I care what God thinks. And you're in a war. We're all in this, at this time in history, we're in a war for our children, for our family, for the truth, for souls. And it is for keeps. And the enemy, it is written in the best book, the bestseller of all times. It says the enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy. He came to kill, steal, and destroy. When he comes around again, he's gonna say, "I was just kidding. You know, we were wrong. We're sorry. We weren't clear, but this time we're right." If the enemy comes around, it's only to kill, steal. It's only to kill, steal, and destroy. But Jesus said, "I came that you'd have life." And so Jesus is the answer. We're not helpless or hopeless. We weren't, we aren't, and we will never be. And there will be answers, and they'll come from God. And so God answers prayer. Thank you, General Flynn, for your courage and leadership. Thank you, Clay, for your skill set. God bless America.
Real quick, I want you to know, I think it's hilarious that we all met each other through this Reawaken tour. This is probably the most measured, respectable, kind, diligent guy, and the fact that my unique skill set could team up with you to save a few people is pretty awesome. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you. Let's hear it one more time for Dr. Richard Bartlett. All right. General Flynn, we've got some serious announcements we have to make, so let's bring up America's General. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet America's General Flynn. Now, I got a whole bunch of announcements. One is, if you ever want to stop the Save America thing and become a client, we could open up the general contractor. General's contractor, contracting service.
I should have gotten into Porta-Johns. That's what I should have gotten into.
Greg, you're a contractor. If we teamed up with General Flynn, general contractor, we could kill it, couldn't we? We'd make millions. Anyway, just put that in the back of your mind. My unique skill set. That's how I think. Okay, here's an announcement. Dr. Judy Mikovits, you believe you know what's going on with the bathroom. Come up here real quick, Dr. Mikovits. Here's a quick, it's a 30-second thing, and as she comes up here, Dr. Mikovits, where are you at?
Come on, Judy.
Okay, come on up here. General Flynn, we have a car. Can we pull up on the screen here? We have a car that it has a passion to potentially be towed here. This car right here, and I want to kind of use my unique skill set, because apparently I'm not doing it well. This car here, not other cars. This one here with my favorite number on it, EEBRCO. It's going to be towed like momentarily, and that would be a great way to make memories, but perhaps not the right kind of memories. So if you want to tow your
Maybe
own
we
car,
can find a plastic bag big enough to put it over.
Yeah, you got to put a plastic bag on your head. That's the protocol. Put a plastic bag over your head and then go get the car. You know, I know you're probably busy. You're probably outside. Maybe you're a vendor. But if that's your car, you want to move that thing. We got about 5 minutes till we tow that thing. Dr. Judy Mikovits wrote me a love note here. Explained to me that she says, I think I know what happened to the bathroom. Okay, so Dr. Mikovits, and again, fully unscripted.
Get your cameras out.
Okay.
Get your cameras out.
What,
So I misplaced my computer yesterday.
did you find it?
Not yet.
Okay.
And so it has so much shit that Fauci doesn't want you to see. And earlier that day, I had given General Flynn the letter that what was on the hard drive that we gave to him by way of President Trump and Bobby Kennedy on February 9th. So there's so much emails unredacted, so it's not bullshit. It's my kind of bullshit. So I think they tried to throw it down the toilet. But I just want whoever to know that that is the computer where they exploded in everybody in Israel's pockets right before we got that hard drive out in 2023. Okay, so if you find a computer, a Silver Mac laptop.
So real quick, we are looking for a real laptop. This is real. Your laptop's missing.
But it's okay I don't need it. I got so many of those drives. I'll just buy a new one when I get to Punta Gorda. So give it back to Clay, but don't put it near the shitter. Okay.
It will explode.
Nice.
It will definitely explode.
There are 2 people missing a laptop. We have Dr. Mikovits and a man named Hunter. If your name's Hunter, come on up here. We've all sorted through your photos. We're fine, Hunter. Hunter, we have your laptop. Hunter.
Don't open it up and don't turn it on.
Okay. So we got the car. We got the next thing. Very serious announcement. Dr. General Flynn, when you see people like Tedros on screen,
Yeah.
Remember Tedros? Tedros, head of the World Health Organization. I think it's important that we learn how to sound like these people, because if they take over, we need to be ready to speak their language. So I'm going to just walk you through Tedros, how to really get your inner Tedros out, because if we don't stop these people, we all have to sound like them so we fit in. Step one is have no hope in your voice. Just any kind of like, you might say, hey, good to meet you, or hi, how are you? That's too much energy. But you want to just kind of start with a lower, like a, just try it. Look at someone next to you. It's like the sound of a fan, an oscillating fan. Try it. Who sleeps by a fan? It helps put you to sleep. That's how it starts. And then you want to say, there is no state but the bullet. There is no state but the bullet. So you want to say whatever you want to say, but because you're the most intelligent man in the world, you want to kind of mumble it and say it fast, whilst having no hope in the voice. So go ahead and look at the person next to you. There's no separate bullet. The monkey box. There's no separate bullet. There's no separate bullet. That's what we have in the pandemic. And he does it.
Do you have a picture of Tedros in his underwear?
Can we pull up Tedros in his underwear? Go to DuckDuckGo, please, and look up Tedros dancing. You'll find him. Real thing. So Tedros, who's supposed to be the world's most respectable guy, apparently there's a video of him running around with his underwear or something.
Yeah.
But Tedros will get there and say, we are going to have to do a worldwide lockdown, and every country must participate. No one will be safe unless everybody is vaccinated. And I think a lot of times, like as a little kid, little kids, have you ever angered like a 3-year-old? They might look at you and go, you know what I mean? Stick their tongue out. That's what Tedros does as an adult level. Just he just sneaks in that little final utterance of nothingness to taunt us.
I think they deleted it off the internet.
Second is someone says I need to sound more like Klaus Schwab unless he takes over. So who knows who Klaus Schwab is? All right. So what we're going to do is Klaus Schwab. I want to play this clip and then we'll get serious here. But pull it up real quick here, Jackie. Go to rumble.com. Okay, and then type in, go to our channel somehow, and then I want you to find the clip, you're going to find the clip, and you're going to type in Schwab, 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 and then type in mRNA. Okay, you'll find it. You'll find it. Yeah, there you go. You'll get it. You're hacking away. Nothing's worse than typing publicly. There's Klaus Schwab having a good time. He and Musk agree on a lot of things, but let's hit play here. Let's hit play. Here we go. Let's hit play. Feeling the flow. Working it. Back it up. 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 Feeling the flow. Working it.
If not everybody is.
Back it up again. Back it up.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
Are you vaccinated?
Yes. Yeah, I'm very pro-vaccination. I believe the science is unequivocal.
Can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, just think of sensors planted into our brains.
Basically implanted in your skull. So, but you would be flush with your skull. So you would basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain.
It doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you if you take a genetic editing. It's a fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world. That's really the essence of the fourth industrial revolution.
A merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
An effort for man to merge with machine in a healthy way.
Yes.
To beat machines, you basically have to merge with machines.
Precisely, yeah.
As work is changing, is a universal basic income really a solution to this problem?
I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. And I think some kind of a universal basic income is going to be necessary.
Decarbonization of the economy.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
I mean, my top recommendation, honestly, would be just add a carbon tax.
This global reset is necessary.
Okay, pause. People, the biggest issue, it's not the fact that Elon Musk and Klaus Schwab agree on everything, including putting a chip in your head, programmable money, mRNA technology. By the way, Elon Musk and Tesla created the mRNA technology in the shots.
This is nuts. This is nuts, right? What we just saw?
But that's not that's not the big issue. The issue is people say, I want to
Did you guys just hear that? Were you able to hear? I mean, I don't know how much you guys pay attention to this stuff. I mean, and of course, Joe Rogan on his show, he'll smoke an ounce of pot while he's listening to this, and he'll just smile and, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is crazy. And we all kind of just go, oh, yeah. And we go back to wherever we do, whatever we're doing. And I'm telling you, it's like a gigantic chunk of the world was so duped, was so faked out, and millions of people have been, millions have died. Millions of people were basically murdered. And then these guys, this is over years, these guys are talking about this. And then here we are. And we all just kind of go, no way, not here in Tulsa or not here in wherever, city you're from. Couldn't happen here.
Now, if you want to sound like Joe Rogan, what you want to do, doesn't matter what the person says, no matter how insane the comments of Elon Musk are, you want to go, yeah. That's how you do the Rogan. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Someone could be advocating for universal basic income. Yeah. That's what he does. No, but back to Schwab, because I think people are saying, I can't move on unless I can learn to sound like Schwab. That's the biggest issue facing our country. I can tell you that. That we have to. So the key to sound like Schwab, who remembers a computer before it had a lot of RAM? Remember when you bought like a gateway computer? Who remembers a gateway computer? General Flynn, remember those discs you'd put in, and for AOL free, you get free 30 hours? You've got mail. Remember that? You've got mail. And you log on. Remember that? And you're trying to play Oregon Trail because you're the cool person who's playing Oregon. Right. Remember Oregon Trail? Remember that? Or Carmen Sandiego? And you would click on it, and it would go, remember that? You click it, and it would just, remember how long it would take to load? That's the key to sounding like Schwab.
Right.
The difference of the COVID vaccine is it doesn't change so much. It changes.
And he pauses, and then he can't really remember what he was going to say because he's the most intelligent man ever. And once he discovers what he meant to say, he gets excited. So the difference of the fourth. And you're like, is he going to pass out? Is he going to black out? The fourth industrial revolution is. It doesn't so much change what you're doing as much as it changes you. If you take the genetic editing. And if he was on an interview with Rogan, Rogan would go, yeah. Right? Exactly. And then Tedros would say, you can watch them look, they won't get box, they won't get. And you're like, are you even saying anything? No, I'm not saying anything at all. I'm just saying no.
And these people are in positions that are ruling the world. Okay, you're talking about World Health Organizations, World Economic Forum, World Trade Organization, World Bank. These people are at that level. I mean, and you say to yourself, how did we get here? How do we allow this? How does our country, okay? How do our presidents, plural, over time, not see this, not recognize this? Governors. I was having a conversation out here about a governor. I mean, we just sit there like a bunch of lambs, and we just put these people back into office. I mean, and then you see at the international level, these people, and you kind of go, what? And I learned a phrase, that smart people do stupid things all the time. So you go, oh, these are really smart people. Well, how about just using some common sense? Just common sense. And you say, because that's, like your mother used to say, use your God-given common sense. And you go, all right, yeah, you're right, Ma, right? These people have zero common sense. And they care, believe me, they actually care less about you. In fact, they actually want some of you, I don't know, what that Gates wants. He wants a portion of the planet dead. Okay? But yet he goes into the White House.
First off, he went to Epstein's Island.
Epstein Island, too.
Then he went to the White House.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm just tracking his flight log.
No, it's like there are scabs, like a scab. You know, you pick a scab, you know, you pick it off and you're a little kid, you know. They get really gross about that, but, you know, you have a scab. Well, we have these scabs, right? And scabs, okay? Like human scabs that are out there. And you know what? Nobody wants to pick at it. And so when you pick at it, you get attacked. Like you just heard the great doctor up here talking about, you know, losing his medical license for saving people, right? And so we have these scabs out there. And we just kind of sit there and, you know, it's like you don't recognize it as a scab. You recognize it as, oh, he's a congressman, oh, he's a senator, or he's a governor, or he's a state senator, he's a muckety-muck of some sort, right?
Yeah.
And exactly. And, you know, they float around in these, you know, classy places and all the stuff, right? And we're just sitting there going, what is going on here? Why are we not, why do what I see as just a regular old grassroots American in this case, and these people don't see that? Don't they see this? Don't they realize this? I mean, look at the stupidity of a major hospital in a really a great place in Texas putting a bag over somebody's head. I mean, people that were not, don't get me going on this remdesivir stuff, right? People, and I'm telling you, accountability. And I'll take, so when I get quiet, when I start to kind of go, right? And I take a deep breath. If we don't have accountability in this country, and I mean soon, and I want it to be lawful, I want it to be righteous, I want it to make sense, I want it to be the way it's supposed to be in our country. We have, you know, a set of rules of law. We have a constitution. If we don't see accountability in this country, and I mean soon, we are in deep, deep, serious trouble. And I'm going to tell you, and I know, we will banter here and kid, but this is really serious stuff. This is serious. These guys are like, you know, transhumanism, right? Whatever the alliteration of language, right? Ism, I believe in something, or the belief in something. Human being, right? Trans, to change, right? I believe to change humans. That's essentially the what they call the alliteration of a word, all right? Transhumanism, right? Trans, change, human being, ism, the belief in something. So I believe in transhumanism. This is what these people are saying to us. And they actually are in a position to do it. So figure out, and I'll say it one last time, and Clay said it perfectly today. We put people up here that have a niche, have an expertise, have a place that they've decided, this is where my battle's going to be. This is the line I'm going to stand on, and you're not going to push me off this line. That's what you got to figure out. So all the people that are listening online, you got to do the same thing. Because we usually on a Saturdays like these things, you know, the numbers go way up. So for the people in the room, the people that are online, you better figure out what your line is in life and stand on it. You know, you may not have all the education or all the skills or all the money or all the things, but you got something. You got something. You got a voice, exactly. For those that have a voice, actually, because there are people out there that don't have a voice. So you have a voice, figure out how to use it. You got, if you're able, right, you got 2 feet, you got a heartbeat, you have an ability. I don't care how old you are either, okay? I don't care how old you are. You're like, well, that's, you know, I've done my thing. Let these kids are going to suffer. These children are going to suffer. And they don't even know it. They don't even know it.
And just so you know, the only reason I kid around is for my psychological health.
Right.
I don't know about you people, but for me, I find these topics to be very dark. I don't know about you people, but for me people, anybody find these subjects to be somewhat dark, a little bit dark? And I find that, you know, laughter sometimes is a good medicine for the soul. And I love about this guy. He's down with the good Chevy Chase Christmas Vacation meme once an hour. That's what I love about it. One of the things I love about him. So before we introduce
more
our next
cowbells. Where's my cowbell?
I got you.
Freaking
I
cowbell.
got you a second cowbell, Jackie. Behind you, I got General Flynn 2 cowbells behind you. Where's that cowbell? And then we'll introduce our next speaker. Right behind you, right there behind the keyboard.
What's the name? What's the,
you see it there?
the
You see
Saturday
Jackie back
Night
there?
Live? You seen the Saturday Night
see a
Live
cowbell back there?
episode with the cowbell?
Did someone move it? Oh,
More
man.
cowbell.
Oh, well, I might have to find another cowbell. Unbelievable. Let's hear it for America's General Flynn, folks.
Thank you all.
Yes, yes, and yes. All right, our next presenter, John A. Richardson Jr., is the founder of Operation World Without Cancer and Richardson Nutrition Center, inspired by the work of his father, Dr. John A. Richardson, MD, and the author, G. Edward Griffin. He has dedicated his life to advancing education about nutrition, health, freedom, and informed choice in his career. He is a leading advocate for metabolic health, vitamin B11, education, and preserving the legacy of natural approaches to wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet Dr., actually non-doctor, but he could be a doctor, John A. Richardson Jr. Not a doctor, but he could be. Not a doctor, maybe he should be. John. Great to see you.
Oh, man. So this is crazy, but I'll tell you, I want you to remember who I am first, because Clay just said a bunch of stuff and probably you don't remember any of it. But I'll just ask you, how many people in here have been affected by cancer in their life? How many people have been affected? A relative, themselves? Okay. It's the fact that I'm going to be telling you, I have 15 minutes to tell you 50 years of history about cancer. We know the answer to cancer. We know the answer to cancer. We've known it for 50 years. But your relatives have died. Your aunt has died a horrible death. She had chemo, radiation, and surgery and was miserable. You watched her decline. Your cousin died of colon cancer a year ago. All of these people have died unnecessarily. And the enemy does not want you to know what I know. He doesn't want you to know what I know. The fact of the matter is there's everything to stop us from learning about this information. So I have 15 minutes. And I'm asking you, if you have been affected by cancer or anybody in your family has or you suspect you might, this is only going to give you the spark to either learn about it. I have a friend here, for example, who told me a year ago, I told her, do not remove your thyroid. Whatever they do not remove your thyroid. I want you to study and learn about natural answer to cancer. Cancer, listen folks, is a metabolic deficiency disease. Cancer is not caused by any outside force. Now, you've heard wonderful, amazing doctors talk about the shot. That doctor that gave the presentation just before me. But I can tell you, General Flynn said, you have to find the thing in your life that you're going to draw the line. And the thing where I'm going to draw the line is to tell you that cancer is not something you catch. It's not something in your genes. It's not something that is created by a shot or GLP-1s or any of that stuff. My good friend Byron Artist told you about nicotine and GLP-1s. They definitely destroy your immune system, but cancer is the lack of something. And what is that lack of something? For you in your life, it could be a lack of vitamin C. It could be a lack of iodine. It could be a lack of so many things, but cancer is a dis-ease. My good friend Judy Mikovits, who lost her computer because it's so crazy around here, knows what I'm saying to you. But the problem is we can't get this message out because there's trillions, literally trillions of dollars on the other side convincing you that cancer is something that it isn't. On my way here, I was driving to come to speak here, and my transmission went out of my car, and I just found out this morning it was $11,000 to fix my transmission. Okay? Now, that's not the point. The enemy will do anything to keep me from telling this story to this group of people because I'm going to save some lives of your family members. I shouldn't say I am. God is. Because cancer, God has already given us everything we need to never get cancer. It's Genesis 1:29 says, you shall have the seed for thy food. So I had a whole presentation ready and sent out, and I talked to this great guy over here. I said, do you have my presentation? I said, I think we got it. Do you have the notes? No, don't have the notes. Okay, so what? I could speak on this. I've done it. I can speak on this with major MDs across the country for 8 hours straight on a podcast. but people get to the end of it, and it's information overload. We get information overload. There's so much information I have, and I'm going to cover some of it quickly because I want to give you some meat and potatoes. But just remember what I'm saying. The enemy does not want you to know that cancer is a deficiency disease primarily. You've all heard about parasites. Yeah, parasites destroy the immune system. You got to kill those parasites to be able to survive cancer. That's all true. I have good friends who will argue with me. John, well, parasites are really the reason they find. Parasites are in all of us. The EMFs are around us. The shots, some people got shots, some people didn't. But I go back to how many of you people have relatives or yourself have dealt with cancer? It's a deficiency disease. We truly can have a world without cancer if you will take the information that I'm giving you and do your own research and find out about it. If it's important enough to you, you will do that. If it's not important to you, you're going to leave this conference. You're going to have heard about Klaus Schwab and the CBDB, CB, ZBs. All those things you're going to hear about, all of which I'm not an expert on. But I can tell you I am an expert on cancer and what cancer is and how you can avoid it. Okay, so I'm going to whip through this real quickly so you have some facts to go, okay, I need more information about this, because the other thing that you're able to do because of God is you have discernment. Okay, you either believe that I'm a real person or I'm just up here to sell you a product. That, you know, if I'm up here just to sell a product, which everybody needs to do, then you'll read right through it. I don't care where you get the products that you need to keep you from getting cancer. I don't care. What I care about is you hear the message that cancer is a metabolic deficiency disease, and many of the great things. I work with Gold Care Health and Wellness, Simone Gold and her team. We're developing a program to train MDs how to put this into their practice. So even if you're going to do chemo, radiation, and surgery, you at least get your nutrition right and get your health right and get the things in your body that God says you need to have in order to avoid having cancer. That's as simple as it gets. So I'm going to give you some history. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is not simply, everybody know, most people, does anybody know who have heard of apricot seeds in the treatment of cancer? Okay, this is not a seminar about buying apricot seeds or eating 3 or 10 or whatever. This is factual information about this so that you can do your research. So let's go to the next slide. How much? I'm probably already done with 9 minutes, right? Oh, I've got 9 minutes left. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is my father, Dr. John Richardson, gave his life to this mission, cured over, and I use the word cured because it's simple and people understand it, but I don't believe there will ever be a cure to cancer. Because will there ever be a cure to thirst? I want you to think about it. Will there be a cure to thirst? If you don't drink water, you're going to die of thirst. Cancer is a deficiency disease. You've got to get that. Oh, I'm cured now. I can go back to eating donuts and coffee and all that kind of stuff. My dad, an MD, gave his life, along with G. Edward Griffin, who's now 95 years old, to write the book, World Without Cancer, followed up by my dad, who wrote Laetrile Case Histories. I have the book here. On page 238 is a young woman, 12 years old, who had leukemia back in the 1970s. 2 months ago, she said she saw me on a podcast, and she reached out and said, I'm alive at 65 because I came to your dad's clinic back in 1975, okay? This is not just one story. I could start dropping lots of names just in this room. I feel like this, Clay putting on this reunion show really is a reunion for me because I have people here who are living because of my dad's, what he taught. They're living today, this many years later. So this is my dad and G. Edward Griffin. Go to the next slide. Ed Griffin wrote the book, World Without Cancer, in 1974. Based on a fishing trip with my dad. My dad said, I'm using this in my medical practice. They're coming after me. The AMA is coming after me. They've raided my practice. I need you to write this research book called World Without Cancer that will tell people why we're dying of cancer, why it's a deficiency, why it's proven, all the science behind it in 1974. This book has been updated 25 times and still there sells more copies in a week now than it used to sell in a whole year. This book, written by G. Edward Griffin, also has the politics. You heard Clay talk about all the politics. The politics about why you don't know about this. The politics is that the money, the trillions of dollars the cancer industry has, would all go away, would collapse if you all knew about this and spread this to your family and friends, it would collapse. And it is collapsing. Go to the next slide. Do I have a clicker? Maybe I tell you, I was supposed to speak at 5 o'clock tonight. Then I got a text 11:15, 11:45. I don't care. I love Clay so much. He's changed my life so much. I met my wife here at the Clay Clark Conference. I asked her to marry me at the Clay Clark Conference. My daughter's here. All my family's been here. I've had Tom Renz in my house. I've had Simone. It's like changed my life completely, and I have to thank Clay for that. We don't thank Clay enough because he's a crazy, yeah. But I have 11 children, unvaccinated children. I met my wife at this conference. Her kids were unvaccinated. My kids were unvaccinated. And so to say that Clay's changed my life, it's an understatement. Laetrile Case Histories was written by my father, has 62 documented cases of people that had cancer at an Orthodox clinic and went to my dad's clinic, went through his therapy, and were cancer-free. There's several of these people that are still alive today. This book was published in 1977. Many of you have never heard of it, and this has been proven. Why don't you know? Again, I don't have to answer that for you, but there's people alive today that are in this book that were sent home to die, and I'll get to that. If I have 5 minutes left. Okay, these are the giants. I'm going to go through them quickly. Ernst Krebs and his father, Dr. Krebs, used Laetrile therapy in the 1920s. In the 1970s, he purified B17, Laetrile, amygdalin, the substance that I'm saying is absent in our diet. This doctor was Dr. Dean Burke. He was the head of the National Cancer Institute for 30 years, and he said that Laetrile was the most effective natural treatment they'd ever found at the National Cancer Institute, a government agency. He was forced to retire in 1974 amongst the controversies with my dad and all these other doctors I'm trying to talk about. But how have you never heard of Dr. Dean Burke? Has anybody ever heard of Dr. Dean Burke? Okay. He said it was the most effective natural treatment that they'd ever studied at the National Cancer Institute. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Find out if I'm telling the truth. Write down Dr. Dean Burke and find out about him. He also said fluoride was horrible for us at the National Cancer Institute. Dr. Hans Nieper. Anybody know who Dr. Ed Group is? Maybe you don't. Ed said this doctor's book changed his life. He was a German doctor that cured Ronald Reagan's colon cancer in 1985. None of you have ever heard that. And you know why I know that? Because I didn't know that. I didn't know that till like a year and a half ago when I interviewed one of Reagan's staffers who said it was common knowledge at the White House that he was taking Laetrile injections from Dr. Hans Nieper. He wrote a book, and this is Dr. Kanemutsu Segura. He was at Sloan Kettering in the 1970s. He had been there for 40 years. He was well-renowned. He invented chemotherapy, folks. And you know what he said about Laetrile, B17? He said, it's the most natural, effective natural treatment I've ever tested at Sloan Kettering. Have you heard about that? There's a documentary called Second Opinion by Ralph Moss, who was there at the same time. Ralph Moss is still alive. He wrote a documentary called Second Opinion about the cover-up at Sloan Kettering. Ed Griffin and my father said this was the genocide of our times because they could have told you in the 1970s. Again, I don't have enough time to give you all the background. I want you to absolutely question what I'm saying and find out for yourself. This is Dr. Harold Manner. He was the head of biology at Loyola University, and for 30 years, he was the head. He was well-respected, wrote 50 textbooks, and spoke all over the world. He was a scientist that tested Laetrile at his facility at Loyola University with the backing of the university, and when he found out what Laetrile did, he said, mastectomy may now be a thing of the past. How many of you have been affected by breast cancer? How many women are afraid of breast cancer? How many people know somebody that has removed their breast because of breast cancer? How do you not know this? How do you not know this, okay? You don't know it because there's an entire system lying to you about what cancer is. Find out about Dr. Harold Manner. How many of you think that if they came out with this headline today for a natural substance for cancer, do you think you would find out about it? What would happen to that doctor? Harold Manner was fired from Loyola University after being there 30 years because they got so much pressure from the drug companies, he was fired. He ended up moving to Mexico and working at the Manor Clinic and died the same month as my father. That's my father, Dr. Richardson, who many of you that know me have heard the story, and I wanted to not make it about me and my dad because I wanted to prove that there's all these other scientists and doctors and researchers. That's the story. I grew up in this story. I've been eating apricot seeds my entire life. My dad changed the lives of so many people back then that are still alive today. But I don't want to make it just about me and my dad because I need you to help me tell this story. And so if the story of my dad doesn't resonate, maybe Harold Manor will, maybe Dr. Segura will. These are just four examples. I have thousands. There's the young man on the right, Alaskan fisherman, who was 6 years old when he came to my father. He's still alive today at 61. This is the young lady that was 12 years old when she came to my dad. She went to Mayo Clinic, was told she was going to be dead if she didn't do chemo, radiation, surgery. She did it for a year. She wrote to me and said, I have 5 beautiful grandchildren. I'm 65 and I'm still alive because of your father. Rick Hill was sent home by Mayo Clinic with cancer riddled throughout his body. He wrote a book, Too Young to Die. He now works for me, helping people find natural answers to cancer in clinics all across the country and all across the world. And this other gentleman, like I said, I'm running out of time. This other gentleman had Hodgkin's lymphoma, was sent home to die with 8 weeks to live. He's now alive 8 years later. And he introduced me to a lot of these amazing doctors. So I ran out of time, but go back one slide. How do I do that? These are some of the great people I'm working with. Well, the names are too many. Doctor, on and on and on. Please come out to me at the booth. Roger Stone, who was supposed to be here, I heard he backed out. No, he didn't back out. Whatever happened, things happen. Roger Stone wrote me a letter saying, I credit you, John, and telling me about B17 to save my wife from cancer. I could mention a bunch of other names, but I'm out of time, but I just want to tell you that please, it's your responsibility to find out more information. You don't need to buy anything from me to get this information. You can educate yourself so when you're diagnosed or a family member is, you have the ability to know the truth. It's upon you. It's not upon me. Like I said, I could sit here for 8 hours. Clay would not be shooting me. Look at him. Look at him. He would shoot me if I tried to stay up here for 16 minutes. The music's going to start really soon, or he's going to come drag me off. It's your responsibility to find out the truth. And I'm not against anybody that tells you the shots cause cancer, this causes cancer, because that destroys the immune system and allows cancer to develop. So scan this, reach out. I'll be out there standing outside. We moved the booth from the back corner because nobody could find me. So now we moved out to the outside, and I'll introduce you to people that are here that are using B17 successfully. Dr. Troy Spurl, that's one of the names. I don't know if Troy's spoken yet. Has he spoken yet? Okay, so I'm going to name drop, but there'll be people out at the booth that are using it successfully in their practice all across the country. Again, find out more information. Thank you. God bless you. I love this guy. Let's give him a round of applause. He always gives us credit, but this guy has changed the world. Thank you, Clay. Changed my life.
Hang tight for a second. This guy, you met your wife at the Reawaken, got proposed at the Reawaken, and is still married after the Reawaken. And Amanda Grace, where are you? Is Amanda Grace back there? Amanda, are you back there? Is Amanda back there? I heard Amanda might be getting involved with the plumbing situation if this doesn't stop. Amanda, come up here real quick. Okay, so Amanda is going to be praying for people near your booth. So where's your booth outside?
Right outside in front. We moved to the front area. You can't miss it. It says RNC, not Republican National Committee. It's Richardson Nutritional Center. You see a big picture of my dad. I'll be out there till the cows come home, and Amanda's going to be praying. Good, beautiful person. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are going to be neighbors, so hopefully you sorted out there. So let's hear it for Amanda.
How many best friends can you get? I have like 50 best friends here, and I love this guy. He doesn't even know who I am. He sees me, he goes, oh, who is this guy? I don't know who he is. I have 50 best friends. This reunion, thank you for doing this. Thank you. Another best friend.
All right, let's hear for John Richardson and Amanda Grace. Thank you, you guys. General Flynn, if you come up here, sir. General, you were in the military commanding a large group of men. I want to ask you, sir, we're gonna peel back behind the curtain. This is the final Reawaken. Can we have these kind of conversations? Can we look behind the curtain? Okay, so General Flynn, well, how many people were you leading at the, or what's the most number of men that you've had to lead or?
25,000.
25,000. While working with those 25,000, I could ask you questions about military and bravery, but I'm not. Did you ever have any problems with plumbing?
All the time. Because if you eat Army food, you always have problems with plumbing.
So, and typically, what I find is how many of you know...
It happens to be your own, but...
How many of you know after you get to a certain... Follow me on this. How many of you know once you get past a certain level of academia, sometimes the ability to fix the toilet goes down as the degrees go up? Who's seen this? You get a guy who's got a PhD in whatever, he's a theoretical physicist from MIT, but he can't make the lawnmower work. Have you seen this phenomenon? So whenever we want to fix a plumbing problem, I'm looking for a guy named Mike. I'm looking for looking for, I know a guy. So I ran into a guy who kind of talks like that. I'm thinking, we got to, surely someone can stop this problem we have here with the porcelain palace. They can fix this issue we have. And so I'm looking around, I'm looking for a guy. I don't want someone with a degree, and I don't want someone with a background from some collegiate. I want a guy, I want someone to say, I know a guy. There's a guy out there who says, I know a guy. His name's Mike. I'm like, there he is. So Mike, tell us how we can fix the toilet, sir.
The problem with the toilet is very simple. The toilet paper, actually.
Eat that, Mike, sir.
The width of the toilet paper, the refills.
The width of the toilet paper, very important.
Is wider than the inside diameter of the toilet paper dispenser. So as you go to pull it, it doesn't wheel freely.
So you got to watch out whether you buy toilet paper at Costco or Walmart or your local grocery. You got to measure it.
So all you do is, you got to be a little coordinated here now. You pull it open with one hand, reel down the paper with the other hand, let go, switch hands, and wipe. And that solves your problem.
Listen. In my mind, to solve this problem, I was picturing a guy who kind of talked like that. Like, what you do is you go in there, you fix the diameter, and then boom, you knock it out. I'm picturing a guy like that, and then he appears like an angel.
Here's a place. This is a place where I don't even want to think when I'm going to the bathroom. It's like now I got to think about this shit.
I have two engineering degrees, and I drive truck for a living. For 47
You're too
years.
educated to solve this problem. Let's hear from Mike. Thank you, Mike.
And in the near future,
go ahead, let it rip.
I solve spiritual problems too. God has blessed me with a lot of discernment, and soon will be coming about myfathersbusiness.com, which is the only time that Jesus ever took and displayed himself between the time he was born in Bethlehem and the time he was baptized in the Jordan River. And he addressed the Sanhedrin, which was the Sadducees and the Pharisees. So the first thing that Jesus ever did to display himself to be the Son of God was address religion and politics, just like the Reawaken America tour. Go United States!
Let's hear for Mike. I know a guy. Boom. Got a problem with the toilet? Boom. We solve it. I know a guy. That's Mike. I know a guy. How many of you know a guy? I know a guy. Who's the guy? Mike. There he is. Boom. Boom. It's a problem with the diameter. That's a problem. The freaking diameter is a problem. If you just get serious, we can fix the toilet. Mike's been holding this back for 2 days here. He's like, I got the answer. I'm an engineer. Come on. Unbelievable. I know a guy. Okay. That's good. Okay. Now we'll get serious again. Now I'm getting serious. I'm very serious. Very reverent time. Very serious. We got to get serious. We got to get on track. We're off track. This is a serious time. Got to get that academic feel. There it is. Everybody with me now. We're shifting. Come on. Be the ball. Feel the flow. Bend the knees. Okay, we're back. Okay. Now, our next presenter, Dr. Melanie Kreitz-Bachert, D-O-F-A-C-O-S, F-A-C-S, a lot of things, is a urologist and a pelvic reconstructive surgeon specializing in complex pelvic floor disorders, urinary tract conditions, and complications from prior mesh surgeries. And she previously led a premier pelvic health care center in Portland, Oregon. Pray for her soul. She is a published outcomes researcher, entrepreneur, founder of the 360 Pelvic Health Institute, a two-time patented inventor in urinary incontinence treatment, medical malpractice expert consultant, and a 3-time Portland Monthly top doctor. Drawing on her surgical experience and personal convictions, she speaks publicly about informed consent in the medicine and educates about the facts regarding sex-rejecting procedures. And the confusion created by transgender ideology. As it pertains to children. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet Dr. Melanie Kreitz-Bacher. This is her first time on a Reawakened stage, by the way. Welcome. Sorry you had to follow the plumbing update, but that was some serious stuff we had to deal with.
That's quite all right. What I have to talk about goes right in the toilet. So, so nobody needs to pray for my soul. I am a refugee from Portland, Oregon. I know who I am in Jesus, and I left that place. So, and I'm suing the hospital there, one of the hospitals there that kicked me out because I refused the COVID shot. So any attorneys in the room, that case is now in appeals on the docket. I need amicus briefs for the Supreme Court because I just got word that it was accepted for docket for the Supreme Court for approval. So if anybody wants to write an amicus brief, we are accepting them. They are due on the 29th. But as Clay said, thank you very, very much for that warm welcome. I'm Melanie Kreitz-Bacher. I am a urologist and a pelvic reconstructive surgeon. That makes me more than qualified to speak about transgender ideology and how that pertains to children. To my knowledge, I am the only surgeon of my specialty speaking out against this. Yes, I have taken arrows. I don't care. I know who I am in Jesus. So I just want to tell you all right now, I'm going to give you some very shocking information. So it is shock value. What I have to say is shock value, not because I want it to be, but because the subject matter is, okay? So I just want you to know that 1 Peter 5:8 says, the devil roams around looking and seeking for whom he can devour. Who is the most vulnerable? Our children, okay? Our children. And Jesus said that it is better to have a millstone around your neck and drown in the depths of the sea than to offend one of these little ones and lead them astray. There is nothing new under the sun, okay? This started in the garden. This started with the devil creating confusion about God's perfect plan. And the devil does not change his tactics. He just adjusts to what's going on in the world at the time that he has created as far as confusion goes. So he is the father of lies. So how does all of this relate to transgender ideology? Well, I want to talk a little history about the tactics that haven't changed. And I will, we're going to start around 1922. And I want you to see these patterns. And I want you to put two and two together as to what we've experienced in recent years. Okay? 1922, Zyklon B was patented. Zyklon B was originally set aside as a pesticide to be used for good, right? Okay, well, 1925, IG Farben, it was formed. IG Farben then in 1930 became a partner in one of the big chemical conglomerates in Germany to manufacture Zyklon B. Okay, now in 1933, we start seeing the rise of Hitler, and we start seeing the propaganda machine start churning. Following the propaganda from 1933 to 1939, Deutsche Hollerith Maschinen, and my German mother-in-law will be appalled at my Appalachian German pronunciation. Well, for those of you that don't know, that was a German subsidiary of the US company IBM. And that was using punch card technology to track the Jews and other marginalized populations. Now, if you all want to go down a rabbit hole, I'm just going to throw this out there right now. Does anybody know who was sitting on the United Way board with the CEO of IBM? Mary Gates, anyone? Go look it up. Go look it up. So you can put two and two together. I'll just leave that right there. In 1941, we start seeing the gassing of the Jews with Zyklon B, which was supposed to be used for good purposes, right? When have we seen something designed for good become nefarious? Then in 1945, running through to 1959, you have Operation Paperclip, and that's where they bring Nazis over. They scrub their records. They put them in charge of developing things in the U.S., like the U.S. chemical weapons program, among other things, military rocketry. Von Braun becomes the head of NASA. So we've got all of this happening. And then in 1953, MK Ultra was rolled out. MK Ultra had its origins as early as 1947. And for those of you that don't know what MK Ultra was, it is the mind control program that was denied to ever be in existence, which we know is actually not true. And there are still MK Ultra things going on today. Can I say propaganda, anyone? Social media? Are you all seeing the pattern of what happened here? Now let's fast forward to COVID. Let's see what has happened as recently as 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Okay? I want to bring you to modern day and who is now the most vulnerable, and that's the children. You grab a child in the very early stages of development. Khrushchev, I will paraphrase him. Khrushchev, very early on, said, "Give me your children, I'll rule your society in 30 years. Well, what are we seeing now? And I'm going to give you some modern day numbers. And this is where I fit in, and my expertise as a pelvic reconstructive surgeon fits in, because my fellowship was the one that you did if you were going into transgender medicine. I used my skills for good, okay? I used my skills for healing. I ran the Premier Pelvic Health Center in Portland, Oregon, 360 Pelvic Health Institute. Again, I left Portland, Oregon. I am now working primarily from home. I have my own telemedicine business. I am licensed in all 50 states and DC, so I can practice anywhere. I work child trafficking. I am telling you, child trafficking and transgender ideology are not two different problems. Your children are being hunted, and it's happening right underneath your nose, parents and grandparents. It's happening in the schools. They are being profiled. They are being profiled. The same technology that was employed to profile the Jews and other marginalized programs, IBM, all of that, anything ring a bell? When COVID hit, your children and grandchildren were forced to use computers at home for their schooling. Does anybody know that they are used, that they were given questionnaires, and they are still given questionnaires. And depending on how they answer during these questionnaires, that can prompt a visit to the school counselor, and further a visit from CPS to your house. If that child answers that they are depressed, or that they're unhappy, or that you didn't give them chocolate cake for dinner the night before, and that really upsets them, that can prompt a visit from the school counselor to CPS. And once the kids get in the system, good luck getting them out. Those children are being profiled, and this technology was happening long before COVID. We just looked at the history. So I want to give you some modern day numbers. 14,000 minors underwent sex change treatments from 2019 to 2023. Nearly 6,000 minors had sex change surgeries. A friend of mine just visited me about 6 weeks ago and reported that there were 4 sex change procedures being done in her hospital. She's an operating room nurse. In her hospital a week. Now, if that is just one hospital, and might I add, not a rural hospital, but not a booming metropolis. If that's happening in small town America, multiply that across the United States. 8,500 minors received hormones and puberty blockers. So this is the medicalization. We have the medicalization coming in. And hormones affect the mind. It affects development. But hormones are very powerful. And I will put this out here. I heard this as a joke not long ago, that if you don't believe hormones aren't powerful, just talk to a pubescent boy or a postmenopausal woman. You'll find out just how powerful hormones are. 62,000 sex change prescriptions were written for minors. Currently, each individual who goes through transgender or this so-called gender-affirming care is worth up to $4 million over a lifetime. And Texas Children's $10 million. So if each individual is worth $4 million over a lifetime, what do you think that $10 million is going to do? That's a drop in the bucket. Up to 75% of individuals actually have complications from sex change surgeries or sex rejecting procedures, not sex change because sex is determined at conception. 2.6 procedures, that's the number of average procedures that each individual must undergo to undergo these operations and to try to aesthetically appear as the opposite sex. 58% of these individuals that identify, of these children that identify as transgender, have at least one psychiatric diagnosis, which means they're put on medication, further mind-altering psychotropic medications. 48% to 75% of these individuals on these psych meds identify as transgender. So, as you can see, there's nothing new under the sun. Kids can be taken away just from these very, very nefarious things. So I just want to close with this. I have my own company. I have partnered up with a couple of very, very gifted individuals. First of all, you can go to our website, imageunshaken.com. Imageunshaken.com, you can find all of these resources. You can find all of the statistics. I don't want to bore you with the statistics because you can go to the website, you can see, you can talk to me after this. I'm happy to fill your ear full. But I have partnered up with some very gifted individuals. I have a wonderful producer from the UK, Mark Sutherland. I just love saying he was canned from Netflix for his views. Thank God for that. He knows who he is in Jesus. I have a very, very good director, an astounding director on our team by the name of Andrew Mullinax, who has documented J6. He's got credits to his name of documentaries documenting J6, as well as being on the border and the border, filming the border crisis. Also knows who he is in Jesus. We have formed Remnant Films, and we are partnering with Watchman Action for a 501c3 for donations. If you feel so led, we are doing this for you. QR code here that you can, if you feel so inclined to give, this is all for you. Transparency, you will know where every single dollar goes, because what we are doing now is using those donations. In September, we are planning a conference. We will be in the planning stages in September for a conference that will be open to anyone and everyone, including pastors, so that we can equip the church. Because if this hasn't come to your congregation, I promise you it will. I promise you, this subject, if it has not already become a problem in your church, it will be in your church. We are setting up a conference to train parents, grandparents, pastors, to give you resources. You can also go to a wonderful website called Parents on the Level that gives you resources for writing legislation, aggravating your school boards, everything that you need as a parent or a grandparent. And so ask us what you can do. Aggravate your school boards. Get involved in your church. Give your children a good foundation. Run for your school boards. Write legislation. Fight this, because if you don't, somebody else will, and I guarantee you it will be Satan, and you will not like the consequences. Okay? So our documentary that we are doing now, we are filming that now. We are covering things all the way back from the spirituality and how transgender ideology has progressed through time. So we are making this documentary for you. So also on Image Unshaken, you can go there and you can see the progress of what we're doing. We're actually getting ready to go to the UK and film in and around Tavistock and folks that have been involved with that. And so it is about creating community. It is about saving our children because that is our next generation. And I just want to leave you with this. I am not a mother. I want to be known as the mother of America's children because I've not been blessed with children. And I am not going to stop, nor should you, until their pronouns are chosen and redeemed. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Wow. Okay. I want to, for people who, we have so many people that watch while driving or listening at their home. And for people, if they want to get in touch with you or contact with you, for those who may have missed it that earlier, could you share with us one more time where the best place is for people to follow you or connect with you?
Thank you. So imageunshaken.com. You can also reach me at mcb@remnantfilms.com. That's my email. You can, as I said, you can also reach us at imageunshaken.com. You can also actually find me at the Meehan Clinic because God love her, Kathy is back there because I'm licensed in all 50 states. She called me up and I was able to stand in the gap when Jimmy passed away so that they could stay operational in all 50 states because I am licensed in all 50 states. So God bless Kathy. I am a part of the Meehan Clinic, so you can reach me there too.
One more time, was here for Dr. Melanie. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, General Flynn, I'm going to bring you up real quick here because General Flynn is sort of like the hype man for Pastor Casper. You see, Pastor Casper, the Casper McLeod Band, has toured internationally and was the only Christian rock band invited to play at the 50th anniversary of Woodstock. What? So Pastor Casper, he also knows the gospel very well, but General Flynn, I'll let you introduce the Pastor Casper Band.
Beautiful. I don't know how, my era is rock and roll for sure, right? And I used to go to concerts all the time. And Rick Derringer, if that name rings a bell, Rick Derringer, probably the best guitarist ever that played. This is the guy that taught Rick Derringer. So if you know that name, and amazing story. Knew the Beatles. Just amazing person, but has been an absolute staunch man of God for the whole time, for his whole existence. And I told him yesterday. He gave me this picture of Christ on a horse, beautiful picture, and I have it in my I have a little office at my house that I work out of, and I keep it right at the front entrance. And anyway, these guys are two of the most talented people. They're going to spend some time up here, just a little ministry for us here, a little music ministry, and they're a lot of fun. And they're just wonderful, wonderful people.
All right, can you hit us in the balcony? Just waiting for them. I wonder if I can move this out a little bit, can I?
It's a pretty white t-shirt. Come on, everybody. You love his white t-shirt. It's not even dirty. He's running around like crazy for y'all out there. Give this man a hand. Come on. Heck yeah. There you go. It's going to be great.
You know, if you worked for National Geographic, you would have missed that flock of seagulls. Globalists try to put us down.
Talking about this generation.
Just because we spread the truth around.
Talking about this generation.
Okay, let's play it.
I can't,
You
I
can't?
need this line, the gain down, all the way down in everything, please.
You get so technical.
Just take her out. Just take her out, please. Thank you.
Feel like marching.
Violin out, my vocals down, please. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, thank you very much. Guitar, would you play guitar? That's good.
Let's do it.
Stay awake, America. Hold on and pray. Stay awake, America. Today, the kingdom of darkness trying to take you down. They've infiltrated all around. They play a game to monopolize, taking your celebrities who are compromised. Stay awake, America. Hold on and pray. Stay awake, America. Today, Freemasons and Illuminati want to rule the world. They desire to pervert every boy and girl, to alter the DNA of God's creation, the mark of the beast in our generation. Stay awake, America. Hold on and pray. Stay awake, America. Today. And investors in the order of justice are abomination as old molesters. And the bride's offspring, the master masons, breaking the laws of all God's nations. Stay awake, America. Hold on and pray. Stay awake, America. Today. Stay awake, America. Hold on and pray. Stay awake, America. Today. Millions of people cried and began to pray. The sky went dark and turned to gray. The day surely could die. as a martyr for Christ. A turning point that came, now nothing stays the same. He spoke the gospel truth into the heart of the youth. They shining and died as a martyr for Christ.
Well, would you look at that? That was amazing. I got to ask you, because I spend a lot of my time thinking about how to sound like you people. Do you spend any time thinking about how to sound like an Oklahoman? Do you imitate Oklahomans? Can you do that?
Oklahoma weather. Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear it for Pastor Casper. Yes. He's a great guitarist. Seriously, can you imitate an American? Do you ever think about these things?
I try to imitate the Fabian King Charles a couple of times.
Try it.
And people think I sound like Paddington Bear. So
Okay.
I'm going to try it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hear for Pastor Casper. Sounds very intelligent. Sounds very regal. Can play the guitar. Great guy right there. Pastor Casper. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Okay. Now, what we're going to do real quick here is I want you guys to get yourself psychologically prepared. If you're watching this next presentation, how many people have ever gone on like a roller coaster that was a little bit too fast for you? You went on, you're like, I don't know. You didn't know it did the twist thing. You didn't know. You thought it was a woof, but it was a, you thought it was just a shoo, but it was a up. Who's ever been on that thing? I feel like that about our next speaker. Our next speaker is just absolutely 90 miles an hour, high octane facts and truth. You see, Tricia Lindsay is the people's advocate, a civil rights and constitutional law attorney fighting for the right of the people to save the children and taking back the government and legal mountains for the kingdom of God. This is a woman who, when we took the Reawaken tour into New York, we had Letitia James, remember that, the attorney, the famous attorney there from New York? And she had issued some kind of a government warning. I'm not trying to get myself sued, but she issued some kind of official warning that our event was bringing, the Reawaken event was bringing systemic racism to New York. And what was interesting about that particular day is that the first 10 speakers that we had, 5 were black. And so when the media showed up to interview us about our systemic racist event, I could not contain my laughter as the reporter was asking me, and behind me, literally, there's Dr. Stella, there's Tricia, there's Leon Benjamin, and Mark Burns. And I'm like, this is interesting. And not only did she reject that notion, but she got on the stage and boldly explained how this was a blatant misuse of power and a mislabeling these events. But again, she's so articulate, she's so smart. So many people who are very well-researched and highly educated maybe can't verbally communicate what they want to say at the level she can. But she has the ability to verbally communicate, as well as just she really understands the law, the Bible, the Constitution. I just could not be a bigger fan of our next presenter. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet Tricia Lindsay, all the way from New York, ladies and gentlemen. That's Tricia Lindsay. Get ready for the most mind-blowing presentation of the weekend, perhaps. Get ready.
No pressure, Clay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. 12:50. Okay. How are we doing? Yes? Fired up? Yes? What do you think you came here for this weekend? Tell me. Inspiration? The truth? Okay. To do what? Speak up. What else? Fight back? Save America. Okay. Have fun and learn? And not just to have fun and learn, but local action, exactly. Local action, exactly. And national action. Whatever you feel led to do, right? How many of you, and I have to ask this question because I'm constantly being instructed to touch this topic. How many of you have heard about the doctrine of the lesser magistrates? Wow. No? Okay. Interesting. I always think that when I'm instructed by my authority to teach on this topic, I'm always like, but everybody has heard about this already, so there's no need. And then I'm told, ask who has heard And I'm always shocked. All right, this is going to be fun. So, the remnant. Let's start there, right? Let's start there. When Elijah was talking to the Lord about what he was going through and the persecution and what was happening, right, to the prophets, what did the Lord turn and say to him? Anybody know? He said what? He said he had 7,000 men, 7,000 reserved to him who had not bowed to Baal, right? Who had not bowed to Baal, because Elijah thought that he was the only one. Because of the persecution he was suffering, he thought he was the only one that was going through what he was going through. Only to find out from the Lord that, no, you're not. There are 7,000 that I have to stand with you, right? And so when Clay and General Flynn planned this event called the Remnant Rising, I said, that's interesting. Because for years, we have been going around when Clay had the Reawaken America tour and other events that I've been to, we went around and we were teaching and talking and giving all this information, and people were absorbing it. And there were some people who went on and did things with it, but clearly there were more people who needed to hear, needed to understand, needed to be empowered so that they can step forward and go and do something with it. And so when I saw the theme of this called the Remnant Rising, I said, bingo, bingo, that is what's happening. All the information that has been given to you this weekend, all the information that you have gathered over the past few years, right, was for such a time as this. Because no longer is God allowing us to just collect information and go home and share it within our comfortable circles behind closed doors where we feel safe, right, and then that's it. No, the remnant is rising. The remnant is being activated. The remnant is being called into service. The remnant is being called to take a seat at the table under the authority of God. We walk around and we say that we stand under God's authority. We say that we serve the Lord Jesus Christ. We say all these things, but when are we actually moving into action to prove that and to show that, right? I often say I'm an attorney. And my work is directly related to my God assignment. There is no separating it, none at all. And it is very uncomfortable most times when I walk into a courtroom. Because when I walk into a courtroom, most of the time someone has looked me up. Most of the time they understand that I am fighting the establishment. I am standing for God. I am going against the grain. I am not looking to make evil alliances to save myself or to push my career, because I completely understand that I am there on behalf of the Lord and the kingdom. I am there building the kingdom. I am there protecting children, trying to save families, and interposing myself between an unjust government, an unjust judge, and the family. An unjust system and the family. And that is what we are called to do. And is it comfortable? Absolutely not. It is not, because you're often in there by yourself, right? But that is what the doctrine of the lesser magistrates is all about. A magistrate is a person who stands under the authority, who has a certain level of authority. There are higher magistrates and there are lesser magistrates. The higher magistrates are the ones that they're higher up, sort of like Mr. Trump, right? Sort of like the Supreme Court. And then you have the lesser magistrates. You have local leaders. You have people who are on the local level that are taking action, right? But they are called to interpose themselves between an unjust government and the people. And so your local leaders are supposed to stand in interposition. They're supposed to put themselves between an unjust, a tyrannical federal government and the people, okay? And then if the higher magistrate, because the higher magistrate can also act, if there are laws and things that are going on in the country, they too can act on behalf of the people because they're supposed to. But if they fail to, the lesser magistrates come into play. And then the people also too have a duty. You are supposed to find that lesser magistrate, and you are supposed to pretty much petition them to do their job. And you're supposed to stand behind them when they decide to do that. Not go back into your homes, not close the doors, not get comfortable and say, okay, well, they're going to do it. And let's see which way the pendulum swings, because if everyone attacks them, then we're going to back up because we have to stay safe and leave them out there by themselves. That's not how this works. Lesser magistrates, though it's not necessary, it is always better if they have the support of the people, because that is the role of the people. The people are supposed to support the lesser magistrate, and they're supposed to push them to that. No longer can we just sit back and just go along to get along. We cannot do that, because a people that sits back and allows that country is going to go, the society is just going to continue to descend into depravity, which is what is happening. And then we're going to invite the judgment of God, which is happening, okay? And so there is no way of separating what is going on in our society from God, because all authority comes from where? And all authorities in position are placed there by who? And so if they decide to go against the laws of God, what are we supposed to do? Accept it, right? Just go along with it? What about tolerance? Weren't we taught tolerance? Didn't they fool us about this whole tolerance situation a couple years ago? Oh, if you don't tolerate, if you're not tolerant of different people and different ideologies and different thought patterns and different morals and different beliefs and different ways to live their lives, how about this? Oh, I just allow people to live their lives the way they want to. It's okay, whatever makes you happy. Anybody hear that? Yes, right? Right? And we've watched what? Society go from one thing to the next to the next. Laws being brought in, right, based upon man's feelings, man's thoughts, the way they are at that moment, whatever is convenient at that time. But the doctrine of the lesser magistrates not only requires that people stand and interpose on behalf of the people, but we're also supposed to interpose on behalf of the rule of law. And I believe that that is where we are right now, the rule of law, because we have laws being brought in, we have rulings that are coming down from the courts, we have things that are happening that are completely contrary to the laws of God. And the last time I checked, God is immutable. Anyone know what that means? He is unchanging. He does not change. His laws are his laws. They are the standard by which all laws are to be based, by which all laws are to be judged. And so if there is any law that is passed that goes contrary to God's laws, then we are in violation of God, and those laws are not supposed to be obeyed, right? And so this whole thought mindset that government is unlimited, oh, well, that's the law, we just have to follow it, we just have to do it. No, 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 no. The Bible is replete with examples of people that stood against tyrannical governments, tyrannical laws, unjust laws. And if we are truly God's people and we are truly walking this out in life, then we need to stand on God's side. Who is on the Lord's side? Who is on the Lord's side? You can't say I'm on God's side, but then say, okay, I applaud you because that's what you want to do. Once upon a time, abortion was a problem, was outlawed in this country, right? Now, what happens? Now they're calling it a sacred right. How dare you? Sacred? The only things that are sacred are the things of God. And so when you're talking about you have a right that violates God's laws and that is okay with murdering the unborn, that is not sacred. That is demonic. And they are taking our words and trying to replace our God by rights. That is not a right. Because the last I checked, we are given the privilege of bringing life, but we cannot create it. So we don't have the right to take it. And because we have reduced our standards, we have compromised under the guise of tolerance, our society has become depraved. And it's coming through sexual immorality. And I know no one ever wants to talk about these things because it sounds archaic and it just sounds old-fashioned and it's not politically right. Politically right is demonic. It is a way of keeping us quiet. It is a way of shutting us up to fit within the status quo. And because we may have family members and friends that are going down certain paths in life, listen, the Bible says if you know to do and you fail to do, you too have sinned. And so we cannot stand by and applaud certain things just to fit in and just to be accepted into our little social clubs that we have been fitting into and paying our way into to get what? The applause from people who don't even understand God, don't respect God? What are we doing? What are we really doing? It is going to be too late if we don't step up now, if we don't do something now. The remnant rising, that is not a small task. That is not something just a great title to bring everyone out. No. The remnant are those that are set aside for God's work in this day and in this time. And we are being called to stand up and stand on the word of God and stand on his laws. And no matter where you are, what field you're in, you are being called into service. You are being called into action. You are being called to take a seat of authority in the rooms that God has been left out of for too long. We cannot sit by and surrender our levels of authority to the enemy and then get upset when the enemy rules. That is what he's going to do. It is for us to come out of our comforts. When are we going to stand up for our children? When? They are being sexualized, they are being marginalized, they are being destroyed. And so goes the children, so goes the nation. That is it. And don't take it. Don't think for one chance that you will not have to answer. We will all have to answer if we fail to stand up for those that cannot stand up for themselves. And if you don't do it, God always has a ram in the bush. Someone else will do it, but you will have to answer for what you were told to do and failed to do. And so today I ask again, who is on the Lord's side? Get up. The armies of the Lord can't sit down and walk into action. You're going to what? Roll in? No. You have to march into action. We have to interpose on behalf of the rule of law for the sake of the people and for the sake of our nation. Because we are the light. People are watching us, America. People are watching us and we are blessed. We are a blessed nation. But a nation that doesn't know its God will what? Will perish. Absolutely. And if we don't save our children, our nation will go under and we will have to answer for that. So who is on the Lord's side? And we have been commanded to do what? To fight for our families, to fight for our brothers, our sisters, the young, the old, our freedom. We have been commanded to fight for God. And we cannot forget that. And so I leave you with this. We are truly the armies of the living God. We are. We cannot surrender to uncircumcised Philistines and Canaanites who don't know who that person, who knows who God is. Know who you are. Know whose authority you stand under, walk under, operate under. Stand and speak. Reach out. We have to spread the word of God. We have to save our children. And in doing so, we will save our nation. We cannot sit back and try to save ourselves. If you try to save your life and keep your life, you're going to lose it all. But if you're willing to give it up for the glory of God, then you will achieve that. All of creation is waiting for the revealing of the sons, the people of God. And I consider that the suffering of this time will be revealed, and there is nothing compared to the glory that will be revealed in all of us. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, it's the final one. So, hey, General Flynn, can you come up here real quick, sir? It's the final Reawaken event, so I wanted, if it's okay, I'm going to continue to share some secrets and stories that have not been told. You know, we got to get this out there. It's cathartic. We're driving. We're in New York. The venue
up near Rochester area.
Venue number 1 canceled. Venue number 2 canceled. Venue number 3 canceled. So every time they cancel, just so you understand the math of that, imagine this would happen to you. Imagine you have like a wedding planned, and it's an indoor venue, and it's canceled, right?
3 days prior.
3 days prior, yeah.
6,000 people showing up.
True story. So we were in Las Vegas, and my wife said, what are we going to do? I said, we'll get a venue. Again, I always say, I got to figure it out, or let's go. Which means peace for me, but for everyone else, it's terror. So I asked my wife and Lisa, I said, let's find some quotes. Vegas, it was $600,000 to build the building. Then we had to insure it. Then you had to put air conditioning around it. Then you had to, so it's a little under $1 million to do that one.
Extra security that never showed up.
And by the way, the funding resource consisted of great people like you who were naming their price. So there wasn't any there wasn't anybody to offset that. When we were in New York, though, it was like we had hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenses, and we had a person by the name of Letitia James that was saying certain things. I just want to see if you could articulate what that was, because you have helped us respond to that, and so we're going to give this mic to you. And yeah.
Sure. So our Attorney General forgot what her job was, pretty much. And she was pretty much violating the Civil Rights Act, the laws that she was quoting and accusing the Reawaken America tour about Clay, General Flynn, and the dear pastor that decided to step up and to be the host pastor. And so she pretty much accused him of being, what, white supremacist?
White Christian nationalist, right-wing.
Right. This discrimination. So pretty much, I just gave her back what she gave them. Because first of all, I said, okay, I've arrived. I've become a white nationalist, right? Because I'm here. I'm a white supremacist. Woo, go me. And she threatened to fine them. She compared the tour to the Charlottesville group, what happened in Charlottesville. I mean, pretty much, she was using her power to silence voices because she did not agree with their political
and we got an official letter sent to us by her office. I hadn't read it because just so we're clear, anybody watch online, if you leave me like negative comments, and by the way, this mic's a little bit hot. I'm not upset about negative comments. I'm not upset about, I try to read them and respond, but I'm not upset by them. And so I just thought, though, I hadn't read the letter because I figured, I don't know, I just take the letter and not open it and let someone else read it, And I thought, let's let Trisha read the letter. And so you read the letter, and then you decided to help represent the Reawaken tour and kind of respond. Can you explain what you did from that point forward?
Sure. We filed a lawsuit against her. Based on all the claims that she said all the laws she said the tour was breaking, we pretty much filed a suit against her based on that. And to be honest with you, it's still going because they tried to file a motion to dismiss. The court rejected it. Then they appealed it. We won before the Court of Appeals, and so now we're in discovery and other things. And so they're still trying to fight this because they don't want discovery and they don't want to keep moving. But I'm just like, okay, you want to give up, devil? I mean, really, you just want to give up? So we are still fighting. She didn't think that we were going to make it that far. I don't even think that she thought that there was going to be a lawsuit that was going to occur, but we did. And I did read the letter. That was really exciting. I wish I had brought it with me.
It's like a 2.5-page indictment of Clay.
It was it was. But she abused her office. She used her powers to pretty much threaten the citizens of New York, which she's not supposed to do. She's supposed to protect the citizens. She actually, the violence that she was claiming the Reawaken America tour was pretty much promoting is what she was actually promoting because, as Clay and General Flynn just said, extra security had to be hired. I mean, it just changed the environment for a little bit, shifted it a little bit because of what she was doing, because of what she did.
What states are you allowed to practice law in?
So I'm in New York, Connecticut, I just retired my license in Pennsylvania. It's a lot to keep up with. But I'm in Colorado. I'm still in the federal courts in Pennsylvania, Colorado, and maybe Alaska still.
I just want to bring this up real quick. A couple things. One thing, and General Flynn does a phenomenal job at this. Imagine you're like an NBA scout and you're running around the world looking for the next all-star, and you go, I think that person could play at the next level. And you find the 11-year-old guy who could be in the NBA someday, or the phenom baseball player that could be. And through the Reawaken Tour, a lot of those people, General Flynn helped to discover these people. They're people who were railing against tyranny, and now they're kind of household names, or they've really taken off. And what I want you to do, folks, if you can get out your phone for a second, can you, Tricia, share with us your website? Because I want to make your website famous right now, and I want everyone to have a lawyer they can trust, because not only do you know the law and the Bible, isn't it impressive that she knows both of those? But she also is I would be scared to be on the other side of a legal argument with her, and I've been very impressed with her legal acumen. And if we can, I like to keep things in the family. And if you need an attorney you can trust, I think we should, if we can, spend the money on somebody that we trust who's on our team, right? So 100%. What's your website there, Chief?
It's TriciaLindsayLaw.com. We're revamping it, but it's still there. The placeholder is there. It's TriciaLindsayLaw.com. And my email is attorney@TriciaLindsayLaw.com. And yes, someone asked if I'm a constitutional lawyer. I'm a constitutionalist, absolutely. Constitution is the foundation document for the country, and it is based on the Declaration of Independence, and the Declaration of Independence is based on God's law. So, of course. Okay.
General Flynn, anything else you want to say? Because I was just so impressed with, here we finally got a venue.
Do you remember doing the interview with me with like ABC, CBS?
I remember, General
What I did was
Flynn.
I said, we actually put in, so Clay, great idea, when they had this letter, so we actually invited the governor, the attorney general, and whoever the county AG was. And we put seats and put their names right in the front seat. Right? This is like 6,000 people in a tent.
Yeah.
So Trish and I said, we're going to set up an interview, because there was CBS, ABC, all these people came down to like destroy us, right? So we set it up. I don't know if you remember this. We set it up so the two of us were standing there, so the cameras, we set their cameras up. This is how stupid they are. So their video is of 3 empty seats where the governor, the attorney general's names are in the seats. So at that nighttime when they show it on their news, these white Christian nationalists there, it's me and Tricia standing there having this great interview with like ABC. I mean, it's like you got to have some fun with this. You got to be a little bit.
I mean
but
this.
you got to fight back.
And I mean this, and I mean this. I want to leave people with this thought. Is every event we've had, we have unbelievable persecution. And so in New York, we finally found a venue several $100,000 later. We found this pastor who turned his field into a church, and we finally are there. We're finally there. And then the legal threats. And this, I'm trying to make sure I'm communicating a theme here. And every time the question is texted into my phone number, which, by the way, my phone number, we keep that secret between you and me and everybody. My phone number is on the top and the bottom of timetofreeamerica.com. My personal cell phone number, it rings to me. Somebody texts me. It's too loud just a second ago. That's me you're texting. We're having that conversation. Trust me, I know. So people text me, though. And every time the question is, are you still going to have the event? And I'm just asking you rhetorically, no matter what persecution you face, are you going to keep going? And General Flynn, if his yes is his yes and his no is his no. Same thing with Trish. I'm going to just ask you guys, there was no doubt in my mind, despite this week's controversies, that we're going to have this gathering. But this was like the least of the...
Right.
This is the least... I just would say that... But if you do press forward, you're going to need an attorney you can trust. You're going to need somebody in your... You need some doctors you're going to trust. You're going to need some people. So please, this weekend, with the limited time we have left, please make sure you connect, you network. You want to get a good doctor in your phone, save that. You want to get an attorney you can trust. I just couldn't endorse or celebrate you more. I'm honored to have you on the stage. So one more time, let's hear it for Tricia Lindsay. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for her, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Thank you. Thank you, General Flynn.
Yes.
And I have to say, after General Flynn heard me speak, he's the one who said, you have to read this book, The Doctrine of the Lesser Magistrates. And he didn't know that he was sowing into my ministry, because God was giving that to me to go and teach people along with what I'm doing. So thank you very much.
You know what? So, because she said that, actually the book, Doctrine of Lesser Magistrate, may be 100 pages. It's written by a pastor. And it's fascinating. It's Pastor Matt Trewaller. And I'm glad you talked about that, because we have to understand the idea of the magistrate. Our founders gave us power. You're a magistrate, actually. You're a magistrate because you have an authority. Like somebody talked about earlier, take the authority back, right? So anyway, so thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Tricia. Thank you so much. Thank you, General. Yes, yes, and yes. All right. Now, our next presenter, behind the scenes, I mentioned it last night at the dinner, but I'll mention it again. By the way, who was at the dinner last night? Who came to the dinner? Did you have a good time? Yeah. Could you figure out why I hate leaving ever? I love it there. It's kind of like it's like entrepreneur. If the entrepreneurship ship was an actual physical ship, that's the ship that I'm on all day. I love it there. I never want to leave. Love that place. Tulsa Jerusalem is what I call it. But our next presenter is a big part of making the 1st and 2nd and 10th and 15th and 20th reawaken to her habit. She's a connector. She's a connector. She's a generous person. She's kind. She's knowledgeable. She's a researcher. Her name is Ann Vandersteel. Ann Vandersteel is an investigative journalist, a constitutional advocate, and the host of Steel News. She also serves as the chair and co-founder of the American Made Foundation and the American Made Action, where she leads efforts for government accountability, constitutional restoration, and ending state-sanctioned kidnapping. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet my good friend, and now yours, Ann Vandersteel. For the final time on the Reawakened stage, Ann Vandersteel. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Tulsa, it's great to be back. Truly it is. I can't tell you what this means to me, and we think back, 6 years ago, 5 years ago when we started this? None of us are the same people. And a lot of us have changed for the right reasons and for the best reasons of all because of everything you've learned that has come from right here. I took a different path. I was in news for a long time, and that's where I cut my teeth. And I was tired of complaining about the issues that we were seeing every single day. And of course, the theme you keep hearing here is, if you're gonna make America great, you've gotta make your families great. And God put us on this earth to be here, to procreate, but He wants us to protect our children. And so I've taken a little bit of a different path with some incredible people. I'm going to share that story with you today. But before we get started, I want you to see this incredibly powerful video.
Okay, tell me again, why is it that you're throwing things?
Because I'm mad. I just want to go back with you. They get to take me away but your mom wants it. And I want to go back with you. I miss Daddy and I miss you.
I'm working on it, okay? I'm gonna talk to my lawyer right now. I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna have her call your lawyer, and we're gonna get you home this month, okay? This is gonna stop. But promise me you're gonna stop throwing things. Don't throw things, because I don't want you to get in trouble, okay?
Okay.
Okay, mi amor. I know it's hard, but please remember what I told you. We pray to God. We tell Him we tell Him to take the role. We tell Him to protect us in this, but we don't get upset and throw things around, because then I don't want you to get in trouble, and then it gets worse for you, right? You don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't cry, baby. Mommy's working on it and Daddy's working on it, okay? We're gonna get you home. But don't throw things anymore. Don't do that. And I'm gonna find a way to communicate with you throughout the day. Is that what's bothering you, that you can't call me?
Yeah. It's so mean.
That is a real recording of a little boy who was part of 5 children that were taken by the state of Massachusetts, all because the parents decided they didn't want to give their youngest child a vitamin K shot when he went for a well visit. I'd like, by show of hands, anybody that can tell me if a vitamin K shot is required by law to be given and taken by a child. Thank you. So my inspiration, frankly, to get into fighting for the children was something that I heard General Flynn say at the very first Tulsa Reawaken event at Clay's office. He stood in front of a VIP dinner one night and he said, "We're doing this for the children." And he brought all the children up there. And that stuck with me because for 4 years before this event in Tulsa, I had been interviewing many families that had been devastated by Child Protective Services. As a mother of 3 and now a grandmother of 4, the thought of anybody taking my kids unwarranted is unacceptable. So that has led me to this journey today. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, who was a good friend of mine, I interviewed him after I heard about him on President Trump's coronavirus press rally one day, talking about a letter he received from a doctor from New York, how to treat coronavirus. I met him, we became friends, and he asked me to chair his foundation. For reasons I'm not going to go into today, the foundation is still alive and well, but it's operating under the name American Made Foundation. That story will come forward in the not too distant future, and my good friend Simone Gold will also be a part of that story. So I'm going to tease you with that. But today, I partnered with the woman who was instrumental in organizing the People's Convoy, Maureen Steele. Probably many of you saw her on Steve Bannon. She was on regularly. We did that big convoy going across America during COVID. And Maureen and I set up American Made Foundation specifically to fight, the government accountability, which is never happening. We are fighting for your constitutional liberty because we're being governed by state codes and U.S. codes and statutes that have nothing to do with we the people. We're fighting for your civil rights, which seemingly are trampled on every single day, including in our elections. We're fighting for the fact that the families are being destroyed and that you all are getting completely misinformed. So we are doing this because the American family has to be strong, and we're under attack right now, and that is never more apparent than today. Specifically, when you look at what's happening with family separation. Too many children right now are in custody. Let me ask you, by show of hands, if 500,000 Americans were being held hostage in Iran right now, or Syria, or Iraq, or wherever, would we have the military over there doing something about it? Why are we not fighting at the same vigor for 500,000 children that are being held hostage by state-sanctioned kidnapping all over this country? That is happening today. So this is why we fight, this is why we're getting into this, and this is why I decided to step away from daily media and take a straight line, one path to do something about this problem, because this is actually systemic of all agencies across our government, which have nice sounding names. The Environmental Protection Agency, for instance. What environment are they protecting? Are we not getting cluttered now with AI data centers? Do they not want more, just destroying our resources? Where's the EPA fighting that? They're not. This is why we have to take a stand against Child Protective Services, because again, a nice founding name is doing everything but protecting the family. We've seen children removed without any meaningful due process. We've seen families silenced with courts that are sealing documents because they don't want the truth to get out. We've seen parents treated as guilty before evidence has ever been presented. We see medical disagreements come into play, just like I told you about that little boy with the Rivera family. We see poverty as an excuse to take a child. When does poverty represent somebody who's abusing a child? Why aren't we helping the family? We saw this happen in North Carolina. They were taking children because the parents couldn't afford to build another house while they were living in a hotel after their house had been destroyed. And CPS said, well, you can't live in a hotel. That's unacceptable. We're going to take your children. So this is not anti-child protection. This is pro-child, pro-family, and pro-constitution. Okay, part of American Made Foundation is working with other organizations. You saw Emily Peterson, State Director for Moms for America this morning. She talked about our book, again, with the foreword written by General Michael Flynn, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping. We are working with organizations all over the country right now to come together because we decided advocacy has to come from the people. You all in the room are so much more powerful than the state would have you believe. And while we can sit here and educate and do documentaries and write books, write legislation, do all these things, we need you to come forward. So the Family First Coalition is an affiliation of just we the people. And our website, I will share that with you towards the end at AmericanMadeFoundation.org, has a place where you can just sign up. It costs nothing, but we want to help you by state. Hey, we see these issues going on. Can we work together? This is a collaboration. It's going to take a team effort. This is true grassroots, and we're all about it. And our strategy at the Family First Coalition, which is, again, part of our foundational efforts here, we're going to expose everything we can through media, documentaries, through books. We're going to be documenting all these cases, and we're doing hundreds of interviews. Maureen Steele is a phenomenal writer. She has done more interviews than I think I've done in the last year and a half. She's absolutely crushing it, getting these stories, and we're putting them together because a lot of these stories are coming together into federal lawsuits, which we're getting behind as well. And we're working with a network of lawyers through Chris Burns, our board of director member, who is the head of the United Law Coalition, and we're working with attorneys all over the country. Today we have a case right now. Peter Tickton's involved with us. The little boy whose mother was shot and killed by ICE in Minneapolis, we have now stepped in because the grandfather wants custody of the little boy. His father died 2 years before. His mother was shot and killed, and the mother's, quote, wife, who's trying to trans the little boy to what Tricia has been talking about and Melanie were talking about, is trying to take custody. There's a lot of money involved in all of this, and this is what we're trying to get at the heart of, is getting at the heart of the money. So this is bringing together a united front for all of the families, and how do we go about doing this? Well, we have to provide information. Maureen has written a phenomenal compendium. I contributed a little bit, but she's done the lion's share of this. The compendiums that are actually talking about the economics of what it costs to take children, as well as what happens when the state becomes the trauma, as evidenced by what you just heard on just that audio recording. Because these children are taken out of good, loving homes based on hearsay. Little Johnny goes to school, he has a bruise on his arm because he fell off his bicycle the day before with Dad on a Sunday. The educators are called mandated reporters. They make a phone call to CPS. CPS shows up at your house. And if you don't know what to do, like Emily told you, make sure you have a police officer there as a witness. You immediately are going to get sucked into that system because you're not equipped to deal with the shenanigans and the evil that they're going to throw your way. And it's not just the CPS caseworkers. It's everybody involved in the system. It's the family court judges. These are all closed-loop courts. There's no jury of your peers, as the Constitution warrants you to have. So this is where we have to get educated, and this is what we're doing. This information is going directly to Washington, D.C. next week. We're going up there, and we're going to be meeting with different members in Senate, in Congress, and other organizations. Hopefully we'll get to Bobby Kennedy's office and even Mark Wayne Mullins, if Doc Pete has anything to say about it, because we have got to get them educated on all of this. And we're writing bills. We've written a bill that's specific to Florida, but is easily adapted by state across the country. We just need to tweak the statutes by each state, but we are now in those bills. We are declaring child removal one of the most serious actions a state can take. I don't think I can think of anything more except putting somebody to death. We're defining imminent harm because states today don't have any clear definitions of what is imminent harm if your child is in imminent harm, and we're going to take it. So we have objectively defined this. We are narrowing neglect or willful, reckless failure to be, good to your child as everything excluding poverty. I mean, so you have to have real bodily injury. But if you're impoverished, how is that neglect? What if you simply are just struggling? Many Americans are struggling right now. So we are not looking to make this where the children are going to be living in bad circumstances. But what we're doing is we're requiring judicial warrants for true exigent circumstances. We're requiring written documentation with probable cause. You've got to have law enforcement involved. It isn't just someone shows up and says, I want to see your kids as they're standing there with a clipboard and they're 26 years old. This is not how it's going to go down anymore. So we're making some vast and sweeping changes. And we believe the state of Florida is going to be the first state, frankly, to adopt this. We have some good momentum with the state of Florida, with the folks we're talking to. If we get a real good governor in there, the one I'm working with right now, Paul Renner, is 100% behind this because he sees how diabolical this is. So we need to get everybody on the same page, and this is what we're doing statewide, federally. The book that we wrote, CPS Pipeline, General Michael Flynn graciously wrote the foreword, and it is inspirational because I want to thank him for his voice because he's bringing moral clarity to this fight. He's reminding Americans that the family is not a government program. We're not. We are individuals. We are free. Our families are the foundation of civilization. So this is our local action to make a national impact. But again, the Family First Coalition requires each and every one of you to want to include yourselves into that local impact. And we want to network. We want to hear your stories because I'm not asking you to show your hands here, but I can guarantee you there's people in here that have been impacted by CPS in the past, the present, and they will be in the future. So in our book, we cover a variety of information, but what you're going to find is it summarizes basically three major themes of the CPS pipeline. First of all, you've got the machinery behind the family separation. You've got the medical and foster care harms that children can actually face either in removal or actually in the locations that they're being brought to, the trafficking that goes on. And when I say trafficking, I'm not just talking about sex trafficking. I'm talking about the money associated with trafficking children. There's children that have been documentedly moved 20 times in a year. Why? Because every time they're bounced to a different foster care home, it's $64,000 for a new bed. So you do that 20 times, you're over $1.2 million. $1.2 million for the year just in fees to track that child and move them around. So the anonymous phone calls that come in, Emily talked about that. They fortunately figured out who did that. But those anonymous phone calls we put into our bill are a felony now because you shouldn't be able to do that anymore. You should not be able to take someone's kid based on anonymous hearsay tip. So instead of this being about court filings and paperwork and guardians ad litems, we're now putting some teeth into this to make sure that you have your protections defined and that the state has to, by law, adhere to those protections. So, we've got pediatricians involved that are involved in making up excuses to get a payment to take your child, as was the Rivera family case, and that's one of many. So what is the action plan? First, we educate, we expose, and we do that through media. We legislate, which we've done. We're currently legislating. We're litigating. We're using our United Law Coalition to attack these judges, attack these guardian ad litems, these therapists, and anybody in law enforcement that was involved in taking a child without proper due process, without a warrant. We're suing them personally and professionally because it's time they feel the pain. And it's time to organize. We have to be very organized, and we've got to support. So when you hear people like Tricia and Emily, what we're doing, I don't take a salary for this. This is my retirement now, people. I'm doing this because I have grandchildren, and I am not going to let this system be a detriment to my family or any of your families, because that's not what God designed. Remember, we are here to be free. He made all of us to be free. So as far as the CPS pipeline goes, I can only tell you, this book is an incredible read. It's a short read. You can read this in less than 2 hours. But I can assure you, you're going to want to get to the end, the bonus chapter, because in there we give you a strategy that's in their statutory system that prevents the state from taking your child. So you're going to want to read this book, but you're going to need to understand all the ways they do it. And I would love any one of you to reach out to me. You can go to AmericanMadeFoundation.org and hit the contact button. I get the emails. If you have a story going on, I want to hear from you. If you have help you want to bring, we want to hear from you. If you just want to say, I need someone to listen to me, I want to hear from you. Because this pipeline is about to get broken. We're going to end it. This is the last thing I'm going to do before I leave. This is where I'm going to die on that hill. I want to just take a second and thank Dr. Vladimir Zelenko. He was a very dear friend. He saved countless millions of lives, and he had a passion for children. So I spoke to his former business partner the other day, Dave Lopez, and Dave's told me, he said, Zev would be so happy with what you're doing. Thank you for keeping Zev alive. And so I just want to thank Dr. Zelenko. He was a dear friend of General Michael Flynn's as well. And without him, I wouldn't be standing here today talking to you about this. So for that, we're very grateful. And the Zelenko Freedom Foundation is alive and well. Right now, it's doing work through the American Made Foundation, and that story will be told, but not today. So if you want to get a copy of the book, there's a QR code. Is it not up on the screen? There we go. Is that? No, keep going. Oh, it's not on there? Okay, that's fine. If you want to get a copy of the book, there's a QR code right there. You can visit our website. You can sign up there to be part of the Family First Coalition. It doesn't cost you anything. It's going to allow you to get into the network of people that are working on this problem. And again, we aren't just focused on children, but this is the primary focus. We are very much anti-big corporate government, and that's what we have today. We can't continue with agency government ruining the lives of people because they're protecting the very industries that they're supposed to be regulating and coming down on. We don't see enough of the agencies taking care of, like the wolves of Wall Street, the SEC. People have had companies ruined, national security trade secrets destroyed and sold off to China. I could tell you stories on and on and on. I was listening to Laura last night. She was just sort of giving you a walk through the park of her world. If I did the same speech, we'd be here till tomorrow. So I don't want to do that to you because the focus today is saving the children. I'm Ann Vandersteel. I'm with American Made. Maureen Steele is my business partner and co-founder. Christopher Burns is our attorney. And I want to thank Emily Peterson. Tracy, you're doing amazing work. You and your husband are fantastic. And everybody else that has stood up for children, thank you so much. General Michael Flynn, Clay Clark, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ann Vandersteel. Hey, yes. All right. So, Ann, if people want to find out about you one more time, what's the best website? Someone's driving right now. They want to know. What's the website?
AmericanMadeFoundation.org.
All right. There it is, folks. You heard one more time. Let's hear for Ann Vandersteel. Thank you, Ann. Now, General Flynn, I want to bring you up here real quick here, sir. Does anybody here have a birthday today? Anybody have a birthday today? Caleb, did you say someone has a birthday today? Am I making that up? Am I hallucinating? Does someone have a birthday today? Anybody have a birthday today? General Flynn, when is your birthday? Do you have a birthday where you just beamed to us, or was there a day of birth?
It's not today.
When is it?
Christmas Eve.
Well, I want to be the first one to tell you happy birthday, sir. I'm early, proactive, getting after it. So what we're going to do, because I don't know when I'm going to see you guys again. I don't know, but I feel like we should sing happy birthday to you, and I want to. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop what's coming. Where we go one, we go all.
Oh, my God.
We're singing happy birthday. Everybody, stand to your feet. I'm singing happy birthday to General Flynn. Here we go.
Oh, my God.
And 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Everybody, happy birthday, General Flynn. Happy birthday to you. Yes! Yeah! Woo! It's a little early. A little bit early, just like how we get here. We get here at 4 in the morning, a little bit early.
Oh, my God. In a family of 9, in a family that I grew up in, it was like, wait till tomorrow. You get what I mean? Because my birthday's Christmas Eve, so it was like, okay, yeah, you'll have a birthday. Wait till tomorrow.
I heard it got skipped for decades.
Oh, for like decades.
They just skipped it year after year.
That was very nice of you. Thank you very much. You just wasted like 30 seconds of your time.
Sir, I heard there was this dark thing. I'm trying to reveal the secrets of the tour, you know, the behind the curtain. Here's a man who hasn't had a birthday in like four consecutive decades. No one remembers. They're getting Christmas, they're sending him texts, have Merry Christmas. No one says happy birthday. So we want to do that for you, sir. Really do appreciate you. Let's hear for General Flynn one more time. Thank you, sir. All right, our next presenter. Oh, yeah, he didn't see that one coming. Yes. Yes. Okay, all right. Now, our next presenter that we have here, how many of you you want to be prepared? You say, I want to get prepared. Now, I'm not an anti-prep guy, but I think right now we got to get prepared for what? We got the hantavirus, Ebola virus, you got the collapse of the economy, you got Chinese nationals that could be dropped in overnight and take over the world. Got to have backup batteries, got to have backup phone charger, got to have a wallet, got to have backup for the wallet. Where are my keys? Got to have a backup for the keys. Got to look both ways, stop, drop, and roll. Don't run with scissors. I always forget that one. I'm running around out there with scissors. You're saying, don't run with the scissors. But we do need to be prepared on a practical level because stuff happens, you know. And how many of you know, like in Tennessee, bad things happened and then people weren't prepared and it became a bad situation. And so our next presenter is here to talk about practical preparedness. Since 1989, the year the San Francisco Giants played versus the Oakland Athletics in the World Series. Since 1989, he's been preparing for and responding to major wide area disasters with a highly trained team of first responders from helicopter pilots, engineers, medics, security, fuel, power, alongside a network of well over 2,700 contractors to ensure a successful disaster recovery anytime, anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet Steve Slepseby. He's got a video.
What we've done for the last 30 plus years is look for solutions prior to disasters happening.
It's my job to put together a team of highly skilled first responders, fire, police, and unrestricted rescue services.
My goal has always been to create the best comprehensive plans in these different disaster zones. Everybody knows
exactly what to do when shit hits the fan.
Oh, folks, now before I introduce Steve Sleptovic, Steve, in your video, one thing that was missing. There was no footage. I saw the chink in your armor. No footage of people running with scissors. Let's hear it for Steve Sleptovic. Welcome. Yes.
Love you, Clay. Remote, good. 15 minutes doesn't leave me a whole lot of time. I'm just going to power through some of this stuff. Some stuff's relevant, and I'm just going to see how Spirit speaks and share those things. So, just a lot of history. You know, I'm watching this video. It's interesting because every one of them has a memory. Everyone has a moment of what was pivotal in making that successful. And what I could tell you is that no matter how well my team members are trained, one of the things that I always teach them is if you don't do the spiritual work, you have no business deploying. And one of the most important things is that if you're not tuned in with the Holy Spirit in these last times, because we're truly in the end times, when God says zig, you're going to zag, and that's the end of your story. So in order for us to be good vessels, you don't have to have all the skills. You just have to be willing to answer the call. And if you hesitate and you go to your head will tell you all the reasons you're not qualified. I've seen the most unqualified people pull off some of the most amazing miracles in my life. Spiritually first, obviously training is the next thing in that process, right? Remember these days? I remember when it happened, our son being vaccine injured, seeing what was happening, what was unrolling. This was the next phase of something that critically, my spirit screamed inside of me. Step out, step forward. And I remember January 5th and 6th, we were there, about 33 paramedics, a whole team of us. And shortly after that, being at the Capitol, seeing the greatest revival happen, seeing the most well-orchestrated so-called insurrection, that to me, with our security personnel, I saw the game, I saw how it was being played while three other sides of the building was totally peaceful. I'm like, wow, this is being orchestrated. Coming home, my daughter crying on the phone, Dad, are you an insurrectionist? Do I need to disown you? And I realized at that moment how powerful media was. And I'm like, kid, where are you? I'm going to come see you. As a father, in that moment, I realized how my kids were being programmed. And I got deep into the trenches at that moment about what it meant to be really close to my kids and my family, about what was going on in the world. The riots, Afghanistan, we did the 6-part docuseries called Border Battles with Charlie Kirk. A close friend of mine, traveled back and forth with him multiple times to the border, 10 terabytes of footage, and to expose what was happening. And it was interesting because when Flynn called me right after the January 5th and 6th, he's a visionary. He sees things way ahead of it. And he was like, I need everybody in Polk County. You're going to be locked down in a room for 2 days. You're going to find out who's who in the zoo. And I'm like, what am I there for? And my stuff was what was happening at the border, because what happened was one of my Border Patrol friends, who's another Serbian friend of mine, picked up the phone and said, hey, you have drones. I said, yeah, we use them in hurricanes for mapping, thermal, moisture mapping, forensic work. He's like, I need help at the border. We're getting invaded. So I'm like, yeah, yes, but I can't pay you because I can't put you on a contract. So we went and did work that cost about $350,000 to show them. And the amount of interceptions we did, and the drug cartels, the rape trees we exposed, the kids that were drugged, the 11-year-old girl that was bleeding that I thought she had her period was raped 7 or 8 different times of different DNAs in her. When these things got exposed and we started sharing this stuff and got deplatformed for 9 months on social media, I knew I was over the target, right? It was no more about the truth. It was about a controlled psyop. I always say to people, where were you at this time? It was, to us, the greatest time in history for me and my family, and for people that I met along this path, thanks to the vision of Clay Clark, General Flynn, and everybody else he put on the Reawaken America tour. It's been one of the most beautiful family orientation, because these last times, this is what it's really about, is finding your people, finding your tribe. When digital currency comes inside, when you have over 100 million humanoids in the next 5 years, when you're forced into what the Bible tells us is the mark of the beast, if you don't prep now, you're going to just roll over. And if you didn't learn from the last one, that playbook's not going to be the same playbook. A bunch of firefighters were getting fired for not taking the vax. They stood out. And I was like, go find that guy. We're hiring. Go find that person in New York. Go find that person in Florida. Go find that person in LA. And it was the best thing that ever happened because we were the ones that stood at the Capitol during the Defeat the Mandates with Bobby Kennedy and the frontline doctors speaking out against the mandates about the vaccines, about what's coming. And it's interesting that Bobby released a book in 2021 called The Real Anthony Fauci. And just now, Tulsi's dropping it, who we've also provided security for, a wonderful woman, on her last day dropped the unclassified information that we knew to be true. Did I have all the answers? No. My spirit spoke to me, and I just spoke out loud, and I trusted God's downloading. But what I ask is, where were you at that time? Were you sitting on the fence? Were you being a contribution to humanity? How were you showing up at that time? Or were you telling yourself the story about how you can't do nothing about it? And you know what? If you said that story, then you get to be right about your story because nobody wants to be wrong about it. But there's another opportunity that's going to present itself, and it's going to call you forth again. Are you going to answer the call? Something to think about. This is us on the front lines, marching in the Capitol, marching in the streets of LA, over the Brooklyn Bridge. Mickey Willis, an incredible film writer. If you have not seen Plandemic, the movie, I encourage you to go watch it. It's free, it's online, and you can see the psyop that started then and is continuing with this globalist movement. Really interesting. I look at the North earthquake. That was in '94. The main instrumental thing, I got shook out of bed in LA where I grew up. And the main thing that was incredibly critical at that time was structural engineers. Hurricane Florence was the forensic meteorologist for New Hanover Hospital. That whole place flooded. I had the foresight and forethought with our meteorologist that place was going to flood. We pushed the equipment in. Roof peeled off. We shrunk wrap on the 4th floor, diverted water, pulled toilets, and they did 17 life-saving surgeries as a result of the team and the pre-positioning of a very well-known meteorologist that was on our team. The 2020 riots and January 6th, we had security teams in Melrose from LA to Buckhead, Atlanta, on rooftops, seeing how the international media and the local media worked together to create the greatest psyop of how it was being done. I could go deep down that rabbit hole of how it was being played and how people went along with it. The special operation, of course, the border crisis, I talked about the drones, the thermal drones were instrumental in our security teams. Hurricane Helene, we pushed in from Tampa because we were getting ready to do some medical work with Joseph Ladapo. We saw the hurricane push up into North Carolina, and I just took my team of medics up there and my helicopter pilot and said, this is the problem. Having done this for 35 plus years, I'm like, this is gonna be a medical rescue situation. All these roads are gonna be cut off. And we just put it out on the wire, and God's like, I got you. He will always lead, he will always show up, and you don't have to have the answer. People go, how did you know? I said, I didn't know. I just answered the call. And all these pilots answered our call in the international group that we pushed out for the national group of pilots, independent pilots. These guys were flying in from everywhere. There's 4 helicopters that were being big for the forestry service that weren't being used. I turn around and pick up the phone, I call General Flynn, and General Flynn is always there to answer the call. He picked up the phone, called the Lieutenant Governor, and within the next, he goes, if those burns aren't up tomorrow morning, you call me. The next morning, those 4 birds were coming in. That afternoon, the Lieutenant Governor stormed that airport that we stood up because everybody left, which was Hickory, chewed the ass from the top to the bottom. And the director of the airport goes, you know some people. I said, I came to you and you didn't do nothing. You said it was out of your control, it was out of your thing. So yes, I went around you and went over your head. He goes, I didn't like what went down. He goes, but you did the right thing. You know? So anyway, Syria, child trafficking, we've done some really cool ops, can't talk much about it, but when 2,000 Druze and Christians got slaughtered in a place called Sweda, it didn't make the news. You didn't hear Free Palestine or Free Sweda because it's the same actors, the foreign Islamic terrorists that were moving in the same thing. Pay attention to what's happening in Europe. Pay attention to what's happening in our politics. But at the end of the day, people go, well, the politicians, it's not up to the politicians. It's up to me and you. I always say if it is to be, it is up to me and my committed action. And all glory to God. Because it's not by my own doing ever. Spiritual, mental, physical. I shared it in the beginning. If you don't do the spiritual work, you're not going to show up any other way in your life. If you don't have a sat phone, I encourage you to get a satellite phone. We carry sat phones in all our bags. I carry it with me everywhere I go. My wife carries it, Warrior Mom, my beautiful wife, Tracy Slevcevic, and all my kids do. I carry my mobile Starlinks because the first thing that go out in any wide area disasters is comm. Turn your lights off, turn your phone off. Do you know where your kids are? Do you know where your friends are? Do you know where your family is? Do you even know how to get home without a GPS or across town or whatever else? So get your stuff in order. I can't talk too much about it. Got really limited amount of time. But all that stuff's available online. And I encourage you guys also to go by the satellite phone store. In all my backpacks, I carry a ballistic shield, really super light, it's Kevlar, and I carry my sat phones. I have my battery backups in it. And also, if you want to stay silent, because every device is listening. With my Intel team, I can track a phone if your phone's turned off. There's so many ways that people don't realize that they're being tracked. Their footprint is everywhere. Talk to the guys over here. They have an incredible ghost phone. They know how to get you off into where you're not a footprint, digital footprint, where they can track you and notice. With AI right now, everything's being infiltrated. There's no such thing privacy, not even Proton Mail. Some people they think they know, but when you see who the companies are that are behind it, who fund it, you don't have to go very far. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into this. This is completely different. Let me see if I got anything else that I need to cover. All right, that's it. I got 2 minutes. I'll be off real quick. We good? I got 6 minutes. Okay, so this is our security company. I'm going to give you something to do. If you have a weapon, if you bought a firearm, that just means you're armed. That's like me going to Guitar Center and buying a guitar. It doesn't make me a musician, okay? So get trained. Get your family trained. Take some basic life support. Take a CPR class, because you may be called to be that first responder. That person drops in front of you. You don't want to live with that on your fabric that I don't know what to do. Don't be that person, right? Be a protector of your family. Don't be afraid of something. Go get the training. We do a grid down training for 3 days where I take a whole bunch of people with the Special Forces, Marine Recon, a guy that teaches the SF guys of how to go find water with their packs in the Mojave Desert, the winter course, how to forage for food, how to build shelters. These people build shelters in the woods with just what they find, which is twigs, branches, leaves, and they sleep on the ground. Bugs crawl on you. It's uncomfortable. You feel like you're going to die, like an animal's going to eat you. But your primal instincts really come to a next level. We do a lot of force on force that teaches you how to do security. We create Alpha, Bravo, Charlie teams, and then you go raid the other person's camp. You forage for food. You purify water. You learn what you could use as far as antiseptic type stuff. We process a live animal. You build a fire. You eat it. It's nasty. Goats don't taste very good unless you're really marinating it and you have maybe some Greek bloodline in you. But it teaches you an amazing thing because you're disconnected from electronics. You're disconnected from a TV, and you're grounded in the earth. We're at the point in history where weak men are running this, and what happens after weak men. We're also in the days of Noah. So when someone tells you something, pay attention, right? We're living in those times. You say it, but you don't do nothing about it. It's time to show up. And it's time to be your contribution. I threw this thing in because this is part of my passion project because of the journey that we've been on in helping other families. But it really comes down to eat good food, real food, right? Notice your environment. And pay attention to the black box labels before you inject anything into a child or into your body. It's called informed consent. You want to do it? I believe in freedom. Take all the jabs, be on your 9th booster, that's all great. Do what you want to do. You're a choice. But be informed. Truly grateful for Clay. Honored that Flynn has put this thing together and has kept this tour going for so long. But when people tell me, again, what is it to me to do? The government, the country, this, stop bitching about it and start being about it, because it's we, the people, that when we say, not going to take it, I'm not going to comply, I'm not going to consent to that, you're a choice. God gave you a sovereign right. Own your voice, but always come from a space of love. Because then you're going to communicate to the other person. And never know that not we all have a different picture show. We don't all see the same thing. So be gracious with the person who may not see things the way you see it. Be calm, be patient. You'll get through to them. Love you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's Steve Slepcevic. Where's Tina Horlocker? Tina Horlocker, you here? Tina, come up here. Tina. People say, who's Tina? I met Tina at one of the first event, and I think she has like 74 kids or something. I don't know the number. I black out after a certain number. We have 5, and people say, are you Amish? Are you guys Amish? Are you Mormon? Look at the Mormon speaker guy. He's so pale, and he's got 5 kids. We'll pray for him. You know, how many of you have more than 5 kids? People always say, we'll pray for you. We'll pray for you. Like, no, I love having kids, but you have more kids than we have. How many kids do you have?
I have 10.
Now, General Flynn, I need you up here real quick, sir. This is, Child Protective Services. We're talking a lot about these things, and so you got 10 kids. I don't know if that's even ethical or legal at this point to have 10 kids. But how many of them are you not feeding? How many of them are you not feeding currently?
A few of them. It just depends on if they do their chores.
Okay, no, but seriously, you're a vendor here, and you've got 10 kids. You're single. Are you a single mom? Or are you a single mom? A mom who's single? She's a mom who's single, not through her choice, correct, but a single mom, and she's out there. She's got a booth, and there's a lot of these vendors that have booths, that are working really hard, trying to feed their families, but also they're trying to sell solutions they believe in. So tell General Flynn what you do over there, and then he can attack you with various questions, and then I'll kind of sort it out in a minute.
Okay. So General Flynn, do you know about these LifeWave patches? Have you heard of them? They reactivate your stem cells and your copper peptides, and then they wake up your stem cells, and then your stem cells go heal your body. Did you know about that?
And what are the effects?
Well, the effects are that your body can heal itself if it's given in the right signals. So this is non-transdermal. It's not putting anything into my body, but it is reactivating my stem cells by reflecting my own body's light back into my body.
Tough question. Do you put them on your children?
I do sometimes when they need it, like Christy over there, she broke her collarbone.
Wait, so this is a tougher question. Does what you sell taste like barbecue? Because the barbecue guy's killing it out there. Do you sell any barbecue, or does it taste like barbecue?
Or fried something?
Not usually. Doesn't usually taste like barbecue.
And if people want to go to your booth, where are you at? Because we turned every inch of this church.
Let me ask you another question. This is totally different.
Yeah.
Do you, whether you do or not, it doesn't matter to me, but do you pay taxes?
Yes.
A mother with 10 children, the government should be paying you, and you shouldn't pay a dime. You shouldn't pay a dime in taxes. So, because you're going to sell something, maybe you'll make a few bucks here or there, and the government's going to take a little bit of money from you for something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why I just thought that. I'm just like thinking, because I'm from a big family, and I'm like, God, this woman's got 10 children, and she's having to help these people out. But that's, you're another reminder for me for why I will be relentless against these things that we're dealing with in this country, because we cannot have that. We cannot, because the children are the future, right? We say that. And so however you nurture them, however you slap them, or whatever you do to them, to raise them. I don't know. That's the way I grew up.
Would you like me to tell you what we did last week?
Huh?
Well, 1 week ago today, we walked 50 miles.
There you go.
Just for fun.
There you go. And that's called forced family fun.
So your booth, if people want to visit your booth, Tina, where's your booth?
Please do.
Right out that door.
All right, let's hear for Tina Horlocker. Good to see you. I saw you. I wanted to bring you up here. Yeah. Yes. 10 children. I heard that the first time. I went, what? 10? What? Who? What? Okay. So now our next presenter was one of the only doctors that I could find in the great state of Minnesota. Don't you know, Bjorn? Who here's from Minnesota? And who's not from Minnesota? Oh, as an example, in Minnesota, you would ask a normal Minnesotan, you would say, what did you do this weekend? It doesn't matter where they went shopping, they're gonna go, oh, I went to town. We went to town, thanks for the descriptive narrative, you know? You'd ask anybody from Minnesota, best conference they've ever been to ever. Their team could have won the World Series. The Twins win the series. The Minnesota Timberwolves could be in the playoffs. How are things? They could have watched an amazing event. They would say, oh, it could be worse. And so it's that kind of mindset that drives that state where I'm from. And this doctor, I noticed he kind of sounded Minnesotan, but he had this certain optimism about things. And he didn't comply with the mask mandates and the quarantines and the curfews. And Minnesota, by the way, is a hard left state. A great place to open up a daycare, though. Great place, great place. If you're an illegal immigrant of some kind and you don't really offer that service, but you just want to set up shop. If you're any of the illegals watching this show, if you want to make a killing, what you do is you move to Minnesota. Oh, don't you know? You move up there, up north, go to town. And you'll just set up a daycare and money will just flow in. And you don't even have to worry about any expenses or employees or doing anything at all. You just make money. It's a money printing machine up there in Minnesota. But anyway, so this guy speaks Minnesotan. He speaks medical freedom. He loves the Lord, loves the gospel, loves his family. He's the founder of officialsynapse.com. That's the website, officialsynapse.com. He's the CEO and founder of officialsynapse.com, the Center for Health and Healing, a renowned functional medicine clinic that provides advanced problem-solving and honest truth-telling care to patients across all 50 states and numerous countries. As an author and international lecturer, he dedicates his career to sharing holistic insights and empowering people worldwide to achieve lasting wellness. He also cuts his cookies into the shape of a bar, because in Minnesota they don't make cookies, they make bars. It's in a, who knows what I'm talking, who knows what I'm talking about? Yeah, they don't make a cookie a circle shape. No, we don't do that. No. We put it in a pan. We're too busy. We put it in a pan, then we just cut it into square shapes, and we serve a bar to our good friend Bjorn or Leaf or Shaplusky, because this is the only names we have up there. So that's something to think about. By the way, Minnesota, one more thing about Minnesota. If we say goodbye to you, we will follow you out to your car like you have no idea how it works, and we will guide you down the driveway and give you pro tips for 45 consecutive minutes. Let me give you an example. In Minnesota, we will say, goodbye. And then we'll go, do you know how to get back? And you're like, yeah, I drove here. I have GPS. We're in America. It's 2026. Oh, well, let me show you. Go down to the tree over there, and then you want to hang a right, and you want to look for my good friend Luke. He's over there with Bjorn, and that's a thing. So Minnesota goodbye could take hours. So be careful if you try to say goodbye to this guy. He could follow you out to your car, follow you home. That being said, he's a great doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet my good friend, Dr. Troy Spur, all the way from the great state of Minnesota. Don't you know? Oofda, all for cute. All for cute.
Thank you, I think. So, yeah, some of that was true, Clay. Thank you. So, Clay wanted me to talk a little bit about just proactive approach, and I'm going to do it a little differently here because I started thinking about this. And when it comes to your healthcare, there's a lot going on. You guys have heard some really good speakers here. There's a lot of truth tellers here, yes? Yeah. And so I'm so thankful for that. So here is the short story. If you want to be proactive with your healthcare, if you want to actually protect yourself more than anything, it is just simply this. Give God your yes. That's it, right? So let me explain that. So when you have a good relationship with the Lord, when you have a good relationship with God, God will direct you. You've heard a lot of amazing speakers here. Every one of them I've learned from Dr. Judy Mikovits early on, Mel Kay, Laura Logan last night was phenomenal. All these people are truth tellers, and I'm going to share a story of just what happens when you give God your yes. So first of all, I was in a nice, successful practice, 500 square foot office. I did not want to expand much of anything. I didn't want to be here, I'll tell you that much. That was not on my my to-do list. And my wife and I, we also have 10 kids, Clay. My wife and I have 10 kids. She's in the back there. We have 17 grandkids. 18 is on the way. So a lot of people in our family give their yes. I'm just going to say it that way. And so we battled with this, and my wife will tell you, for 2 years, I didn't want to open a functional medicine clinic. When God said, open a functional medicine clinic, open a functional medicine clinic for my people. I didn't know what that meant. Then COVID hit, and we brought on some people, and we just ran a different type of clinic. So we became an underground clinic for COVID, treating it all the way you guys know was the best way, saving lives. And this is the journey God has had for me. So now, I'm skipping a lot, but one of our top trauma centers in the state, the ones that deal with all the gunshot victims in downtown Minneapolis, St. Paul, they invited me into the hospital to start teaching their surgical teams functional medicine. So that's a miracle, just right there. Miracle number 2, the top surgeon there is our new chief medical officer now. He is now working for me in our clinic, and his number 1 role is to teach our patients and to teach our doctors their identity in Christ. Now, do you think that's going to lead to a different healthcare system? Amen. Things are changing. So maybe we'll go to the slide. I'll pretend I'm going to use my slides, Jackie, if you can bring it up there. Yes. So with that being said, do you guys know that we are spirit, we have a body, and we have a soul? So I can stand up here and tell you all the different things we did during COVID, what you can do to prevent yourself from viruses in the future. But here's the thing, we are spirit. You must know God. You must know your identity. Then you will know what to say yes to and what to say no to. That's how you're going to succeed. And when someone speaks, whether it's Dr. Minkovitz or whether it's any of the other doctors who have been phenomenal up here, you're going to hear from Dr. Stella in a little bit. She is phenomenal. When they speak and you know your identity, you'll know what to say yes to and what to say no to. God will put it on your heart saying, that one was for me. That gem was from me. So that's the answer of how you actually become healthy, because God will protect you. I went from wanting to stay in my little 500 square foot office into expanding into something much larger, and now we're impacting people from all over the country and all over the world. But it does not come without trials. So that's what I want to talk about. They're called fires. And with this, I'm going to honor a man of God. His name is Pastor Greg Locke. So our journey started with Pastor Locke. COVID happened. I gave my yes to God, thinking we're going to build this big clinic. And then all of a sudden, challenges happened in our family. We had a daughter. We had 2 daughters who were bound by drugs and addiction. And so what happened was my wife saw Dr. Locke preaching, and she said, that's it. She knew her identity in Christ, and what he was saying led to us going down from Minnesota to Tennessee. She went through a deliverance with them, our daughter did, and it just steamrolled into one thing and then another. The teaching I'm giving you today is from her. She has repented, she has rebounded, she is free, she is delivered, she is healthy, she is changing this world. So this teaching is meant to honor Pastor Locke. He's going through a lot right now, but as he lost a child, we gained children who are now rescuing people off the street, bound by addiction. So we're going to go through her teaching. I also want to honor our pastor, Charles Caruco. They did a documentary about our family. So as I'm doing all this healthcare stuff, working with Clay, working with the Reawaken Tour, God was performing miracles on our family on the side. And so it started with giving your yes. And so with that being said, there are 7 fires we go through in life, all of us. And I want you to look at these and look and see if you've gone through them yourself. And then also know that our country is going through the same fires. These are the fires that God allows. These are the fires that are intentional because they refine us. Fire and all the troubles don't break us down. They refine us. So I'm going to show you a little recipe here that we found. First, fire of rejection. Raise your hand if you've ever experienced the fire of rejection. Look at the room. Next fire, fire of delay. We are in a fire of delay right now with our country, right? People have been awake for decades, over a decade. Next fire, fire of injustice. You guys all, yep. We've all been through the fire of injustice. Fire of betrayal. Yes, fire of betrayal. People turn on us. If you look at it also, I'm going to point something out. President Trump has been going through a lot of these fires simultaneously. I've actually seen Clay Clark work miraculously with this next one, fire of responsibility. More responsibilities. When you give your yes, guess what's going to happen? God's going to ask you to do something. And you have to know it comes with responsibility. And it doesn't feel good. Fire refines you. It crucifies the flesh. Next one, fire of correction. This one hurts. I'm going to say this. When you go through the fire of correction, think about David and Bathsheba. David saw Bathsheba and he knew that she was meant to be with him. Solomon was always the plan. But he got ahead of God. And he took Bathsheba first, out of order. But what did David do? He repented and then he worshiped. Repent, worship. Remember that. It doesn't matter. You go through the fires, you're not perfect. It's okay. Repent and worship. Give God the glory. And then the last fire, promotion, happens. And this is where we start to learn about whether the weight of your calling is going to sink you or lift you up. So very, very important to know that we go through a lot of these fires. Now, when it comes to just God's formula is the way I like to say it, but I noticed a pattern. When you give your yes, you have to take a leap of faith. And it doesn't matter where you are. I was by myself. We wanted to be by ourselves in our little nook. But God used us. They used all of you. God will use all of you. So you give your yes, you take that leap of faith, and then part of your new identity gets revealed in Christ. God will reveal strengths about you. God will reveal gifts about you. And then guess what happens? You get tested. You get tested, and if you don't pass that test, guess what happens? You got to go through it again. And if you don't pass that test, you got to go through it again. Same thing with your health, same thing with whatever God has for you. You will be tested. Know it's coming. If you know the test is coming, just be ready. And every one of you is a different cog in the wheel that God has for his divine plan. He is the master weaver. All of this will be orchestrated so that you can do what you are meant to do. You'll be lifted up in it. You'll have a new identity in Christ, and you will make a difference. General Flynn says local impact. That's what we're talking about. It starts with your God-given identity. Once you pass the test, then you get blessed. And so the new blessings come, and I'll leave it up on the screen there, and you can see that with each fire comes a blessing as you get through it. So it's very, very important to see. Rejection. If you are rejected, God has a plan for you. He is setting you up for divine selection. Divine selection. Next fire, delay, refines patience. I think we're all there, right? I'm pretty good with patience right now. We've been waiting a long time for what's about to happen right now in this next year, yes? Yes, this is a year of revelation. Have you guys seen how much God is revealing? How much is coming to the surface? So as it comes to the surface, God is going to need an army. You're that army, the remnant army that's going to do the work that God has for us. But you've got to give your yes. Next one, injustice. Test how you respond when treated unfairly. When you are treated unfairly, it leads to a deeper intimacy with God. Because it's not about the people. They have wounds. People operate out of their wounds all the time. It's no accident that our new CMO is a trauma wound surgeon. But he's working on the spiritual wounds first. I don't have enough time to share some of the stories, but he has saved lives and never used his scalpel once, simply by introducing gang members from the inner city to Christ. I was there. Yeah, you can clap for that. That is unbelievable. A surgeon who doesn't need a scalpel. I was in the hospital. I will share the last part of this. I was in the hospital with him, and this gang member said, I know who shot me. I have to kill him. I've ordered the hit. It's too late. And he said, they're getting their guns. And he said, or you could publicly forgive him. And he said, Doc, I can't do that. He's my son. It was my son who shot me. If I don't take him out, I'll lose my street credibility. He works for the mafia. It's a big, big deal in the gang world. And he said, no, you could publicly forgive him. And so I was driving back from the hospital. I got a call from them, and they said, I got to give you an update. The nurses went in, prayed for him. The nurses went in, prayed for him. He gave his life to Christ, and he called off the hit. That surgeon, that nursing team saved lives without raising a scalpel. Amen? Betrayal challenges the ability to forgive, increases faith and personal healing. When we have measured this in our clinic, unforgiveness blocks healing. Do you know your cells fold over when we're in a state of fear, fight or flight? They fold over on themselves. Even if you're taking the best supplements, the best nutrients, they can't get inside the cell. We measure the fluid shift into the cell when people forgive. It's instantaneously. God has designed healing within you. We block it. We block it. So forgiveness is one of the biggest things you can do for your health. This one, fire of responsibility. I see Clay do this at the Reawaken tours all the time. Lead while you bleed. Does that sound familiar? Is that right, Clay? Lead while you bleed. Develops leadership and stewardship. There's a reason why General Flynn and Clay are working together, because they lead while they bleed. General Flynn could have sat down. He was attacked. He could have sat down, but he didn't. Now, we may not have the calling of Clay or General Flynn. It might just be that one conversation with the neighbor. It starts with the local action, as General Flynn says. Lead while you bleed. It's a fire of responsibility. It's a privilege. God has asked you to stand up. Give him your yes. Amen. Next one, the fire of correction. Like I said, this one hurts. We respond to God's correction. And we either, listen to this. We either receive the correction like David did, or we get offended. Those are the two things happen when God tries to correct us. God is correcting our country right now. God is correcting people individually, just like he did with David. David received the correction and received the blessings. When you don't, you develop a spirit of offense. Raise your hand if you've seen a spirit of offense in the United States in the last 10 years and beyond. It is rampant because God is correcting our country. God is correcting us. And the people that don't know God's voice are offended. So when you see people receiving that correction, standing up, leading while they're bleeding, those are the people we use our discernment to actually follow and listen to. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because you guys are all here, right? Last one, fire of promotion, stepping into the role God has prepared for us. It tests if we can carry the weight of our calling with humility and integrity. This is a blessing. Well done, my good and faithful servant. You did so well with a little, I'm going to give you more, is what God says. And that's what happens. Matthew 25:21. So I want you guys to just know this. If you want to have better health, if you want to know for certainty that you're protected no matter what comes, give God your yes. That's it. Give God your yes. And with that, I have little bars for everyone at my table. No, I'm just joking. I don't have bars. I don't have a table. I just want to say, I want to wrap this up. I just want to say I appreciate each and every one of you, right? God spoke your life into existence. And God has a calling for you. You have a purpose. You have an identity. Find it. Revel in it. Be okay with the testing of it. You're not alone. Just like the 7,000, we have an army here. With my last 40 seconds, again, I want to just honor Pastor Locke for starting our journey, showing me what miracles are like. They did a documentary about my family. because of the miracles. And there's been many more since then. They've rescued people off the streets in Needle Park, brought them into their home, gangrene on their legs. Prayer took care of the gangrene. There's miracle after miracle after miracle we've witnessed. And I've got one foot in the medical community and one foot in God's kingdom. Things are changing. So God bless you all. Thank you, General Flynn. Thank you, Clay, for having me. And I just appreciate and love you all. God bless.
That's officialsynapse.com, officialsynapse.com. That's the website if you're looking for a doctor you can trust. It's officialsynapse.com. Now, our next presenter, I have a quick disclaimer. How many of you think things that you do not say? How many of you spend the majority of holidays thinking things that you don't say? So our next presenter, he was saying, hey, listen, Clay, he's on our show, and he's like, Roe versus Wade, it's going to get overturned. You watch it, you know, and I'm like very skeptical of everything, you know? So I'm going, inner dialogue, doesn't say it, but he's probably crazy. I'll probably pray for him. He's crazy. You know? And then it happened, and I thought, okay, so 1 for 1, fine, I'll give that to you. Second is, he said, I think gold will hit 4,000 an ounce. And I buy gold, but I'm thinking maybe 2,000, maybe 3, but 4, that's hyperbole, that's hype. He's hyping it up. He's a hype guy, hype. I don't need any hype in my life. No Tony Robbins, less Tony Robbins, more Dramamine, more NyQuil. I don't need more hype. There's a lot of hype. I want to take it down a notch, you know. So I'm thinking, whatever. And then it did hit 4,000 ounces. I was like, okay, 2 for 2. And he just continues to talk about things that happen. And so as you hear his presentation, I want you to assume that everything he's saying is nuts and crazy. And he's out of his mind. But at the same time, respectfully, just kind of look for it and go, okay, sure, whatever, silly speaker guy. But he's been right about a lot of things. And so with that being said, we have an intro video. It's awkward if we don't. Here we go. Could be awkward. I'll just hand draw something and set it to music if we need to. Like a flip card thing. Are we good?
There will be a sign in the heavens. It will look and it shall be likened unto a woman that is about to give birth and she is in labor. For God said there is a birth taking place and America is suffering the labor pains. America is suffering the last hours before the birth of this child. Did you not know that there would be something birthed, says the Spirit of the living God? It's about to be born. It's about to be born for this nation. A move of my Spirit that shall shake the church, that shall shake the gates of the cities, that will shake the gates of the cities. Listen to the word of the Lord. It's about to be born. Your travail must come to an end, says the Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bo Pony! Bo.
God bless everybody. All glory to God. There's no reason I'd be standing here without God. Let me just tell you. Wow, what a blessed time to be alive. You know, it's just, I got to tell you, I'm here, I listen to the speakers, and it was a pleasure to, to do these events on Reawaken America. Thank you, Eric, just with Clay putting this together, with General Flynn. What a blessing to have done all this. And here's a problem, okay? We're sitting here listening to me speak, And as great as the world is, it still sucks. Right? Like, think about it. You know what I'm saying, right? Trump's been in office for a whole term. Then, while he's out of office, many of the prophets rebuked their actual words because he didn't have a second term, but Kim Clement said he would, right? But why? He never said it'd be consecutive. But when you understand, God wrote the end from the beginning. And why I'm standing here today, as great as it is a pleasure and a blessing to be here, Trump has had a term, a year and a half, and he's doing an incredible job. But yet, what's changed? Let that sink in. Ask yourself. We heard incredible podcasts about what they're doing with the children and all these horrible things that are happening in the world. Horrible. Because why? Who would do that? Oh, come on, that's nuts. Who would do something like that to the kids? The devil. The devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy, okay? But Christ comes to give you life more abundantly. Where's the abundance? Where's the abundance? Because he who controls the financial system promotes his God. Who are the gods of the world right now? Plural. Notice I said gods, plural, lowercase g with an S. The fallen ones. That's who controls the world right now. And they create the Federal Reserve System, create money out of thin air to promote their gods, lowercase g. And what do they do with the money? They have unlimited funding, unlimited handshakes. Bow down to me and I will make you a king on the earth. What do you think's going on right now? All it is a bunch of kings on the earth working for a fallen one. And the church, I don't want to say is, but, is not in a great financial situation. What do we need? We need unlimited money because my God is a God of plenty. And when he intervenes, when he fed the 5,000, there wasn't enough to feed the 5,000. There was enough to feed the 5,000, the family, the friends, everybody that showed up. And when it was finished, there was still food left over. Okay? That's my God. That's my God. Not a God of I don't know if I can afford to buy a shirt today or a hat or whatever else. I would love to right now bless every one of the vendors with $100,000. Why not? Why not? They deserve it for being here. Every one of you deserve to have massive amounts of monies in your bank accounts right now. And you know what you would do with it? You would promote Jesus. Jesus. That's who you'd be promoting, not these idiotic fallen angels that run the world and these forever politicians never leave office. Sit there forever promoting their gods. Rig the stock market with insider trading, make as much money as they can ever fathom, think that they're so rich and wealthy. And know what they got in their bank account? Digits. That's it, digits. So the Lord revealed to me, on the plane, I'm getting the plane, he goes, I want you to write a book. I'm like, okay, when do you want it done by? Before you get on stage. Okay then, sounds like a plan. So I finished a book in 3 days. Guess what? You get a book for free. This book is the greatest book ever written, because it's not me. It's not me. This is the greatest book ever written with regards to time that's ever been revealed. And you get first look at it. I literally finished it 2 hours ago. Well, putting the details together. The book is called The Power of Seven and the Importance of this 4th of July. This 4th of July, you don't even understand. This is going to be the summer of summers, okay? Next, is there a clicker? Or should I just, thank you, sir. God bless. Let's try. There we go. Okay, so, you know the scripture, Daniel, shut up the book? Let's read it. Daniel, but you Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. You know we're in the end of days, not the end of time, okay? So the Bible's very clear. You know, I remember as a kid growing up, man, the 80s, they rocked. Come on, who was not loving the 80s? Okay, into the 90s, man, our music was the best. Life was awesome. You could do stuff you don't want to talk about today and get away with it. I got away with a lot. God used me because I'm a little crazy on certain things. But he uses, like Clay, for example, right? He uses people and their personalities, right? And that's why there's so many prophets in the world right now, because there's like, when you go to the ice cream store, there's different flavors. Like some people like a vanilla prophet, some people like a cherry prophet, and some people like a strawberry prophet. But regardless, the message is the same if it's coming from God, right? And so then you've got the people that call themselves prophets, don't really hear from God, and think that the true prophets are saying things that are nuts. But we're not, because I'm telling you, what's about to happen, this is going to be the greatest time in human history, okay? We are about to see things that are going to blow our minds. You know when you read in scriptures, you know, they make fun of Noah because he built the ark, and then next thing you know, it started to rain, and everybody realized he was right. Okay, we're stepping into a time, be like, well, God doesn't do those things. No, he's God of yesterday, today, and always. Which means that if you read in the scriptures that he flooded the earth, he could do it again. He said he won't, but he can do things like that. Okay? So he can do things that are, you want to use the word biblical. That's what's about to happen. So when you read, and shut up the book until the time of the end, when 2020 hit, the world changed. Everything changed in 2020. You got to admit, your lives have never been the same. We got this event going on right now. Why? Because the Reawaken event, Lord reveals, you know what it was all about? So Trump's out of office. The moment Trump comes out of office, the Reawaken event starts. Why? Because it's like a furnace. You got to have the pilot light. So the Reawaken event's been the pilot light. The whole time Biden was in office, right? And the moment, this is crazy because Daniel says to me for times and a half a time. Do you realize, General Flynn, from the first event that happened to the very last Reawaken event, it was Daniel 12, verse 7. It was 3.5 years to the exact day. The Reawaken started, the first event Clay did, and he didn't pick a date, he just did the date, right? And and I'm like, Clay, you realize this last event that we were on stage, I'm sure what the last event was, it was literally 1,260 days to the exact day. This event is anointed by the hand of God. Why? Because he picked General Flynn, the most persecuted person. He furthermore picked, there shall be a Clark and a man by the name of Donald. And no one ever knew who Mr. Clark was or the Donald, right? Because it's always hidden in a mystery. God hides things in a mystery. Why? Because even if you read Jeremiah, it says, I will raise up a David, and you will serve the Lord your God and David your king, who I will raise up. This is after King David. This is in Jeremiah 30, verse 9, I think. When you read that scripture, you're literally saying that God's going to raise up a David. But if that scripture says, I will raise up a Trump, do you understand the devil would kill every single Trump bloodline? You see, so God has to hide things in a riddle and a mystery. Why? Because he always wins. You see, so President Trump has been in Bible prophecy for over 2,000 years, written in Jeremiah 30. Let that sink in. None of this is random. It's the farthest thing from random. So it says, shut up the book. It said, shut up the book, shut up the word. So God didn't want to reveal what I'm about to reveal to you until it was time. You're about to see math that is going to be so breathtaking, you can only say it's by the hand of God, okay? So God now reveals what the knowledge shall increase. All right, so if you want the book, scan the QR code. This is the QR code. It will be on my website too if you don't get time to pick it up. But this is the free, and then check this out. I'm done with the book. I'm like, this morning, 2 hours ago, I wonder how many pages it is. Oh, 88. New beginning. Death of the Pope. Like, what is going on, right? So all of this is by design. This book, you're welcome to read it tonight. It will blow your mind. I know people say, well, use that word a lot. Yeah, because God blows my mind all the time. So enjoy the book. It's free. Share it with all your friends. Share it with your family, because the reason he wants this revealed right now is because when the great and terrible day happens, the world's going to say, what was that? Freaked out. People will be freaked out, because what's going to happen is when the event happens, you'll know the world, it'll be the world up to the great and terrible day and the world after this day. And the reason he wants you to know, because this day has been written in Bible scripture, hidden since creation. You're about to witness the time point the prophet said, if only we could witness and be on the earth during the greatest move of God ever in the history of the world. You're about to witness it. So, the numbers, 421, okay? You know the number 7. Now, 7, let's go through the math here. 4 is creation. Why? 4 corners of the earth, okay? There's your 4. How long was it? 4,000 years of the Jews. 2,000 years of the Gentiles. 1,000-year millennial reign. 4, 2, 1. You could break it up in numerous ways. Number 2, covenant, husband and wife. What are we waiting for? The royal wedding, covenant, okay? This is all about covenant, and this ties into 1776, okay? Number 1 is God. Who runs the show? God. When God shows up, everything changes, okay? All you need is 24 hours, one day, and everything changes. So they can plan all they want. When God shows up, how do we get on that ark, Noah? But that's the math behind it. Now, this is crazy. He goes, if you want to have some fun, when you get home, just Google the word 7 binary. 7 binary. You know what it is? 1, 1, 1. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. This is incredible. Okay, so I was a chiropractor for years. I had a nice, successful clinic. Point I'm trying to make, everything I'm saying is in the book. So, number 2 is Christ. When you read Colossians and Ephesians, it says Jesus is the head. We are the body. Revelation 12 is about to give birth. Is the body of Christ born yet? No. It's about to be born. The body of Christ that marries Jesus is not born yet. So Christ is not coming back today. Okay? Why? Because he's coming back to marry the body, which is about to be born. Now, let's continue with the math here. How many vertebrae are in the neck? Who knows? 7. Why? Because that's how God made it. I don't know why. Why isn't it 5? Why isn't it 8? But all I know is every book says there's 7 vertebrae in the neck. And yesterday I was having fun at Clay's house and we were adjusting everybody. So, point I'm trying to make is 7 vertebrae in the neck, okay? Look at the math behind what I'm about to reveal to you, okay? So the head marries the body. But what's the connector? The neck. This is wild, what I'm about to show you, okay? So, now, 7 vertebrae, we're looking for a marriage. There's your biblical scriptures, okay? Next, I can do next slide. I'm doing that. Okay, so now we got 7 vertebrae. Christ is the head, but we gotta marry and get to the body. Now, if you take the number 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, what happens? Well, it's a union. It's a union, so you have to have double. You gotta multiply it by 2. You gotta have 248. Furthermore, the crazy part about the body, the long-standing rabbinical tradition in which the human body was associated with 248 limbs or members. In the Jewish tradition, the number 248 is associated with 248 positive commandments. Genesis 2:4 talks about the husband and wife becoming one. So you multiply 124 times 2, and you get 248. Okay, what does that mean? Well, let's go from the birth of Jesus, and let's multiply that 7 times 248, each single vertebrae. And guess what you get to? 1736. Now, did you realize that the farthest planet, just on the side note, is Pluto? You know how long it takes to go all the way one full time around the sun? Oh, 248 years. Just a coincidence because God made the sun, the moon, and the stars, and he'll use them for signs. So, 248 years times 7 cycles, you get to July 4, 1736. Because why is that important? Because it's all about covenant. Remember, God's a covenant God. So when does God's New Year start? January 1? No. When does God's New Year start with regard to America? Does it start on Nisan 1, which would be like in March? No. When does God's New Year start? When you make a covenant with him. When you make a covenant with God, that's when he starts counting. So you got 1736, but there's a problem. There's things happen in 1736. There's revival movements began there. But it's very interesting when you do that because when you study, there's a word called preparation. You got to prepare. How many farmers are here? We had a farmer on stage yesterday, very, very successful man. But before you plant seeds, you got to prepare the soil. 40 years. How long when they crossed the Red Sea did they walk in the wilderness? And then they walked into the Promised Land. Let's go 1736 plus 40 years, Declaration of Independence, 1776, to the exact day from the birth of Jesus, using the body and the head that God created. Now, what if we continue? That was 7. 7 is, how many days of the week are there? 7. And then a new day begins, right? A new week begins, a new beginning. So the 8th day also is called the first day, or it's also called a new beginning. That's why this book, by design, his design is 88 pages, okay? So 8 on its side is infinity, but it's a new beginning. 8's a new beginning, okay? So why we say this? Because we only got the 7 cycles. So what happened in 1776? The name of Jesus Christ was planted in the soil of America after preparation. The seed was planted. The seed was planted. Was the child born yet? We only have seed planted in the soil of America. Why is everything taking so long? Because it takes 248 years. That's how God operates. So 248 years will be the 8th cycle. The 8th cycle ends on July 4th, 2024. But that only started the year. The year 248 ends on July 3rd, 2025. And on that day, my wife, my beautiful wife, Sophia, Carolyn Dennis, who's back there as well, my wife's back there, we ended up going to the dismantling tour of Kent Christmas and Robin Bullock. And on that day, it was called, God told him, call it the dismantling tour. What's God about to dismantle? Babylon. These nutcases that run the world. We're about to see the fall of a 2,500-year-old prophecy of Babylon. Fallen is Babylon the Great. How many people here have gold and silver? Why? Because probably a good chunk of you listen to this crazy man on stage, and every one of you are super happy right now because you're buying it at under 20 bucks, 25 bucks, okay? And you haven't seen anything yet because we haven't stepped into the golden age. So we're at 8 cycles, and so the year of Jubilee started on the 4th of July last year. But if a woman's gonna give birth, let this sink in. If a woman's gonna give birth, what's the first thing that has to happen? The water has to break. Okay, so the cycle is telling us, this crazy man's on stage saying there's a cycle that started at Jesus' birth. That cycle is indicating you're supposed to have water breaking on the 4th of July, 2025. You're supposed to have it because that indicates water breaking. Oh, massive flooding on the 4th of July, Kerrville, Texas. Google it. Massive flooding on the 4th of July, 2025 to mark the birthing process beginning. Revelation 12 is about to give birth, but what happens is you have to go through a cycle of time. So it started on the 4th of July with the water breaking, and it ends this 3rd of July, 2026. The next day, America is born at 250 years, which is what? What's going to be born? The body of Christ, the glory era, the glory age. So, and all that has to happen is between today, the 20th of June, and the 4th of July is a 24-hour window where God moves. Isaiah 61, we're in the year of the Lord's favor, and there's a 24-hour day of vengeance. Why would God bring vengeance? Well, because we've overturned Roe v. Wade. God is now with us. And it says, if my children who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven. God will forgive our sins as a nation and heal our land. It was a then, if then. So we've overturned Roe v. Wade. We have now rededicated America to God. Okay? But we haven't heard from God yet. We're about to hear from God. This is going to be the wildest next few days, weeks of your lifetime. Because God's about to intervene and change everything that you have ever imagined. It's going to be the greatest days of your life. So, the Jubilee, all we're waiting for is the day of vengeance. Leviticus tells us, proclaim liberty throughout the land. It shall be a Jubilee for you. Isaiah 61, the day of vengeance. This is interesting. Where is silver and gold written in the Bible? Haggai 2, verse 8. The silver is mine, the gold is mine, saith the Lord. Let's backtrack to 2 verses, to Haggai 2, verse 6. I will shake the heavens and the earth, the sea and the dry land. I will shake all nations, and I, the Lord God, will fill his house, America and the world, with his glory. Because the earth is mine, saith the Lord. We're about to see the greatest shaking in human history. When Revelation 12 gives birth, birth comes with a massive amount of mess. All summer is cleanup, everybody. Worldwide cleanup. That's what's coming. This is all scripture, and Revelation 12 is about to give birth. July 4th is the birthing process. But when a woman gives birth, if you study scripture, it's actually, what is it? On the 8th, Leviticus 12, verse 3, on the 8th day. So on the 8th day after birth, the woman is expected to take the child and have the child circumcised, okay? So Jesus was circumcised on the 8th day. So July, count with me, July 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7/11. On July 11th, mark my words, Trump, or something's going to happen where Trump is going to make a covenant with God. He's going to lock down America. They're going to freak out. He's going to come at him with everything he's got. And it's going to be the greatest July you've ever imagined in your life. This is why Kim Clement called it Strange July, Strange July. Summer will be the mediator between spring and fall so that the fall can do its work in America. Fall of kings, fall of princes, watch and see. We're so close. This is, it's just breathtaking, but mark the date, July 11th. Something is going to happen because God is going to trump or something along the lines of, because 8 means covenant. I didn't say that. So the new covenant on the 8th day, whatever that means, a new covenant on the 8th day, this is going to go ballistic on what's about to happen because Babylon, these ones that have controlled the world, are about to lose control. So remember, Trump just turned 80. Okay, Moses was 80 when he came at Pharaoh and he freed Israel. Okay, so this is type and shadow. Why did it take 10 years, everybody? When you read Psalms 90, verse 10, it says what? When did Trump win the election? 2016. It says a generation. General Flynn, you'll love this. A generation is 70 years. When did Trump come in office? 70 years, 7 months, 7 days. He won the election in 2016, but he's 80 by strength, which means that by the hand of God, no one's gonna touch him. So for 80 years, he turned 80 last weekend. He is now 80. He is gonna pull a Moses. God's gonna use him like Moses, and then what? Trump is the David who basically kills Goliath. He's a type and shadow of Goliath. And then what happens next? His son Solomon follows. And in a time of peace and prosperity. Eighth-day covenant. There's your scriptures for it. July 11th. 7 years of plenty. So what do you expect in the next 7 years? A new creation. The body of Christ joins the head. We're not married yet, but the birth has happened. 7 years of blessings. You don't even understand what's coming. The money's coming at you so big, it's going to blow your minds. Remember, it says the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous, which means what? The wicked have to agree to give you their trillions. They're never going to do it. But God's going to make them do it. God's going to make them do it. They're going to lose everything. Worldwide revival. I know Clay thinks this is his last event, and I would agree for the reawaken, because next one is we're going to be awakened. So I wouldn't be surprised. I like to prophesy a little bit that Clay's gonna have so much money, he won't know what to do with it. He's gonna say, hey, let's, and then General Flynn's gonna like, man, we are loaded. Let's just throw a massive event at a stadium with 100,000 people. And guess what? It's gonna be sold out. There's gonna be signs, miracles, wonders going off in that stadium. People are gonna be healed, legs growing back, arms growing back, everything. It's going to be the greatest time. This leads us into the multi-billion soul harvest because God has given us everything that he promised. I told you God downloaded to me, so I got to unload. Okay, so the next 7 years, guess what? The harvest is over. Multi-billion. Do you want to know your future? Okay, you're going to... this is the first time I'm saying this on stage. So whatever you want to say, but this is what the Lord revealed to me. 7 years are the greatest time in human history. Everything will be fulfilled. At the end of 7 years, 7 years of harvest, the harvest is complete. The mission is fulfilled. The name of Jesus Christ was taken to the four corners of the earth. Why? Because we had trillions to do it with. The gospel reached the nations. 2033 is an epic time point for the world. And let's just do some quick math before I wrap up, okay? Because I'm not even gonna get into aliens, because when this happens, they're gonna blame us all on the aliens. They're gonna pull the alien card. Clay's like, what the heck's going on over here?
Listen, we're in a place in world history where if he unzipped his face and declared that he was the Lizard King, I wouldn't be shocked. Back to you. Unbelievable.
How old, I'll wrap it up. How old was Jesus when he died? Add 2,000 years. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Bo Polney. Yes, yes. Okay, there'll be a quiz on that in a minute. Big quiz. General Flynn, can you come up here, sir? I have audio of the inside of my head. I've been experimenting by putting a chip in my head. That's the sound. I feel like, I was telling General Flynn, I feel like when Bo teaches things, it's like when Doc Brown was trying to explain to Marty how time travel works. And he's like, we need 1.21 gigawatts. And Marty's like, what's a gigawatt? That's kind of how, it's unbelievable. Bo is, he's confident. Here's the thing is, he passionately shared that Roe versus Wade.
Careful.
The speed of the car is 88 miles per hour. Sure, I'm sure. Let's see. Anyway, that happens with that guy. But all I'm saying is,
I mean, honestly, I hope he's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I pray he's right?
Now, where's Dr. Mikovits? Where's Dr. Mikovits? Where's Dr. Mikovits? Mikovits, are you here, Dr. Mikovits?
Judy.
Dr. Judy.
Yeah.
Who here knows Dr. Mikovits? Who knows her? Who knows her whereabouts? Who can text her right now? I was in the bathroom yet again.
And the next time I'm going to take a photo of that. But
yeah, yeah, exactly. I go in there. We're dealing with some stuff. This time the outrage wasn't as bad. I think it's pretty good. We had one lady who was sharing with me. She works at an Amish restaurant. Come up here real quick, ma'am, and talk about the toilets. Come talk about this. She said, oh, honey, what you're dealing with here, this is nothing, okay? You want to see something crazy? Go to the Amish truck stop. This place will get you. The Amish, they make the fudge and the brownies and they homemade stuff, and then they hand-carved wood, whatever. She said, let me tell you what happens in those bathrooms. Give us a 30-second thing, then I'll tell you we found the source of the plumbing problem. Here you go, we got this mic here for you. Yeah, so tell us, what's your name and what's the source of the problem in these bathrooms?
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I was just telling him that I feel for Carter because I work at an Amish restaurant in Sarasota, Florida, and it's an
Carter is the custodial engineer that we have here.
So
domestic, right?
Well, Carter's out there. He works for us, and he's never expressed any interest in helping with the plumbing. But I said, well, since you're good at selling books, you should fix the toilet. So that's Carter's job. Okay.
Well, being in management, I have no choice because the kids don't want to clean up. But it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Unfortunately, cleaning up the women's restroom, women don't make it, and it's sprayed onto the back of the wall and stuck all. I don't even understand.
The medical term, it's called the Amish blowout.
Oh my God!
You've heard of the Brazilian blowout.
Yes.
This is the Amish blowout. It's a different.
Totally unscripted. Totally unscripted. I have 4 sisters, by the way.
Oh, let's hear it for the Amish blowout. There we go. Oh, you've heard about the Brazilian blowout, but have you heard about the Amish blowout? No, you did. Okay. All right, so Dr. Mikovits, we were trying to fix the plumbing issue, and we were able to find it in the men's toilet. We found your laptop.
It's stuffed inside. We've dried it. I think it's completely dried out by now.
Mostly dried.
Mostly.
And we're also looking for that Hunter guy. Hunter, we have we found your laptop, Hunter. We found it. We've looked through it. Okay. I think that's that's hers.
Here?
It's right there in front. There you go. We got it.
Oh, you don't want to come up on the stage, huh?
Okay, that's her. We got her laptop back. Let's hear for Dr. Mikovits and her laptop. Okay. Now, General Flynn, I'm going to help you I'm going to have you co-introduce our next presenter. Tom Renz is an attorney, an author, a political analyst, a guy who's really decided to expose corruption regardless of what political party is pushing it. General Flynn, how would you describe Tom Renz?
Yeah, I've known Tom for well over a decade. He is just a great patriot, but he's been in been in the banking industry for a while. He was fighting against. He was on Act for America, which is a organization that fights back against the rise of radical Islam in our country. Tom's just a great guy, and we in our time in the Reawaken America tour, he became one of the real steady state people. And now what Tom is doing is he has given a lot back pro bono and a lot of work in the legal field to help J6ers, to help just anybody that comes to him. So Tom has really been, and a big voice too, particularly on social media, but a big voice to fight back against it. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's Biden, Obama, Trump. If they're not doing the right thing, Tom's sort of legal mind will go right at him, and he's done that. And I love the fact that he is very, very brutally honest when it comes to putting the truth out there. So he's just a great guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and greet
Tom Renz.
Tom Renz, all the way from Ohio, with the beard. Yes, yes, Tom Renz, welcome.
Grayer and uglier. I decided just before I came out here to change my speech. I'm now going to talk about Amish blowouts. I got to be honest, I'm inspired by that, and I think I'm going to announce a RICO lawsuit over aliens. I don't know what I'm going to sue them over. Not sure I got standing, but we're going to try anyways. How about accountability, guys? I mean, what did we fight for? What was the Reawaken tour about, right? Justice, truth, God. God believes in justice. It's what we all fought for. And it was a foundational reason that we fought so hard going into 2024. Have the Republicans done what they said? I'm sorry. I would love to tell you otherwise. They haven't. I mean, we can point to the problems, we can point to the people, we can point to this, we can point to that, but let me ask you guys something. Someone offered you $500 to speed, would you? Just speed for 5 minutes. Just go 56 and a 55. Oh, give me a break. Every one of you would. Yeah, y'all speed anyways, right? Let me tell you why I bring that up. What would you do for $15 trillion? So, according to estimates and depending on who you believe, COVID, about $15 trillion changed hands globally. 15 trillion. It kicked off the Great Reset. The digital track and trace that we're still fighting for. If I get time at the end, I'm going to get to the Real ID Act and some of that stuff because it's a disaster. It kicked off the decline of our currency. I mean, look at, I'm sorry, I'm paying $4 or $5 for gas still. I know it'll go down here soon, good, but you know, my food, out of control, my bills are crazy. I'm guessing you're all still feeling that. Now, I believe we'll get back, the economy will improve, but right now it's still a mess. All of the problems we're still facing kicked off with COVID-19. Okay, so I'm going to start a little bit with COVID, but I'm going to get into some other things, and then depending on how much time we have, we're going to get into a whole bunch of stuff, because COVID was the kickoff of the Great Reset. Before they stole the election, we had COVID. Before J6, we had COVID. And without COVID, you didn't steal the election because there were no drop boxes, there were no election law changes, mail-in ballots weren't there. All the things that occurred didn't happen. You also didn't have kids dying and defibrillators on the side of your soccer field because they've got mRNA injections that destroy their heart, cause cancer, and do everything else. We know that the foundation and the fundamental thing with COVID was kicking off the Great Reset. Now, I decided I was going to start out and I was going to talk a little bit about some stuff that maybe you haven't seen that I did, because there's been a lot of new news lately that's really old news, because I broke it all. The biolabs in Ukraine, I've got an article in my Substack from March of 2022. It's been out there. We talked about it here at Reawaken. We knew this, right? The government's finally admitting it, begrudgingly. Thank you, Tulsi. God bless her. But we knew, right? Still, we know who's going to jail. We know the PCR test. We know Fauci lied. We know all these different things. Who's going to jail? Did you hear about that RICO suit against Pfizer? Me neither. It's not because they couldn't do it. It's because they won't. We didn't learn from this. And it was the foundation of the Great Reset. Okay. Core problem that we're facing in this country, and this slide's focused on the COVID stuff, but we're going to get to other, is the lack of accountability. And just as a quick reminder, lab leak, gain of function, funded by the U.S. taxpayers. By the way, I want to be clear. You can love Trump, you can hate Trump, you can think whatever you want about him. I don't care about anything but the truth. And the truth is that the executive order that he signed on gain of function work actually enshrined it. He asked for regulation on it. Once it's regulated, what that means under the law is that it is sanctioned by our government. We are now doing gain of function work on U.S. soil. Peter McCullough and I separately, I did not do this with McCullough. I had my own whistleblowers on this, and McCullough separately was looking at one of the bird flu strains that came out a couple years ago. We both separately, through different channels, confirmed that that was a leak from a U.S. gain of function lab. It's happening. It will continue to happen. Gain of function's terrible. It ought to be banned. Vaccines, you're still hearing about it. Guess what? Did you know that we just this week, approved an mRNA flu vaccine? Because they've done so good for us, right? We're still approving these things. We're still funding these things. We have an saRNA vaccine out for our pets now. saRNA is extremely dangerous and potentially contagious. So you get your doggy kissies, right? We're going the wrong direction on a lot of fronts. Now, I'm happy for the good things, but that doesn't mean the bad things aren't happening. Hospital protocols, how many, I hate to ask, any of you lose a loved one in the hospital? Yep. You see injustice? Injustice, yeah. No justice. Remdesivir, the censorship, the suppressed lawsuits, the games they played, the people they went after. It's all still there. There's been no accountability. We've called for it. I've talked about it. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but if you listen, I'm still screaming. Not going to stop. Because if we don't get accountability, do you really think for $15 trillion they won't do it again? They're still working on it. They're still advancing it. We're still moving mRNA out. And we don't need it. We don't need it. Why do we need a gene therapy technology? I mean, granted, there are some genetic disorders out there, and maybe there's an occasion for that sort of thing. But according to them, mRNA doesn't integrate into your genome, so it's not going to fix it anyways. Well, okay, then why else do we need it? Well, because it creates proteins. Well, why don't we create the proteins ourselves and just inject those? Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. The real reason they don't is a lot of the proteins are naturally occurring and hard to patent. These machines that they do are much easier to control, so pharma makes more money. So I want to start out with this, because you may have missed this. I've been talking about it for a long time. Do you guys know Hunter Biden may have made money off of COVID? I'm going to lay this out real quick. I've been through this whole thing. This I originally talked about in 2022 as well, but it was shockingly suppressed. I mean, so if you didn't hear, I'm going to bring this back out because old is new again, and a lot of people that are watching now may not have been awake back then. You know, we were fighting to get people awake, and now, praise God, if there's one thing I'm ecstatic about, is a lot more people are awake, and a lot more are waking up every day. Okay, this slide I couldn't get to come out right, so you have to forgive me on that. Looks terrible. But on it, this is from a newsletter. It talks about mergers and acquisitions. And in it, if you see there on the left, Metabiota raises $30 million in Series A funding. Metabiota, right? This is really important. You know where they got it from? Rosemont Seneca. You know who owned Rosemont Seneca? Hunter Biden. Okay. So Hunter and Rosemont were invested in Rosemont Seneca. You see this? This is a USAID project, right? We're all super excited about USAID, the CIA, and all the good things that they're doing around the world. Who doesn't want to spend $50 million on condoms for the Taliban? Yeah. So one of the things that you'll see is if you look at the page break on the right side, you'll see that it says, One Health Institute at University of California, Davis will execute a project in coordination consortium with EcoHealth Alliance, Metabiota, Smithsonian Institution, the Wildlife Conservation Society, along with valued technical partners at Columbia University, Health Map, Boston Children's Hospital, International Society for Infectious Diseases, University of California, San Francisco, and there were many others. By the way, on that same project elsewhere were listed people like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, and a bunch of others. We know who the partners were in the project that created SARS-CoV-2, allegedly. I have to throw in allegedly, which is interesting. But these were the people that were involved in the creation in the mid-20-teens. Why does that matter? I'm going to get to it in a second. Here you see a slide where they're talking about, Ralph Barrick is quite excited about the work he's doing, and they're talking about the work in and around the paper that in 2015 recognized, and that now it's generally accepted, referenced their creation of SARS-CoV-2 in the lab in Wuhan, China, right? So they built it. There's evidence. We've got the proof. We know what happened. We sent this to Congress. By the way, in 2022, prior to the election, we sent them the proof that it was lab origin. That's where Congress found out. They took the evidence and then simply forgot to cite me for some reason. That's okay, though, because it got out. Here's the USAID. This is one of the grants. There's all sorts of them. But this is important, right? So USAID, these billionaire partners, all these different groups, Metabiota, which is one of the groups, we're all involved in this creation of SARS-CoV-2. Why is no one investigating Hunter Biden? Why is no, I understand, he was pardoned preemptively with an auto pen, which I'm sure is valid somewhere. Why is no one investigating Hunter Biden? And more importantly, how about his partners at Rosemont Seneca? They weren't pardoned, I don't think. How about the people at the Rockefeller Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, UC Davis? How about the RICO case for the creation of COVID? I mean, we only had how many million die around the world? We don't care about that? Our justice system isn't broken, it's destroyed. We don't have justice. You and I, there's justice against us. If we break the law, that's fine. But the elites, no problem there. So the short version, Rosemont Seneca, Hunter Biden's firm, invested in Metabiota. Metabiota is part of this whole group that's very involved with the creation of SARS-CoV-2 in Wuhan, China. Got Ralph Barrick, the guy who was the brains behind the creation, who I believe still works at UNC Chapel Hill. I believe so. He's not in jail. He's putting out stuff and talking about creation COVID. You got this USAID, you got all this stuff. So people made money off the creation of the disease that shut us down, kicked off the Great Reset, allowed 2020 to be stolen, and did all of these other things. Prosecutions? 0. Okay. You see this? You guys may not have seen this. This was very, very suppressed. MTG had a hearing, kind of a round table type thing, kind of like Ron Johnson did. You all heard about the DMED data. This one was much more covered up. In this hearing, I testified, and I talked about the fact that the CIA was actively involved and must have been, because under the law, to export the type of technology that they had to export to create SARS-CoV-2 in communist China Wuhan lab, our State Department and certain other entities have to be involved and have to okay that. The CIA has to know that that's happening. Okay, they know. There was no question that they knew. So I talked about CIA's involvement, but I also brought this. Now you can't really read this on the screen, but do you know what this is? This is an Army medical record. This is a verified medical record that I put my name. Lawyers don't do that. I put my name on a declaration, penalty of perjury, and said that after due investigation and doing my due diligence, this would qualify as evidence in a court of law. It's valid. I have chain of custody. I have the whole thing. I can't share it because the whistleblower would get dead. This says at the very top, October 2014 at Irwin ACH, Fort Riley, Kansas, COVID-19 immunization Moderna. That is the year 2014. How did we have a Moderna COVID-19 vaccine in the year 2014 if there was no COVID? I thought we did it in 3 days when Trump declared Operation Warp Speed in 2020. I'm sure they told Trump, hey, we can do some magic and get this out quick. I'm sure they didn't tell him this was the beginning of the Great Reset and we're going to use this to steal an election and we're going to screw you over for the next however many years. I don't think they mention that part. Who was president in 2014? Just saying. Just saying. Okay. Next page is another page. I've got about 5 or 6 pages of these references. And the reason it's important is because these are each different medical records from the same soldier, which means a different encounter, different dates. So apparently, unless we're to believe that someone accidentally wrote October whatever date, Irwin Air Force COVID-19 vaccination by Moderna, 5 or 6 different times on 5 or 6, I mean, was it a typo? No, 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 no. The vaccines were available and created and developed by 2014. This isn't evidence, it's proof. Okay? There's no question. You want to know how badly you were lied to? Now, by the way, accountability? Anybody? Who's going to jail on this? Now, think about the project here. They got funding. They conspired to do gain-of-function work. They conspired to create a vaccine. There were hundreds of people involved. That sounds like RICO to me. Do you see a RICO case? There's none filed. So I go on, I said, either this was kind of tongue-in-cheek. Either the record is, the date's wrong or it's backdated or there was just some sort of an error. There was no error. We know what it was. And I talk about by the way, the redaction on that, I mentioned redaction here, but to clarify, I redacted those. I have the full unredacted files. I'm the only person that has the full unredacted files, and I cannot share the full unredacted files because it's privileged and I have to protect the whistleblower. And that is something that whistleblower it would not be good. So we know what happened, but still no accountability, right? I would say this suggests pre-planning, cover-up, right? I try to be like polite about it in the presentation, but what is it? I mean, what is this? Of course it's a cover-up. Is your grandkids, kids, other people that didn't listen to you and got this shot, have heart problems, develop turbo cancer, as you watch them die, and just know this was part of a plan and nobody's going to jail for it. And I hate to be so damn harsh about it, but God, I listen to this every day. Every day. This is a symptom of a larger disease. Okay, I use COVID because it's the thing that I'm most known for. It's the thing that I do, but I've moved into a lot of spaces, and I can assure you one thing. The people who paid for COVID, the people who were behind COVID, are the same people behind the digital track and trace, the election fraud, all of this stuff. They're all the same people, and they're not going to jail. And until they go to jail, we will continue going the wrong way. I don't care what's going on, what's good, what's bad. I care about the facts. The facts of the matter are this. We still have mRNA on the market. We're still funding federally the development of mRNA vaccines. We just approved mRNA in a flu shot, which, by the way, I predicted several years ago. You will see mRNA in every vaccine. They will replace the old vaccines with new mRNA, but they will still all be there. It's just these new gene therapy techs will be the new thing, right? We are going the wrong direction. There's video, Lynch, down in, and by the way, I use Lynch on this because it's important. Mark Lynch, South Carolina, running against Lindsey Graham. Lady Lindsey. He likes playing with little boys' bubble wands. I just saying, because I'm just talking about the picture, the Disney picture, by the way. I wasn't referencing or making any insinuation there. You guys have dirty minds. Lady Lindsay, right? There's video. Lynch released a video of you push the button for him, and the vote goes to Lindsey Graham. There's video of it. You want to know why, when 80% of America supports the SAVE Act, and why when we have a Republican House, Republican Senate, and a Republican president, we still can't pass election reform, even though the president's fighting for it? Because the Republicans cheat just like the Democrats. Do you feel like your reps don't listen to you? There's a reason. They don't. They cheat. See, the Democrats, the uniparty, let's say the uniparty, right? Because the uniparty's the real enemy. Let's quit playing this thing. Let's quit being suckered into the idea that we have two parties. We don't. We have some great Republicans. Your chairman of the Oklahoma Republican Party is one of the best chairmen in the country. Happens to be a very good friend of mine, Charity Lynch, and I don't know, hopefully she's governor someday or something. She's going to throw something at me. But you guys have done good here in Oklahoma, but you still have a lot of rhinos. Across the board, though, what's happened is the uniparty realized something. We got to have an illusion of a fight. We got to make people believe that someone represents them, even though no one does. But if we run rhinos, if we run Democrats acting like Republicans, and we fund the hell out of them in a primary, we can unseat the good Republicans, and then it's okay when they win, because we won't get anything done. You know that Donald Trump has had fewer recess appointments than any other president? Because John Thune is actively blocking them. Does that sound like, I mean, even if you dislike a lot of what Trump is doing, maybe you love everything he's doing. Either way, what kind of garbage is that? We have a uniparty. We do not have a majority. We have a uniparty. There will be no accountability, because accountability would bring this out, right? So we've got the election machines. We see the election fraud continuing. So we've got this, and the theme here is it's a two-tiered system of justice. Everything is coming back to accountability. No accountability in COVID. No accountability in elections. None. I'm sorry, I know Bo was so uplifting and so exciting, and I just come here and it's like, everybody just wants to cry. I'm gonna go back to Amish blowouts. Selective prosecutions. Selective prosecutions. We go after things that matter to whoever's in charge, and we ignore the rest. And it doesn't even really, and I can't say everything, right? Because we like to say Donald Trump's in charge, but I mean, Trump's been very open about the fact that he wants prosecutions in certain areas, and there aren't any. Let me tell you why. Let's say you got elected sheriff, and you were in some really corrupt county, let's say Las Vegas. No, I'm joking. But a county where there's a lot of fraud, and let's say the mob's running the county. And you get elected sheriff, and your deputies are all, tied with the mob. And you come in, you're like, I'm going to clean up this town, but you don't fire your deputies. What happens? Nothing. You can have good intentions, but if you've got a bad team, you aren't going to get anything done. Unfortunately, if Donald Trump has had one weak point, I challenge anybody to tell me that he's good at appointing attorney generals. Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, Pam Bondi, I'm sorry, he has the worst record on attorney generals ever. I don't know who advises him on this, but it's appalling. It's appalling. It takes, for anybody that wants to tell me, oh, there just isn't time, Listen, with the resources of the DOJ, I'm friends with a lot of federal prosecutors, and we have some great federal prosecutors. They're not all corrupt, just the people running the show. Well, there's more than just the people running the show, but you could have some of these big RICO cases done in a month or two with the resources that they have. I mean, how many billions of dollars does the DOJ get a year? You're telling me with that kind of money they can't do this? Come on. So this is something that can be done. And when we see major events, you know, think about what has happened up in Minnesota with the riots. How many high-level politicians got arrested? I mean, there's rumors of ties between Ilhan Omar, all these different things, George Soros, all these guys. Did you see any of them arrested? You saw a few thugs get arrested a couple times, and they blew that up in the media like, look at how we're getting accountability. Oh, you mean for the nobodies? The elites go on. Which is why I risk you guys being mad at me, because some people don't like this, but I don't care. Truth doesn't matter. Epstein files. Epstein files. Can anybody in here look at me with a straight face and tell me that you don't think children were being raped by elites? I mean, seriously. We've known about this. It's an open secret for 40 years in this country. Everybody knows what's going on. By the way, for those of you who say, well, there's no files, there's no this, there's no... Do you know that, let's take the Southern District of Florida. There was an indictment, right? An indictment. I was going to bring this up. I'm not going to. I'm going to talk through it a little bit. In that indictment, go after Epstein, some of his co-partners, and this, I think, was, I don't know which one this is, but they redacted the name of his co-conspirators in this indictment, right? So this isn't hearsay. This isn't garbage. They literally redacted the name of his co-conspirators. Why? Why? They were involved with raping children. And it says in the indictment that the children were under 16. So children, not 18 plus, under 16. They were redacted. Why are we redacting the name of people who rape children? The reason that Epstein, there's two reasons Epstein's so important, two reasons I will not let it go. Much to Trump's chagrin, and I'm not. One, there has to be accountability for the elites. And if we can't hold elites accountable for raping a child, then we are lost. Don't tell me you believe in God and tell me you're going to look the other way when a kid gets raped. There is ample evidence. Now, I will say this, in fairness, there's no question in my mind that Biden's crew would have manipulated those files. But if you don't think the CIA has original copies, I got news for you. They don't lose that sort of thing. They may hide it, but they don't lose it. And by the way, there's some rumors of some other countries that may or may not hold those as well, which leads to the second reason that they're so important. Do you really think that the foreign countries that hold those Epstein files now are not blackmailing our leadership? Do you really think that there's no congressman in there? Do you really think there's no bureaucratic leaders in there? I mean, Howard Lutnick took his kids to Epstein Island, for God's sakes. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was a conspiracy theory, except for it wasn't. There are a lot of big, powerful people who would be embarrassed and implicated, right? We can't come together on this, and if we don't recognize it's a national security threat, which it is, that's a problem, right? And somehow right now I hear MAGA, my brothers and sisters who I stood with and bled with fighting to get Donald Trump elected, trying to tell me that I should not care about a child being raped? Told me that I'm betraying Trump because I care about Epstein. Well, piss off, I don't care. I care about children being raped. And if you don't tell me you're MAGA and don't tell me you're a Christian. We will not sell our children. We will not be quiet. And I got to be honest with you. The opposition and the fight that I've seen against releasing these files is disgusting. We have politicians being blackmailed, I believe, 100%. You can't convince me otherwise. We have people who are, and by the way, do you think the guys who are raping the kids quit because Epstein went away? They got a new supplier. Do you know what happens when you arrest a drug dealer? You get a new drug dealer. People don't quit using drugs. This is still going. And we're supposed to, you're going to tell me that we're Christian, we're Americans, we're MAGA, and we're going to look the other way? Hell no. No more than I'll look the other way as my children die from COVID vaccines. No more than I'll look the other way as I see turbo cancer explode from these mRNA vaccines and them tell us that we're going to develop a new mRNA vaccine to fix the cancer we gave you with the old one. Really? That's what we do on day 2 in the White House? I want Trump to be successful at MAGA. I pray for him to be successful at MAGA. But I am not going to sell out what I fought for, what I bled for 4 years. My kids didn't see me for 4 years because I was fighting for freedom. And now you want me to shut up and sell out because some guy's in the White House that I fought for? Hell no. Not on Epstein, not on mRNA, not on the 2-tier justice system, not on politicized warfare, not on track and trace, not on Real ID, which, by the way, Real ID is digital track and trace. It's here. Check out the top of my Twitter profile. It's pinned there. I lay it out legally. It's indisputable. Indisputable. We are going the wrong way, folks. It's time to wake up. We all went to sleep. We were tired. I know I'm late, so I'm going to stop. We got tired. We're all exhausted. We got exhausted. And we said, Donald Trump's going to save us. And so we laid down our arms. It's time to suit back up. It's time to man back up. It's time to get ready. And it's time to get out there and kick some ass. We got to do some fighting. We got to go. We're not going to stand down. We've done this for too long. We got to keep fighting. Thank you, guys.
All right. Check 1, check 2, check 1, check 2, check. There we go. All right, listen for Tom Renz. Tom Renz. Yes. Okay. Dr. Stella's going to be presenting in just a matter of minutes, but we've got some housekeeping notes, and Dr. Stella's presentations are always mind-bending. So I want to take just a moment and do kind of a stretch break, okay? So everyone can kind of stand up a little bit. General Flynn, you did a PT in the military. Every morning, you know, you're guiding your guys through their physical training.
Every
walk
morning.
Us through what
every
we need
morning.
to do
Every
here
morning.
to kind of
33 years. 33
Okay,
years.
walk
every
us through
morning.
it. Get us started here,
Okay.
sir. Here we
Okay.
go.
Hey, well, actually, what you can do is you can raise your hand up. Everybody, raise your right hand. Turn your palm backwards. Can pat yourself on the back for being here today. Okay.
Oh no, there it is.
I got all kinds of little drills for the troops here. So listen, while we're stretching and just taking a break here, we had some folks that put their names in a hat for giveaways. Okay, so I have some giveaways here, and I'm just going to start pulling names out of the hat. You know, if you gotta, we're gonna get this thing going here, but I want to make sure I get these out here.
I've got the perfect music for this moment, sir. Here we go.
What's that?
I got the perfect music. Ready to go. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so the first name, you got to be here to win, like it's like bingo, right? Marilyn Sheffer.
Marilyn Sheffer. Marilyn?
You have...
Marilyn, come on
down.
down.
Come on up here, Marilyn.
Marilyn,
come on.
yes.
So come on up to the stage. All right. That's Marilyn. All right.
You got that music, Jackie?
These are actually pretty good. Come on up here. Come around.
Come on up here, Marilyn.
Come around here.
Jackie, you figured it out back there?
Another person is Cindy McCrae. Cindy McCrae.
Come on down. Cindy McCrae.
Where's Cindy McCrae?
Hey. Cindy McCrae,
right there.
come on down.
Jeez, there you go.
All right, you've won some stuff.
Wow.
All right, here we go.
All right, another person is Nilda Tabor.
Nilda Tabor.
Nilda Tabor. Where you at, Nilda?
Hunter Biden. We have your laptop.
Hunter Biden. The next person, Hunter Biden. No.
Hunter.
Come on.
Come on down. Come on.
All
down.
right, come on.
You're a
come
winner.
on.
You're a winner. Come on down.
Kim Reardon.
Kim Reardon, come on down.
Kim Reardon.
Are you ready to win a prize?
Give you away some
Kim?
free stuff here. Come on.
It's a pirate theme with Kim.
Kim,
come
Kim?
on down.
Oh, good for you.
Are you ready, Kim, to win?
You got to come up. You got to walk
All
up
right.
the stairs. I know how that feels.
There we go.
Kathy Anderson. Kathy Anderson.
Kathy Anderson. Kathy, is that you? Kathy. Rumbling, bumbling stuff. Where's Kathy? Kathy, come on down, Kathy. Come on. Come on. Kathy's coming on down. Here we go.
Kathy Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Are you Kathy?
You
Come
don't
on
look
around.
like a Kathy.
What are you looking at me for?
You look like V. Kathy. Come on down, V. Kathy.
Rory Scruggs. Rory Scruggs.
Rory Scruggs.
Rory Scruggs.
Rory Scruggs. Rory Scruggs.
Okay.
Hunter Biden, we have your laptop.
Okay, and then the last
Biden,
one,
we have-
Hunter, Joe Biden, no.
Okay,
Hunter.
let's keep going. Here we go. Fill in the flow.
B.H. Obama? No.
B.H. Obama? Obama?
B.H. No. J.D. Burris.
J.D. Burris. J.D. Burris.
I've tried, folks. I tried to give away
J.D.
much.
Burris.
J.D. Burris.
J.D.
Okay.
Is that you? J.D.? J.D. No.
J.D.
Okay.
All right, hold your cards for your bingo player.
Okay, here we go. We're going to show you what you've won here. Jackie, let's pull down the music here. Let's show them what they've won here. Okay, here we go. Let's see what the first item we won here.
Another guy that's
Gotta unmute the general. That's passive aggressive back there, sound people.
very, very mean.
They work for the deep state.
A guy that Michael Brown, who's a commission, he's an artist, and anyway, he used to. We would do a lot of auctions over time during the Reawaken America. Just a beautiful rendition of the sort of the rising of the American flag. It's really nice. And
look at this. Can we zoom in on this thing? This is beautiful.
It's signed, and actually the original went for about $2,500. And so we only had a couple of these made, and we've given them out at different events. So this is actually the last one that we have. So,
Okay.
And it does come with a certificate. This is going to go to Maryland.
Maryland.
Where's Maryland, okay?
Maryland, here you
That's
go.
going to go to Maryland.
Congratulations, yes.
And Maryland, with that, you also get a little hat. You also get a little Fight Like a Flint hat. There you go, Fight Like a Flint. Okay.
Nice.
And then these others are just some nice gifts we have that I wanted to just give away. And then some of these books that we've written that talk about the type of warfare that we are involved in today, which is basically fifth generation warfare.
Yeah.
And these are components of it. So I'm going to just, for the last, who's our guy that's out here? There's a couple, somebody's missing.
Somebody's missing?
Hunter Biden.
Rory, where's Rory?
Hunter,
Rory
we have your
Scruggs?
laptop.
Rory Scruggs.
Roy Scruggs?
I tried to do this. I try to be nice. Okay, Rory's in the bathroom fighting with the toilet paper. J.D. Burris. J.D. Burris. Okay, I'm going to pull two more.
Okay, we're doing two
is this
more.
Rory?
Are you Rory?
J.D. Beautiful.
J.D.,
Okay.
come on down.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Well, all right. Hold
All
on.
right.
Help me out here.
Okay. Here we go. By the way, we're going to also give away a trip with Steve Slepčević, our survival preparedness guy. We're going to have him drop you off via helicopter to the top of a mountain and just leave you there as a way to train you for survival techniques. Just kidding. We won't do that. I have asked him, though, but he says no. But I've asked if we could do that. Wade, you'd like to win a free survival trip, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be fun? Just drop you off the base of a mountain, teach you how to prepare? Okay. All right. No one wants that prize. I've tried to give that away multiple times. This lady wants the prize. You want the prize? Okay, we might have to arrange that with Steve. We'll see. Okay, giving away some books. Giving away some more books here. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, giving away books. Oh, yeah. Stretch it out, folks. Dr. Stell's coming up here in about 10 minutes, so we'll make sure we give everybody a chance. And by the way, this wonderful church got a lot of great volunteers, and I wanna
Give him a big round of applause. Thank you guys very much for being so kind.
I want to make the volunteers.
Those are all free giveaways, and so if you ever get a chance in these places, then somebody goes, "Hey, put your name in the hat." Put your name in the hat. You never know what you're going to get. Some great items, and wow, what a day we've had so far. So we still got some things to go here, and I don't know how many we have online, but late yesterday afternoon, it was a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
Usually on Saturdays we'll get close to 1 million.
Yeah.
Get close to 1 million people that will come on because they'll watch the agenda and they'll look for the different people that they like, and so the numbers really do go up on Saturday because people are at home, and I've actually I sit over there. If you watch me over there, I'm on my phone all the time because I'm constant. But people who are online are sending me notes. It's really neat.
General Flynn, what I'm going to do as our segue session before we go to Dr. Stella, I teach business. That's why I do. You guys can grab a seat if you'd like to. I'm gonna walk you through kind of a 15-minute business dissertation, and I'm gonna keep up General Flynn here, and we'll keep through the pace. What kind of pace? We got 5 principles I want to teach you, and I want to bring up Greg as a personification of this. So, Greg, come on up here. Greg, do you know General? General, you know Greg? This is General Contractor. Meet General Flynn. General Contractor, meet General Flynn. This is the General Contractor. Let's hear it for Greg, everybody. Greg, yes. And can we pull it up on the screen? His website is Tulsa Wood Floors and More. He's in Tulsa. He installs wood floors. And what else do you do, Greg?
Remodeling, kitchens, bathrooms, that sort of thing.
Are you aware of these kinds of things, like these kinds of topics? Typically, are you aware of these kinds of things?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to walk you through some pro tips.
He's a very quiet worker. When he works, he works. He doesn't say anything.
Yeah, and I'm going to walk you through 5 principles. I want everyone to write it down just so that I have the illusion that you're creating a neural pathway, a.k.a. learning something. I want to have the illusion that you're learning something, and you can throw it away at the end. You can say, I hate that guy. That guy is so... But just right now, I'm trying to teach you, okay, because I do business conferences. That's what I do. And so you're forced to just talk business for a total of 10 minutes, maybe 15, and this applies to everybody here, okay? The topic is how to get 10 times more done every day. How to get 10 times more done every day. People always ask me, how do you get it all done? Well, I'll tell you, organizing the Reawaken Tour is actually very easy. That part's easy. The part that's hard is the ridiculous jackassery that happens in the geopolitical landscape around that. You know, like I just want to book a venue, that's not hard. But having to book my 6th venue, that's tougher. You know, booking a venue, that's not hard, but then the venue's canceling, that's hard. You know what I mean? So the geopolitical jackassery is hard, but the actual functional organization of doing these events, that's not difficult. It's just the geopolitical jackassery. So how to get 10x more done. So first off, everybody in here, whether you hire me or not, I'm not trying to say something. You need a mentor. Write that down. Pro tip number 1, you need a mentor. So if you want to get in shape, find someone who's in shape and say, I am a shape, and I would like to become more like your shape. Show me how. If you want to fix your accounting, you say, hey, my accounting needs help. Have an accountant that helps you, right? If you are not understanding the Bible, get in a Bible church where someone teaches the Bible. If you want to understand geopolitical things, follow General Flynn on X. But you have to, so I want to start right there. General Flynn, why does everybody, like in the military, as an example, when you did PT with the guys every morning, why do you lead the men as a drill sergeant or as the leader? Why do you lead the men through physical training every morning? And why can't the men just randomly decide to work out whenever they want to, sir?
Well, physical fitness on a battlefield is the single greatest thing that you can possess is just your inner strength, because it works on your mental and your physical strength. And it is the one thing that will save you on a battlefield, because there's going to be times when you got to pick up and move, you're carrying loads, you're doing things, there's a lot of stress. So we constantly train our bodies, and of course we do train our minds as well.
Why is it that you push the guys as the leader beyond what they would do by default? That's what I want to talk about. Why?
Yeah, I always say maximize your potential. People come into the military and they think that they know what their potential is, and what they do is they find out that they can do a heck of a lot more. Anybody that's ever served in the military knows that. You went in, you didn't know what you were going to get into, and then when you got into it, you're like, wow, I didn't realize I could do this. And then what you do is you maximize your potential, and if you're a good leader, you know, that's one of the responsibilities that you have.
Now, Greg obviously just turned 27, I think on Tuesday, 17 on Tuesday. But Greg had reached out. He'd already been a contractor for a long time. How much have you grown since you and I met, Greg?
About 800%.
And you go, how's that possible? If you go to thrivetimeshow.com and you click on the testimonials button, I challenge you. I have over 2,000 client success stories, which means you can watch a new one every day for 6.5 consecutive years and never watch the same one twice. And every single person says, I have a skill, I'm a contractor, I'm a dentist, I'm a lawyer, my business is stuck. And I say, no problem, we can fix that. But step number 1, not trying to pitch my thing, just anybody, no matter where you're stuck this weekend, find a mentor. We on the same page? All right? Find a mentor. Find one. Find a mentor. Pro tip number 2, Jackie pulled up the to-do list. You got to wake up every day and make a to-do list. And I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking other people at other conferences. You people, you guys have to-do lists. The other people across the street, the guy over there at the veterinary thing, he's the problem. They had towing your cars. He doesn't have a to-do list. Those are the guys with the whack jobs. You guys are the ones with to-do lists. It's the Democrats that don't have a to-do list. You're the ones who have a to-do. But no, having a to-do list. This is my to-do list. I had Jackie pull it up so you can see. I'm not saying this makes me awesome or not awesome, but this is my to-do list. And you might look at me and say, you're a whack job, you're nuts. But these things shall be done on Monday. Why? Because it's my to-do list. Now, everyone I've ever met who has any level of success or productivity has a to-do list. On my show, I've interviewed billionaires, millionaires. I've interviewed the founder of Hobby Lobby, the founder of Square, the founder of Netflix, the founder of Twitter, the founder of Wolfgang Puck. I've interviewed the founder of FUBU, and they all have a to-do list. But General Flynn, most of Americans, they leave a conference like this, they're excited, ready to go, but we don't have a to-do list. So this is what's wild. There's a book called Habits of the Rich, written by Tom Corley. Habits of the Rich. He's an accountant. And he interviewed his most successful clients, financially speaking. And he said, do you have a to-do list? And it turns out there's a direct correlation. The people who are successful have a to-do list, and those that don't aren't. And it's usually less than 2% of the general population uses a to-do list on a daily basis.
I have my to-do list I carry with me. And the very first to-do is start smoking.
I bought a carton of cigarettes last night. Hey, does anybody know if there's like a bourbon or something you could recommend to go with the cigarettes?
Nice. Now let's talk about this real quick, and I want to go to Greg on this because Eric Trump and I, the first time we met, he says, what is that? You know? And can you grab my Costanza wallet? It's on the side of the stage. And I'm always messing with Eric. I think Eric Trump is an interesting individual. And Eric, because Eric is, he was born on third base. He likes blue collar. He's a hard worker. He probably outworks almost anyone I've ever met. But he also recognizes he's successful and was born that way. But so he's sort of fascinated sometimes by the inner workings of small business. So he says, what is that? And I said, this is my Costanza wallet. He goes, dear God, does that thing shut? I go, no. He says, you just carry around this thing? I go, yes. And he's like, what is that? I go, that's my to-do list. And he goes, I have a to-do list too. Can I show you my to-do list? And we're sitting there talking to-do lists, and my wife is like, are you guys having a moment here? What's going on? Because he loves to-do lists, and everybody who is successful likes to-do lists, okay? So what you want to do every single day, every day, I'm just trying to help you become very productive, very successful, because this is how you do it, okay? You want to, every morning, get up 1 hour before you see other people. Do not do this after you've seen people, or do it before you go to bed. Every single day, and you want to write down your goals for tomorrow on the following 7 areas, which would imply 7 items. Faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship, fun. Focus. Whatever you don't write down won't get, whatever you don't schedule won't get done by default. Faith, so when are you going to study the Bible? Family, when are you going to call your wife or whatever? Faith, family, finances. Like, when are you going to actually grow the business or the thing you're doing or look at your numbers? Faith, family, finance, fitness. Fitness, when are you going to work out? Faith, family, finance, fitness. Friendship, who are you hanging out with? Right? Faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship. Fun, when are you going to have a good time? When are you going to take up smoking with the general, When do you have time for that? Faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship, fun. And then focused attention. Like, when are you going to read that book? When are you going to carve that duck out of wood? When are you going to, you have to get very good at managing a to-do list. So I want to get General's take on this, then I want to get Greg's on this. General, you've got so many things going on, but as God is my witness, I've never seen General Flynn be shocked by these events happening. You're never like, when is it again? I've never seen you show up here at the end of the day. You're always the first guy here. Every time he's always the first guy here. And you're always here, and you're always taking notes. So I just want to talk about the profound relationship that you and other people who I would consider productive have with the to-do list. What's going on with your to-do list?
Yeah, I mean, the serious thing about something like that or maintaining something like that is it actually gets you to the very last F, which is to focus. It gives you things that you think that you have to do. I mean, I actually, when I sleep, I've done this for years, for decades, I keep a little piece of paper by my bed because I wake up in the middle of something, and when I do, I always have a pen there, and I write it down. And I've been doing that even when I was sleeping on the field. I would always have that because the way my brain works. But if I don't write it down, then sometimes I won't do it. And that's kind of how I work, I guess, and you got to figure out how you work. But if you don't write it down, you're probably, and you know that it's important. I got to get to that, but you don't put it down to say, I'm going to do this, then you won't do it.
And we had one guy years ago who used to work for me. He worked for me for 10 years. And I've been doing my podcast and shows about business for 15 years. And one day he said, dude, it's so boring interviewing these millionaires and billionaires. And I said, why? And he goes, because you all say the same thing. I say, what's your key to success? And you all say, I have a mentor. I have a to-do list. I'm going through these things. But most people don't. So what happens is we're in kind of a dystopian nightmare of intentions and wants and things we want to do, and the emotions of the day, the amygdala runs the day. We've got to get. So Greg, you and I have worked together for how long now?
About 5 years.
And you've grown by how much?
800%.
So let's talk about the to-do list. What is a thing that's on your to-do list, like right now, that's maybe a thing that's on there that if you weren't really thinking about it, because you have so many projects you're managing now, so many houses, so many things. What are the kinds of things that could really be messed up if you didn't have one massive list?
Literally everything I wrote on my list today, standing here, just popped into my head. Like you said, I do that too. I wake up in the middle of the night, like, oh, I got to do this thing. I need to rewrite a spreadsheet that we use to keep track of our job costs. And I don't know if you know this, but if you don't know how much the job costs, then you don't know how much you're making. So to keep track of those kind of things.
So you got to have a mentor. Okay, we got it. Got to have a to-do list. Got that? Okay. Third, got to have a calendar. You can pull up my calendar. The calendar is big because what gets scheduled gets done. So tonight, we're revealing the secrets of the Reawaken Tour on our final stop. And what I'm doing tonight is I'm taking my wife on a date. But it's scheduled, And so she's like the most important thing to me, most important person to me, most important relationship. Therefore, I have to schedule time for her, right? Because by default, there's always, someone who wants to buy something. The other day, a nice guy out there, he's a nice guy. He's like, hey, I love your books, and I want to buy, 100 of them for for this group, and that's great. I love that. But I can't neglect my marriage to sell books. Because there's always going to be like one more book sale, but not one more wife. Does that make sense? Or I've got to schedule time for my incredible wife, or my kids. My kids, I have 5 kids. This just in, you need to probably spend time with your kids, right? So you want to schedule time. This event, you want to be mentally present, physically present. But whatever gets scheduled gets done, right? So whatever gets scheduled gets done. And then it forces you, when you have a to-do list or a calendar, in this case a calendar, it forces you to say no. And General Flynn, I want to get your thoughts on that, because when you said yes to doing the first event, and Jim Caviezel said yes, and Amanda Grace said yes, and Pastor Dave Scarlett said yes, and so many people, that was a profound thing when you guys said yes, and you all said yes to being somewhere. That's a profound thing. I want to talk about your relationship you have with your calendar, and how you use that or don't use that to say no and yes to what really matters.
Yeah, I said it earlier today that for children and a parent, the most important thing that you can do for a child as a parent is give them your time, not buy them things or take them to Disney World or Disneyland or whatever. It's your time. I mean, it just is as intimate as you can possibly be with a child. Reading is really a good idea, but you have to schedule that. You got to make sure you do that. And then there's other things that you have in your life that you have to accomplish. Right, everybody's you got to pay those bills. You got to go to church. You got to spend, you got to take your wife out to dinner. Whatever it is you got to do. You have to put that down, because otherwise, if you don't do that kind of stuff, you won't do it. You just won't do it, and you just go because everybody in here knows that a week will go by in a second, a month will go by in 2 seconds. I mean, it just time flies by, and you look back and you go, geez, I woulda, shoulda, coulda done something different. Don't get to that point in your life. And the best way to not get there and look back and go, I didn't do that, I knew I should have done it, is actually to create a schedule. Use a calendar. Even if you just have one up on the wall that you get out of your church every year or something like that, use it.
I find that all super successful people have a unique relationship with time. In fact, they know what time it is. They know when it needs to get done by. And again, I'm recapping these things. And this is kind of my normal flow. Normally, I'd spend my day talking about business, spend 0% of my brain thinking about geopolitical things. And then when COVID happened, I'm going, no, I got like another job now, and it doesn't pay anything. But I want to make sure we teach these skills, because if you leave here, no matter how motivated you are, if you don't have these skills, it's going to be very hard to gain any traction. So one, you got to have a mentor. And I mean that. Find somebody. If your marriage sucks because of you, find someone who has a great marriage. I remember my wife's Uncle John. What a great guy John was and is. John, he was in the military. He's a pilot for Southwest. And I remember I said, John, you're like a dad that really seems like your wife loves you. Teach me your moves, sir. And he taught me so many moves. I went to my friend Terry. Terry's 30 years older than me. Terry, your wife loves you. I don't know exactly what's going on. You've got 3 great daughters. I was 20 years old. He's 50-something. And he says, well, what you got to do is you got to schedule time for your wife every week. You got to say no to, and he walked me through specific steps and things, and it made a profound impact. So 1, find a mentor. In any area you're stuck, just jot it down while you're still thinking. Any area where you're like, I'm stuck, find a mentor. 2, have a to-do list. 3, have a calendar. Greg, how is having a calendar implemented? Greg and I meet every week, so pray for him. Every week I harass this man, poor guy. Every week I'm harassing Greg, and I'll text him crazy stuff like, we're gonna double this year. And then he's like,
I hate you.
But also, I'm calling on behalf of his wallet, so it benefits him, but also, like, Greg, how has it helped you mastering this calendar game?
He's kind of a sick freak when it comes to focus. I, however, am as ADHD as it gets. I can focus on what I'm doing and hear everything that's going on around me all at the same time. It gets a little confusing. If you don't have something to organize your day, that being a calendar and a to-do list, and it took me forever to figure out what he meant. Why do you have 2 of them? I was just put it all on the calendar, because you can't always. But anyway, it absolutely changed everything. I'm one of the hardest working people I know till I heard of General Flynn and Clay Clark and Donald Trump, and makes me feel small. But I worked hard my whole life. But did you know that slamming your head against a brick wall really fast and really hard only gives you a headache?
Now, moving on to number 4. Number 4. I want you to
This is totally unscripted. He didn't even know he was coming up here.
Number 4. If you guys can Google this stuff, try to keep up with me on the Google. Who's Googling? Are you Googling or who's Googling? Who's Googling? Back there, you Googling? Okay, Jack, you're Googling? Okay. So do a search. By default, just write this down. By default, you will fail. That's encouraging. By default, you will fail. Just understand, by default, if I wanted to walk to California, it's not going to go well without a GPS, okay? By default, so according to Inc. magazine, 96% of businesses in America now fail. 96%. 96, which is less than 10%. In fact, it's 96%. Look at that, Inc. magazine. Now you say, now that's okay, fine. You're sick, I don't like you. You're a negative person. Because you go to a self-help conference and they're like, you're gonna be successful. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. I'm telling you, no, you will not achieve it, and you better believe it unless you're following a system that makes sense, okay? Your enthusiasm has no relationship to your success. It's having systems in place, okay? So go to usdebtclock.org, 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 usdebtclock.org. Right now in America today, there's 343 million Americans, and there's less than 9 million self-employed people. And the first time in American history, or at least since there's been 300 million people. So when I was in high school, we had 19 million self-employed people. And click on usdebtclock.org. You getting there? It's doing that to you? Okay, look this up. Pull up a new tab. In 2015, type in 2015 number of self-employed people. You'll find it. So in 2015, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics said there was 15 million Americans who were self-employed. In 1999, there was 20 million self-employed people. In 2015, it fell down to 15 million, and now we're at 8.8 million self-employed people. So what am I saying? There's more and more people that are not becoming self-employed and are becoming employed by the government, which is all by design, okay? And so I'm trying to help you have the freedom to speak out, right? This freedom to do empowerment. And I don't have anything to sell you. I don't have a business plan to sell you. I'm not going to sell you a multi-level product. I have nothing. I'm just saying, there you go. You look in the middle column here. You see there's 8.8 million self-employed people. You see that? Now, Jackie, pull up that other tab here, the next tab, the 2015 tab. Okay. In 2015, there you go. See, it says Bureau of Labor Statistics right here. Why do I know this? This is all I think about. Okay? You had 15 million self-employed people in 2015. Now we're down to 8.8. That's not great. So, Chrissy, you're self-employed, right? Right. So, Chrissy's like, I'm not gonna lock down. No quarantines here, no mask mandates. But you could make that decision. But how many of you, by show of hands, work for an employer that forced mask mandates or lockdowns or some jackassery? Yeah, so I'm just trying to help you guys get unstuck. So what I'm saying, again, let's recap. Got to have a mentor. got to have a to-do list, got to have a calendar. You got to understand that by default, you're not going to be successful. There's something you need to know to grow. You know, I mean, and you're a skilled carpenter. How long did it take you to become skilled?
I don't know that there was a line of demarcation, but it takes many years to learn some of the higher level skills in carpentry. I would say at least 5 to 10 years.
General Flynn, how long in the military of training did it take you before you felt comfortable, if you can think back, with a rifle and competent with how to handle the rifle and all of the, I mean, how long did it take you before you felt competent?
Yeah, because it's one thing to shoot a weapon, it's another thing to shoot it at a human being. So I would just say I think it took me the entire time that I was in the military. I mean, there's a difference between the science of firing a weapon and the art of what you're shooting at. And that, it took me probably years, but when you're looking at being in certain types of units where you're constantly carrying a weapon, shooting a weapon, so the competency, the science of it, was relatively simple. I would say within a year, but the art of what you're shooting at or what you have to shoot at times, it's a lifetime.
And I just want you to write this down. This is point 4, okay? Competence equals confidence. Competence equals confidence. So I'm just going to tell you about the secrets of the Reawaken America Tour behind the scenes. Just, the secrets they don't want you to know, okay? Who knows Dr. Brian Artis? He came to me and said, hey, I'm a chiropractor in Dallas. I know some things, and he was a client for a long time. Why? Because he had a message. He didn't know how to get it out there, and we showed him how. Dr. Zelenko, this just in. He was a client. Dr. Roshan, this just in. He was a client. All these people are clients. Well, because they're people that know their thing, doctors or medical or law. They just know how to get their message out there, and there's a system for that, okay? But there's a system for everything. This just in. I paid Dr. Artis to help my family optimize their health. Because I'm going, I don't know what I'm doing. My wife has been preaching that organic thing, that vaccines may be causing things. I thought my wife was beautiful, yet slightly crazy about the vaccine thing. I just discovered my wife is right all the time about health. I should probably talk to you. And so what I'm saying is we need to have a mentor, right? But competence equals confidence. So any area where you have an incompetence where you say, I don't really know what I'm doing, just write that down. Don't feel stuck. Don't feel overwhelmed. And the final thing, and this is a big call to action for you.
Don't stop learning, okay?
Right.
The issue of competency is like, I don't know. Go learn it. I mean, there's so much information. There's so much information available. You do not have an excuse that you cannot learn something. So don't stop learning. I don't care how old you get.
Final call to action here. My son's in the back right there running audio visual. Aubrey, can you wave real quick? Can you wave? That's my son. There he is. Hey, that's my son. Yeah, we like him. When we started the Reawaken Tour, he was like this tall. Now he's this tall. Now he's bigger than me. Okay. But Aubrey, I named my son Aubrey Napoleon Hill Clark because Napoleon Hill is the author that changed my life. And Napoleon Hill says that action is the real measure of intelligence. 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 Because action is the real measure of intelligence, it's almost like I'm in a cult. Action is the real measure of intelligence, because what happens is you get ideas from talk show hosts and radio people and gurus and experts and Christian people that know the thing. But if you don't take action, it doesn't matter. And what attracted me to General Flynn is the integrity, his mission, his love of God and country, and this desire to take action. Action, 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 action. So I'm trying to give you some solutions here. So first off, let's pull up generalflynn.com. Perhaps you feel called or compelled to team up with General Flynn in some capacity. Perhaps you say, you know what? I don't know that I want to team up with General Flynn. Fine, but take action. Either take action or don't. But if you're going to follow him on X or something, do it. But if not, don't do it. But what gets scheduled gets done. You know, if you don't take action, it won't get done, right? Okay? So, generalflynn.com. 2, we have business workshops we do. I do business workshops once a quarter. We'll do our next one in November. Perhaps you say, that is profoundly uninteresting to me. Great. Perhaps it is interesting. Great. But all I'm saying is take action. Perhaps you met Dr. Stella today and you say, man, I want to team up with her. And what happens is this is where I want to get General Flynn's insight on this. Some of us have a calendar where we think someday is on it. Some of us think someday is on our calendar. But on my calendar, your calendar, we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But someday never comes. Someday never comes. Someday never happens, right? Someday. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you're going to take action, that's the real measure of intelligence. So as you hear this final presentation from Dr. Stella, I want you to be thinking about the words she's saying and what actions will you take as a result of this weekend. And I want you to write it down because it will create what's called a neural pathway. It'll create an activation. Who knows, when you write it down, something profound happens, right? Make it more profound, write it down, okay? So General Flynn, action. I want to get your thoughts on this. Why are you running around talking about local action equals national impact, sir?
Well, I think that if you're just sitting around doing nothing, which I find a lot of people are doing these days, and they're just waiting for they're waiting for something to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now, you can sit there and wait, and you can just wither away, or you can stand up or crawl if you have to crawl and take whatever action it is that you believe you can take through whatever God-given skills and talents and anything else that you've been given, as a I don't know, you've been honored. We've been honored to be on this earth here, right? We've been honored to be able to breathe the air we breathe. So, God, don't waste your life waiting for something. Take action. I can tell you that from a military perspective, on a battlefield, you do not sit and wait. When it's like, well, we're waiting for the orders from on high, and they don't come, right? And it's like we always say, always forward, right? And I would say this last thing too is that in life and like in warfare, the best plan gives you the most options right up to the last possible minute. Okay, in warfare, the best plan gives you the most options up to the last possible minute because things change constantly, but they only will change if you can force them to. You have to cause that change. You have to cause that action, and then you have to be ready, and you have to be flexible, and you have to be smart about what it is that you do. Life is exactly like warfare. It's a constant sacrifice. It's a constant battle to either be successful or to just, be a good person. It's hard just being a good person these days.
And I'll tell you this, what was blowing, we had a Rolling Stone reporter that he was going to write a hit piece on me, and for reasons I don't understand, I said, why don't you just shadow me to our event? So he said, what does that mean? I said, you could ride with me in the white van to Myrtle Beach, in the van with my family, no problem. Joan, you remember this guy. You could ride with me in the van to the event. You can hang out with me, and that way any of your conspiracies about our profiteering or anything, total open books. And this guy, at the end of his day, he looks at me and he says, so you're working with Zelenko and Rashid and Meehan and Flynn and Eric, your team is behind all this? And I go, yes. And he's like, how do you get it all done? A mentor, to-do list, calendar, because that was what even though he didn't like us or what we're all about, he was curious about how it happened. And then he said, can I come to your business workshop and see it? Because I don't get it. It's very interesting because to this day, I'll take his call. It's an excellent hit piece if you hate me. But all I'm saying is, Greg, you've attended one of these events and you say, you know what? I maybe can't do this or that, but I can grow my own business and I can maybe donate to certain conservative causes. When did you make that determination? I think you were listening to InfoWars or something. When did you make the determination, okay, I'm going to call this sick freak and grow something?
Well, I'll tell you as quickly as I can the elevator story. I told my whole family in 19, by Thanksgiving, I would be no more on social media. Don't invite me to my grandkids' parties anymore on social media. Call me, send me a postcard, don't do social media. So I canceled them all, and then I went to the dark web looking for whatever. I found Stu Peters, I think. And I hear Stu Peters interviewing this guy. He's like really loud. He talks really like this all the time, and he gives out his phone number to everyone. I'm like, what is this guy, nuts? I'm calling him. So
That's how we met.
I called.
Okay. All right. But again, action is the real measure of intelligence. So I'm asking you to take action. So we're going to introduce our final presentation of the day, and then General Flynn's going to come up and do some housekeeping and share with you what's on his heart. But our next presenter, Dr. Stella Emanuel, look it up there, Jackie. She's known as the #1 prescriber of hydroxychloroquine in the world. The #1 prescriber of hydroxychloroquine in the world. She's a doctor. She is an entrepreneur. Dr. Stella is a successful physician with an active practice in Katy, Texas. She rose to international prominence in July of 2020 by speaking at the nation's capital alongside America's frontline doctors, championing hydroxychloroquine as an effective treatment for COVID-19. She devotes her life and resources to advocating for healthy freedom and wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, my sister from another Mr., Dr. Stella Emanuel. Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready.
That's my brother from another mother. Don't we look alike? Yeah? Oh, I am so honored to be here. I'm always honored to be hanging around with Clay, and every one of us should be. I'm hearing him talking about business, and I'm thinking, wow, this is what people pay money, good money to go attend, and you guys just got it for free. That's good. Well, I'm here today to talk about a few things. I'm a medical doctor, MD, trained MD. I'm also a minister of the gospel, a Bible scholar, right? And right now, I'm actually dabbling into naturopathic medicine. If any of you that anybody here that don't know me? Everybody here knows about me? Okay, good. Because, we've not been on this tour for a little bit. You might not remember me. But in 2020, I came out and stood at the step of the Supreme Court, and I said people didn't have to die. COVID was treatable, and nobody had to die. In 2020, 2021, I begged people not to take the mRNA technology. I said COVID was a Trojan horse for the mRNA technology, and the mRNA technology was a Trojan horse for transhumanism, or their Agenda 2030, which they are still on it. In 2020, 2021, we hunkered down after I went viral and they started attacking me and bashing me and everything. We hunkered down and we did a few things. The first thing that we did is to establish a prayer altar. We bought a ranch, Bethel Revival Ranch in Katy, in Brookshire, Texas, just outside Houston. And we started a ranch, and then we started prayer. A prayer altar, that's still today. We still have that prayer altar, and we've prayed there every single day till today. Right now, we'll do deliverance over there, and people come there for healing and deliverance. People come there churches come to hold their meetings because the heavens is open, because we've been praying there for a long time. People come there for personal retreats, and, so we have that. The second thing that we did is we started a telemedicine service, and we gave the American people medicine. Medscape did an article about me that I was the highest prescriber of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine in the whole nation. How many of you here are my patients? Awesome. So we did that. And I also tell everyone, and I tell every one of you here to do the same. Make sure you have hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin in your medicine cabinet, because it's going to cover a whole bunch of things. The third thing that we did is that we started producing herbs and nutraceuticals to help rebuild the immune system, combat some of the things that happened during COVID, and help people to survive. And we have done a lot of that. So right now, today, I want to talk about preparedness. You got to prepare physical preparedness, medical preparedness, and spiritual preparedness. Why do we need to prepare? Because the Agenda 2030 is still on track. We need to prepare because right now, these demons, they are ready to put a chip in your brain, put a chip in your hand, and control everything that you do. In 2023, we talked about it, that by 2025, all nations were expected to be digitalized, and today, everywhere is digitalized. If they have a disruptive event today, they can lock down everyone. In 2020, I believe that they launched whatever they had to do early because they wanted to stop Trump from getting into power. They launched COVID early. If they had launched COVID at this time, it would have been more difficult to escape their control. So they've not stopped. People ask me, is there going to be another pandemic? Yes, there will be. Why? Because they need a disruptive event to make sure that they can lock everybody down. They need a disruptive event to make you take the mark of the beast or the digital currency. They need a disruptive event to bring their totalitarian rule. And they talk about it. Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci. Is he still alive? Oh my God, I called that name. All of them, they still talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? Whether it's Yuval Noah, all of them, WHO, Tedros, they all tell you there will be another pandemic. And if they said it before and they did it, if they say it now, believe it. Recently, we had a whole thing about hantavirus. Ebola is launching right now somewhere in Africa, and you won't believe it. Bill Gates has already given money to Moderna, about 26 million or so, to produce the mRNA technology vaccine for Ebola. So we want everyone to be prepared. I'm going to talk about this in the beginning, and then later I'm going to talk about spiritual preparedness. Now, to be physically prepared, you need to have control over your own food. Right now, they are practically getting ticks to bite people in this country to make sure that you're allergic to meat. They want to give you Beyond Meat Impossible Burger, and they want your food, especially those that are addicted to eating out. You are going to eat lab-grown meat. Learn to grow your food. Learn to cook your own food. You can practically grow food. For those that are listening to me that say, well, I live in a city, I have an apartment, I don't have a farm like you, Dr. Stella. You can grow food, you can learn urban farming and practically grow vegetables on your window pane, practically. So learn to do that. I tell churches, we're about to have a program on the ranch called Full Throttle Preparedness, where we're bringing about 50 people and we're teaching them everything from preparedness for food, solar, just a lot of things. So if you are going to be prepared, make sure pastors, ministers, communities, if you cannot afford to buy a farm, network together and get some land, and everyone start learning how to farm. Produce your own food. It is so important. Start stocking up food, rice, beans, food that can last a long time. During COVID, many people did not survive because they could not survive 3 months without food. How many people here with show of hands can survive if they tell you can't come out of your house for 3 months? Put your hand up. Oh, I love this crowd. 6 months. 1 year. So you see, we have to have that level of preparedness because before things get crazy and release, at least you are able to survive before everybody starts fighting back, because people will fight back. And when people fight back, how many of you could have known, how many people could have known that maybe in a year they would have stopped the mandates? If you could have survived for a year, you could have escaped the mandates. But many people did not know or did not have the ability. Now you have to have preparedness water. Get a water filtration system where you can fetch water out of a lake and filter it. Make sure that you are electrically prepared. Solar. Make sure you can have like a solar power bank. They have now power banks that you can practically charge through. You can have like you can just put a little solar panel outside and charge your power bank. If things get crazy and there's no electricity, you can at least be able to have a small solar bank to charge your refrigerator, to put your medicines in there, to put water. If there's no electricity, guess what? You will be hot you can just cool yourself down with water, with frozen water. If all you can do is have a refrigerator that works, you can practically survive a lot. So you have to have communication. Walkie-talkie, if you and your family, they have walkie-talkies right that go about maybe 3 miles. Get a satellite phone. Make sure that your family is connected, that when things get crazy, you can find them. Last night, I had a nightmare that there was a flood event and people were crying and they couldn't find their family members. I've had 3 of these events, these dreams, because my calling is prophetic. I've had, over the past 2 years, I've had 3 of these dreams where there's a disruptive event and you cannot even go 5 miles from your house. It's coming. Get a charcoal grill, get light bulbs, get batteries, get solar chargers for your phone or for whatever else that you need. You need to learn some degree of ranching. Get together and do it. Have a chicken coop. Grow your own chicken. Get eggs. You can have cows, fish. These things can be done if we can learn to build communities. The thing is that a lot of people are doing these individual things. In this time, survival will be a community thing. Elon Musk says that there's going to be AI is going to take over everything. I'm sure Clay talked about it. AI is going to take over everything. There will be over 90% unemployment, and there's going to be universal high income. That is very fishy. So I tell people, try to AI-proof your life by getting as many side hustles as possible. In fact, one of your side hustles you can do is actually be able to market some of our supplements and create that as a side hustle. Now, you need to be medically prepared. Our medical preparedness, number one, you have to have personal medical preparation. The medicines that you're taking on a daily basis, make sure that you have some stock up. And listen, don't throw away your medicine because of expiration date. Google the military study on expiration dates, and you will find out that most medicines, they are good 10 to 15 years after expiration. So don't throw away your medicine. Keep them in the medicine cabinet and go get more so that at least if something happens to you, if you're taking high blood pressure medicine, diabetic medicine, what are you going to do if you cannot go get it from the pharmacy if you don't get a mark? You understand what I'm saying? Now, you need to get pandemic medicines. I call them pandemic medicines. Like, they are talking about hantavirus on and off. You can go Google it. There's a study that shows that chloroquine can help with hantavirus. Chloroquine can help with things like COVID and everything. So everybody needs to have hydroxychloroquine in their medicine cabinet. We know that ivermectin can be used not just for COVID, but for parasites, for cancer. So you should have hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin in your medicine cabinet. You can go to my website, drstellamd.com. If you click on schedule appointment right there, you're going to be able to schedule an appointment, and you can get this in all 50 states. Get it, keep it in your medicine cabinet. How many of you here have hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin in your medicine cabinet? Show of hands. I love this group. At least 1/3 of you. What's happening to the other 2/3? Do it today before something crazy happens, because when craziness happens, you might not even be able to find me. During the COVID, we were so busy at any time we were seeing over 2,000 patients a day. It was bad. Now, you need to get like nitazoxanide. They are talking about Ebola. There's a study that shows that nitazoxanide actually treats Ebola. We produce supplements to help deal with a lot of the medical things that can happen. We produce supplements, we produce vitamin C, zinc, and quercetin. If you see this is what I take on a daily basis, apart from the Covivites. We produce teas that have ginger, moringa, turmeric, that will help you deal with a lot of things in your body. And if you want to use that as a side hustle, you can market these things and still get paid too. But here's one of the great things that we're launching that I want you guys to know. Number one, we're launching Deworm America. Somebody said Deworm America. We grew up being dewormed like twice a year. How many people here grew up being dewormed maybe a few times? I know that means, we're old, right? Because a lot of young people don't know about it. Parasites can cause weight gain, brain fog, seizures, sleep problems, nervous anxiety, heavy periods. It can cause stomach problems, IBS, Crohn's. It can cause things like, thyroid issues, hormonal imbalance, hair loss, chronic fatigue, arthritis. Parasites can cause headache, allergies, eczema, psoriasis. Parasites can cause, other things can cause this, but parasites can majorly cause a lot of chronic diseases, anemia, and of course, you can go search this on the NIH. Parasites are one of the major causes of cancer. So, we deworm our dogs, we deworm our cats, we deworm our horses, we deworm our cows. We hang around with our pets, our cats and our dogs. They lick our faces. We eat with them. They run around in our houses. If you have pets, you need to deworm. So, a doctor told me that parasites are a third world thing. It's not an American thing. I was like, wow, that's interesting. Because what happens when people travel from third world countries? Our border has been opened. When they get to the border, what happens? Their parasites will be like, oh no, well, third world parasites were not coming into America? When all of us here, we travel all over the world, do they screen you for parasites when you're coming back? No. So it does not make any sense for America to feel that they are exempt from parasites. I think this was just one of those things that the medical industrial complex did to make sure we stay sick. So we launched Deworm America. We're going to, number one, use medicine, albendazole and ivermectin, which is the same thing you use for your dogs and cats and everything. We're going to use that. And then we're going to add a natural parasite cleanse that has cloves, wormwood, pumpkin seeds, black walnut, and hibiscus. And then we're going to put together a binder, a revived herbal binder that has chlorella, spirulina, cilantro, ginger, and mint. Do you know chlorella is like a sponge? It does not only deal with parasites, but it helps with heavy metals like, mercury, cadmium, a lot of the things that have been put into our vaccines and everything. So now we're launching that, Deworm America. If you go on our website, you do a telemedicine appointment, you get your Deworm America, this thing, so that way you can get parasites out of you, and we recommend people do it twice a year. And if you go on our website and you do the appointment to deworm yourself and your family, if you use promo code CLAY, you will get a discount. The next thing that we did was cancer immune support. With now turbo cancer happening because of all this whole thing, pandemic going on and the vaccine and everything, we're helping people with cancer. Because if you go and Google moringa and cancer, spirulina and cancer, mint and cancer, turmeric and cancer, lemongrass and cancer, hibiscus, soursop, if you Google this thing, you will see these have anti-cancer properties in the lab, but they've not done any human studies. Why have they not done human studies? So we put together what we call the Ultimate Immune Pack that people take, and people are getting it from all over the world. We are also giving people ivermectin and mebendazole for cancer. I don't claim to be an oncologist. I don't claim to treat cancer. What I'm saying is that I'm going to give you cancer immune support. I'm not taking over what your oncologist is saying. I'm not saying don't do chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery, or whatever. I'm just saying there are other things you can add to that. The other thing that we're doing is autism support. Right now, the autism rate in this country have gone from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 31. They are saying that, well, it is not caused by vaccine. How come autism is barely seen in the Amish community? That is the control group. Read it up. Children everywhere have autism. So when they came out and they approved leucovorin, which is a folate derivative for some kinds of autism, and President Trump and RFK said that it works, everybody lost their minds. So what we're doing is that we're going to offer leucovorin and also the toxin binder for children with autism and help with some diet so that we can support them. I'm not claiming to be a psychiatrist. I'm not claiming to treat autism. I'm just saying you can get autism support from our website. Don't stop what your doctor is telling you to do. We're here to support you. All right? Now, we also have, like I said, the Obadiah ministry back at our ranch that we're going to be bringing pastors that have been beat up, ministers, people that are called into music ministries, prophets, everybody that can come and get trained for deliverance and healing and everything that's happening in our generation at this time. So if you go on drstellamd.com on the marketplace, you can click to come for one of our programs. Now, I want to talk about spiritual preparedness. You see, the most important thing that you could do is to be prepared spiritually. Give your life to Jesus. The safest place to be is in Christ. One of my books that I wrote, Let America Live, it's right there on my table. In that book, I can give you how I came to where I am. It has prayers and everything that can help you stand. You need to make sure that you're in the right place. I know that a lot of people believe in pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib, whatever. I have a problem with pre-tribulation rapture, and this is why. I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm not trying to make you feel like, well, your theology is twisted. I'm just saying there's something that is dangerous about pre-tribulation rapture, and I'll tell you what it is. It stops people from being prepared. It stops the church from thinking that they're going to go through. It stops the church from knowing that they're going to suffer. And people don't have the mindset that they're going to suffer. And because of that, things like COVID come around and it sweeps everybody. The reason it's not pre-tribulation or post-tribulation, the main issue is that people confuse tribulation and the wrath of God. A lot of people, all of us say, when you say, oh, tribulation is not pre-trib, they said, no, God has not appointed us to wrath. That is true. But tribulation is not the wrath of God. If you go in the book of Revelation, there are 4 sets of judgments. There are 7 seals. I believe the first seal was opened in 2020 because the white horse was given a crown and what they call a poisonous dart. What is a crown? Corona. And what's the poisonous dart? The jab. The second seal was opened in Revelation 6. It's war, and there's war in over 50 countries just raging everywhere. The third seal is hyperinflation, a measure of wheat for a day's wages. The fourth seal is death and hell. A lot of people died and went to hell. The fifth seal is death and the throne of grace. So a lot of people died during this whole craziness, and a lot of people went to the throne of grace. The sixth seal, all these people are hiding in bunkers because the Bible says men, the kings of the earth, will hide under rocks. They're hiding in bunkers, but the Lord Jesus will blow them up. That's why you hear all these elites hiding in bunkers. And then you have the 7 trumpets. So the seals and the trumpets, the seals is what the devil is doing to us. The trumpet is between what the devil is doing and natural disasters. And then you have the 7 thunders, which the Bible says we don't know what it is. You have the judgment of the 2 witnesses. All this runs from Revelation 1 all the way to Revelation 12. By Revelation 13, the devil has decided everybody's going to take a mark. So I say all the time that Elon Musk is an epitome of the second beast in the book of Revelation. And people like Dr. Stella, you're being mean. How can you say that to nice Elon Musk that laughs, and that, and gave us a beautiful, he dances on it, and then, he let us speak on Twitter, and he say he likes Trump. So, yeah, Elon Musk is a good guy. Let me read this. Revelation 13, verse 11 say, I beheld another beast coming out of the earth. He had 2 horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. That means he's a good guy. He looks like a good guy, and then he speaks like a dragon. Elon Musk says he's going to put a Neuralink in your brain, and he's going to help you take over your limbic system, which is your emotions, and your cortex, which is your thinking. What's that? Your soul. Elon Musk says that he has robots that he calls legions that will take over everything and give you universal high income, and you're not going to be able to need anything. You don't need retirement. You don't need anything because Elon Musk is going to give everything to you. In fact, he says he's going to give you Jesus-level miracles because for years, I said that Elon Musk is promising miracles. It's a deception. Now he actually came out and said it. Right now, Revelation 13, verse 11. I beheld another beast coming out of the earth. Earth is human, right? He had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spoke like a dragon. He exercises all the power of the first beast before him, and he causes them that on the earth to worship. They that dwell in to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. He does great wonders so that he makes fire to come down from heaven in the sight of men. Think about his rockets. He deceived them that dwell on the earth by the means of miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image unto the beast. An image unto the beast. A clone, a robot, a Waymo, a Tesla. Image unto the beast. He had power to give breath, life, to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak. A Waymo, a Tesla, your refrigerator, your clones, and you know what I'm saying? And cause as many as will not worship the image of the beast to be killed. So, he deceived them that dwell on the earth. Put a Neuralink on your brain. And then when you die, they will download your brain and keep it there. When you die, they will put you in another body and you can live forever, everlasting life. Put a Neuralink in your brain. The lame will walk, the deaf will hear, the blind will see. He's saying that Jesus left for miracles. It's a deception. Because yes, they can put a neural chip in your brain and it makes you walk, but if you die, it's not going to be you in that body. Your soul will go to hell. But a familiar spirit, a demonic spirit will live in that person. That is why you see all these Hollywood stars. 1 minute they are good, the next minute Beyonce has a whole video of how she was blown up in a car accident and she died in that car accident and Sasha Fierce came out. What happened? About the tall Biden and the short Biden that has a different ear loop. Clones are around. Images of the beast given breath. And yes, you want to have your own personal robot, a personal butler. You want to get into all these things. Remember, the Bible says yes that they are going to be the one that will enforce the beast system. Listen, they want to give you universal high income. You don't have to work. You see, our Gen Z, they will love this system because they don't like to work. So, but when they have 90% unemployment and there is no job, they will give you universal high income. How are you going to take the income in the mark? If they can take away your jobs, how are you going to be able to feed? You're going to, even the EBT cards, everybody that is on government assistance, you know now, right now, those cards have been digitalized. It will come to a time, Bill Gates has already produced the quantum dot 2.0 that is under your skin. So with the next pandemic, everything is ready for the thing to go under your skin. Revelation 13, verse 16 say he will cause all, both great, small, rich, and poor, to take a mark on the right hand or in the head. You know, right now they are putting the neural link here. It doesn't take much for them to move it to the front, you know, and that you will not be able to buy or sell. It's going to be a technology that they will put in you that will affect your ability to buy or sell, to eat. That is why you need to be prepared. Because if you're not prepared, how many people will watch their 4-year-old starve to death? You're going to have to be in a position that you can survive and stand. The Lord Jesus is coming from us. The Bible says, coming for us. The Bible says in Matthew 24, verse 22, that if these days were not shortened, no flesh will survive. It didn't say no soul will survive. It didn't say no spirit will survive. It said no flesh. If the Lord does not come, all of us will be corrupted. In the book of Genesis, the sons of God came and slept with the daughters of men, and they produced hybrids. These days, the Nephilims of today look like you and I. It's no longer sons of God coming to sleep with daughters of men. They are just doing it with science and technology. By the end of Revelation 13, the devil has decided every one of us is going to take a mark. So those people that are believing that you're not going to suffer anything, we're already in the tribulation. It's just that the wrath of God is going to happen after the church leaves out of here so that God can deal with these demons. Revelation 14 opens up with God preparing the earth for the rapture in his infinite mercy. 3 things happen in Revelation 14 in the beginning. Number 1, angels preach the gospel. The Bible says in Matthew chapter 24, verse 14, this gospel of the kingdom will be preached for a witness before the end comes. In Revelation 14, verse 6, it says, I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, to every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Right now, as we speak, I believe that angels are preaching because there's a move of God. There's a revival going on. There are people coming to Christ that you cannot associate with any person, any church, any group of people. God is meeting people. God is meeting Muslims, Hindus from all over the world, and people are coming to Christ. That there's no way you can think that it's us doing it. So I believe angels are already preaching. And why are angels preaching right now? Because the devil has hacked the software of life and taken over humanity. So the angels now have to preach because they violated our free will. The second thing that the angels do in the book of Revelation chapter 14 is they tell you that Babylon, this system is about to be destroyed. The third thing angels do is they tell you not to take the mark. And in Revelation 14:14, everybody's wondering where the rapture happens. Look at this. Revelation 14:14, after the earth has been prepared, the rapture happens. Listen to this. Revelation 14:14, and I looked, and behold, a white cloud. Upon one sat like unto the Son of Man. Is that Jesus in the clouds? having in his hand a golden crown, in his hand a sharp sickle. His head a golden crown, in his hand a sharp sickle. Another angel came out of the temple crying with a loud voice. Is that the voice of the trumpet, of the archangel? Thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. He that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle, and the earth was reaped. That is the rapture. After that, Revelation 14, from verse 17 to the end, the Nephilims, the mixed breeds, are also harvested and cast into fire. Revelation 15 and 16, those that are rebellious to God will now undergo the wrath of God. The undiluted wrath of God gets released. Please give me 1 minute. Now, Revelation 17, 18, Babylon is judged. Revelation 19, the Lord comes and creates, and the Lord judges the devil. And after that, as we go towards the end, they create a new earth and a new heaven. Listen, I want you, as I get off, I want you to, my table is out there. You should come there and get some of the things to help you prepare your family. But before we go, I just want to sing. I know the way is getting harder now. Saints, hold on. Our King is coming soon. I know the way is getting rougher now. Saints, hold on. Jesus is coming soon. Arise, oh arise, O servants of Yeshua. Arise and be strong, O servants of Yeshua. Arise, persevere, O servants of Yeshua. Come tribulation, come on, stand up. Come trials and temptations from our hearts, we will cry, Maranatha. Come persecution, come trials and temptations from our hearts, we will cry out, Maranatha. Maranatha, oh Maranatha. Hey, from our hearts we will cry out, Maranatha. Maranatha means come, Lord Jesus. The Lord Jesus is coming from every one of us. And listen, brothers and sisters, the safest place to be is in Christ. Meet me out front. God bless you.
Dr. Stella, one last time, thank you for joining the Reawaken Tour. Let's hear one more time for Dr. Stella Emmanuel. All right. General Flynn, I'm going to give you the final word because in my opinion, you were the first word that inspired this Reawaken Tour. And so I'll give you the final word. So you got 2 mics there. If you need a 4th or 5th, you're more than welcome.
I'm good. I'm not going to be that long here, so just sit tight for a second for those that have hung to this point. And we definitely appreciate it. And, you know, it's been a year where we first talked about this, and then, you know, here we are, and we're wrapping it up here. It's been a really great couple of days, and it's actually given me a lot of things to think about, but it's also sort of renewed my faith and my energy in the sentiment of America, because the nice thing about this particular event is there are people from all over the country here, and you're not alone, and you have reinforced in me in all the times that I've been around this country quite a bit, and you're reinforcing in me what I hear from everybody. Okay, what I hear the same things, same stuff, and there's a frustration, there's a concern, there's definitely some things that people want to see happen. So I just want to, on the 2nd of January, 2026, so New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, and whatever, the whole thing, everybody, we come into a new year. And I sat there on the 1st of January, and I sat and I'm thinking to myself, because, a year went by, right? We fought hard. This particular tour was out there. I mean, we were, you know, we were bobbing and weaving, fighting everything. And we did 25 cities, and, you know, and there's there's really no event like this, actually. But anyway, on the 2nd of January, I sat there, I got up that morning, actually probably didn't sleep the evening of the 1st, and I said, where are we going? You know, so I wrote a letter. I'm going to read you not the intro, I'm going to read you the letter here in a second. But it was to President Trump, and I sent it to him. And anyway, but the post that I put on social media, and you get grief for a lot. I get grief for a lot of these things. But, you know, I said 2026, make accountability great again, right? Make accountability great again. And then I wrote, rights aren't stolen overnight. They're surrendered when people get exhausted and stop demanding answers. Accountability keeps getting delayed. Notice it's never denied, just postponed until the public moves on. Okay, so, you know, we can't move on. So this declaration of accountability, and I'm going to read it here in a second, is us, we the people, refusing to move on. Okay, because we hold our children accountable, right, to teach them things. We don't hold people accountable, and I'm telling you, we don't hold people accountable, we're in big trouble, okay? Power without consequence is not legitimate. If that bothers you, and this is to the president, this was the note on top of the letter, if that bothers you, it should. So let me read you the letter. Dear Mr. President, and we're live streaming still, so, you know, a lot of people will hear this. A lot of people already saw it. This thing's been millions and millions of people have seen this. And I wrote this the morning of the 2nd of January. And it's a letter, formal letter. I sent it to him. Dear Mr. President, I know you are listening to We the People. This message is sent on behalf of a very frustrated 79 million Americans who voted for you and millions more who refuse to be ignored. Therefore, we are designating 2026, and it's funny because all these people that talk about 2026, all this stuff, right? I mean, my middle name is Thomas. I said that yesterday, okay? Whatever. Therefore, we are designating 2026 as the year of accountability. Why now? Because the country is at a breaking point. Our freedoms are being chipped away in plain sight. Our government has grown bloated, arrogant, and unaccountable. Public trust has not merely declined, it has been obliterated. Power has been stripped from citizens and hoarded by bureaucrats, agencies, and unelected elites. Those who call themselves leaders protect each other while the American people pay the price. Civic duty has vanished from classrooms, replaced by obedience and ideology. The family, once the backbone of this nation, has been systematically weakened and devalued. Enough is enough. At its core, this is not partisan. All Americans are demanding accountability. We the people reject the lies, the gaslighting, the censorship, and the deliberate erosion of our lived reality over the past decade. We remember what was done. We know who did it. We are no longer willing to move on without consequences. This message is unmistakable and unstoppable. Americans demand accountability. So, Mr. President, the question for you to answer is simple. Will you stand with We the People, or will you protect the system that failed us? Make 2026 the year of accountability. We will stand with you through thick and thin, like we always have. But you must respect our wishes. That's our system of government, by the way, folks. But you must respect our wishes. If you don't, as our founders warned, The deep state concentration of power in government, and this really comes from George Washington, the deep state concentration of power in government will lead to greater corruption and eventual tyranny. And your legacy in history will be tarnished beyond repair. Respectfully, Lieutenant General Retired Michael T. Flynn, one of the 79 million votes. And I CC'd Vice President J.D. Vance, Susie Wiles, Stephen Miller, Secretary Rubio, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and the AG Pam Bondi. So I wasn't sure how to close today. And I've been screaming about accountability, because, and I'm not a vindictive or hate-filled person. I really am not. I really want to see our country, be great, right? I want us to be great. We're great, right? You're great people, right? But we're struggling. I mean, that clock, if you paid any 2 seconds of attention to the debt clock, probably by the time that clock back there hits 1700, our debt clock will be over $40 trillion. And that kind of a number goes right over most of Americans' heads. We don't even understand that. It's so hard to understand that, and I'm watching all the current things going on, right? The current affairs, the wars, and actually I paid, very close attention to campaign promises. When we elect somebody in this country, when we have a free and fair system of an election, we were just over here talking about elections and how much has really changed. Not much. I don't see anything changed. You see the city of Los Angeles going through that crazy election. Second largest city in this country, and it's still the same. The SAVE Act, it's a joke. It's a joke, the whole thing is. But our lives are not a joke. Your children, our families, your jobs, what you do. So, as I think about, what do we do, right? What are we doing? So, people are asking me all the time, what do I do? And Clay has that pyramid thing, and I know he doesn't believe in pyramids, but the foundation in that, the foundation of really our nation starts, and he's got it in his little, in his business model there, but the foundation of our nation is faith. It's faith. And I don't want people to be perfect. I don't vote for perfect people. I vote for people who are good. I want people who will lead. I want people who will stand up and recognize their weaknesses and humble themselves before God, or humble themselves, before others, right? And humility or being humble is not a weakness, right? Instead of allowing our egos and our arrogance to get the best of us, or to think that you're an old dog who can't learn new tricks. And I learned that as a child, that if you're not going to be a lifelong learner, I don't care what you do with the piece of paper that you got, whether you went to a 2-week school or a 4-year college, you don't use it, stick it in your back pocket, but you're going to get it. Because otherwise you're going to get a life's worth of education, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. And I'm going to tell you, when we don't hold people accountable, everybody knows the cherry tree chopping down of George Washington, right? everybody knows whether it's actually happened or not. It doesn't matter. When our nation is truly threatened, a nation that we didn't have was threatened, what happened? Some leaders came together and they held people accountable. They actually held the nation that was holding us by our throats, had their boots on our throats and holding us down. We held that nation accountable, and we didn't have a country. We just had an idea. An idea. When things happen over our history, and it was threatened, people rose to the occasion, and they took responsibility, they took action, and they held people accountable. You know, the Civil War, U.S. Civil War, 655,000 dead, right? Dead. U.S. Civil War, 655,000 Americans killing each other because somebody said, in this case, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln said, we can't allow this because this is the beauty of what was created, and not that long ago in that case, right? A little less than 100 years prior to that war, and we're gonna hold the people accountable that are causing this country to be divided, right? And we went to war with each other, right? We're gonna hold people accountable for the kinds of things that they're doing overseas, and we went to World War I, World War II, all these things, right? All these wars, right? Which I know a lot about. And we hold some person or some entity or some government accountable, right? So now what I want is I'm going to speak for myself, but I do feel like I speak for a lot of people. And it's not about, the direction that we need to take. Because the direction that we are going to take, the direction that this nation will go in the direction that the people decide. We will decide the direction of this nation. And maybe like, if you've heard the term 3%ers, the FBI actually made, that phrase like a domestic terrorist phrase. Well, you know where that comes out of? That comes out of the Revolutionary War. Because it was only like 3% of the people that actually joined to actually fight. We had about 4 million people in the 13 colonies, and only about 3% came to fight. And that's usually the way it happens. Now, there's other people back there going, okay, you can use my house, here's some food, take our cows, here's some goats, but I can't, I got the family, I don't want to go get shot at. I mean, we are now in a place where and this is our message, so, maybe is whatever, 400 or 500 people left in here today, however many people listen online, all the people that we touched over many years, each of us that goes out and Clay does his thing on his own, and he's hammering away at trying to help people, all of us, all the people that you saw up here, we all get involved in things where we're reaching out across this country, right? But we can't do this by ourselves. You can't just go, oh yeah, that Flynn guy, that Clark guy, right? You can't just sit there and go, yeah, I'll let them do it. And I said this yesterday, that I understand that there's a lot of stuff that we present to people and that you get bombarded with. If you're paying any little bit of attention to the information age that we are in, you get bombarded. And it's like overwhelming. Well, the thing to do is you focus on what you can do. And there's a leadership lesson or a technique that I would teach even young officers, young sergeants, young privates, because everybody would come to you as a leader and they go, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? I need your help to do this. And I'd be like, well, wait a second. What can you do? My thing is that, everybody comes to the boss and goes, I got a problem, I need more stuff, or I need more something, right? And I would say, well, of this problem that you're presenting to me, what is it that you can control, right? Can you control getting your rear end out of bed a little bit earlier in the morning? And these are rhetoric questions, okay? Especially for some officer talking to a subordinate. And because the answer is like, yes, sir, right? I'm like, no, seriously, can you get your rear end out? And it would be not rear end, okay? Can you get up earlier? Yes. Can you do this? Can you spend a little bit more time instead of screwing off, at the end of the day? Can you go and maybe you're not doing so good with your physical fitness? Can you work on that? Take a few extra minutes by yourself. I'll help you. Right? Maybe you're not shooting your weapon so good, or maybe you're not doing whatever you were trained to do. And the answer was usually, yeah, I could do that. Those are the things that I could control. Those are the things that the person that I was speaking to could control. Okay? It's my question is, what is it that you can control in your life? right? So you're going to think about today, yesterday, tomorrow. You get up, back on the road, back home, and we're going to roll into the summer here. We're going to roll into 250 years of celebration. Everybody's going to be happy. That's fine. And I want you to be. I want you to celebrate. I want you to celebrate this country. I want you to celebrate your families. I want you to celebrate with your friends and in your communities. But I want you to challenge people. That's what you can control. You can control what you say. You can actually control your voice. You can control the words that you use. Maybe sometimes they hurt if they're honest, if they're truthful. You can control that though, right? You can control the time that you give to others. You can control whether or not you're going to volunteer, or you can control, if you have $1 in your pocket, you want to give it to something. I mean, one of the things that I do believe in that you have seen a lot of people up here that are out there doing different things. Maybe not everything is like something that you really believe in. That's fine. Maybe there is somebody here over the last couple of days you go, I like what she's doing. I like what he's doing. I'm going to support them. And that's what you do. Reach out to them. They're there. You can control that. The things that you can't control, okay, you can influence, maybe, but the things that you can't control, you can't control what President Trump is going to tweet out at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you can look at it, and you can laugh at it, or you can cry about it. You can't control that. So it's like when somebody goes, oh, those people in Washington, or those people in Oklahoma City, or whatever state capital you're from, those are a bunch of you can't control that. You can complain about it. I'm not going to tell you not to complain. Complain, But complain, actually, go to a city council or a hearing or somewhere where you actually have the right to be there. That's where you want to complain. You want to complain at the dinner table, fine. We all do. We're all the same here, okay? But if we the people, just like it says, right? If we don't make this decision to say, okay, then we deserve, the chain that is going to go around our throats. Okay? We deserve it. I'm not going to allow it for myself, but we deserve it if we don't, Now, again, I said this yesterday. You're here because you are curious, you're interested, and you're probably active. You probably do something. You're doing something to be involved in your communities, right? I mean, all I'm asking you, and all we are trying to do here is we're trying to say to you, and then please spread the word, to figure out how do you get involved. There's different ways to say it, but time to stand up, step up, and speak up. Show up, right? Do something. And give yourselves a few days, over the next couple of days, to think about all this stuff. Because most of you are here with somebody. So share this conversation with somebody, right? And think about it. What is it that I can do? What is it, how can I help? Because I'm going to tell you, I know that there's people in here, because I've run into them, and I know that because people have come to me and said, I heard you say something, I got involved, this is what I'm doing, I'm on the council, I'm a whatever, I'm a precinct captain, I'm a committeeman, or something. Because the political class that we have in this country, and they continue to get elected, they continue to get reelected, and we can shake our heads and we go, yeah, man, but we do it. We do it. We do it. We don't even pay attention to our primaries in this country. And we can argue about the voting system, whether it's good or bad. I think it's bad. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to go and vote. I'm going to still go make sure, I'm going to watch the thing. I'm going to do everything that I can, because I can control that, right? And then there's the other things that you just kind of go, God's in control. You say, God's in control. I mean, yeah, I would like to see a miracle, right? But But I do believe, and I'll shut up after I guess say this. I'll turn it back over to Clay to kind of close us out here. You know, we are so blessed as a nation. We are so blessed as a people. And I do believe that, you know, like there is, you know, in this the idea of faith, the idea that God exists, right? But he's not going to, like, you know, sprinkle fairy dust and poof, we get what we want. You know, all this stuff about wealth creation, all this, you know, it's meaningless. He is not. He will not. He will not. You know, somebody up here just a little while ago, Bo, I think, said about a couple people actually said, we're in a Noah moment. So if that's a true story, and I believe it, that's a true story, then God wiped out the entire world. Right? I mean, so, yeah. So it's like, you know, you think about Sodom and Gomorrah and some of these other places. There's a lot of, you know, fire and brimstone. There's a lot of fire that comes down. You know, he creates these opportunities for us. And he hands them to us on a silver platter. And he says, here you go, America, right? You chose me. That's why America exists, okay? So if you really think biblically, right, God actually chose Israel. America chose God, okay? And so if we think about that and we remind ourselves about that, then I actually think that we can do this. I believe very, very strongly that we can do this, okay? But it's going to take every single person that says, enough is enough, I'm going to go do more than what I'm doing right now. And that's all I'm asking you to do. So thank you guys very much for the stalwart hanging out here today, okay? And I'll turn it over to you, Clay. And then, you know, Clay is an amazing guy, an amazing friend. And, you know, he puts these together like in his sleep.
A couple folks I want to thank real quick. John Killian and the Sheridan Church team. Where's John Killian? Sheridan Church team, I appreciate you guys. You had a tough week, but you showed up. Thank you so much for letting us use your facility. Let's hear for Sheridan Church. Thank you for John and the AV team. Dr. Judy Mikovits for starting the Make America Healthy Again. Thank you, Dr. Mikovits. We really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. General Flynn, there he is. General Flynn, thank you for not giving up on America, sir. Let's hear for General Flynn. My mom, where's my mom? That's my mom. She made me. That's my mom. Let's hear for my mom. There she is. That's my mom. She was stuck with me for a long time. My mom. She's the best. Mom. Mel K, the Flyover Conservatives. Elijah Streams. Flyover Conservatives. Everybody that shared this show, broadcast this show, His Glory. I want to make sure I thank you. Also want to thank here the entire AV team. Thank you, AV team. Where's Spurl? Josh Spurl from Canada. Flew in from Canada, working up behind the scenes, organizing all the speakers. Thank you. Jackie up here, public typing. There's Jackie. There he is. Jackie, wave everybody. Good morning, Vietnam. That's Jackie right there. That's Killian next to him. Great job there, Killian. Also want to thank, where's James? James, where's James? Hey, James. And I want to thank every single person that believed in America enough to put this thing together. And I want to say it's been an honor, it's been a joy, it's been expensive, but it's priceless. And I mean it sincerely. We met some of the best people, and I just appreciate you, and I'm honored to know you, sir, you, everybody, every single person here, you matter. There's nobody here that's more important or less important. God created every single person. God has a plan for your life. God has a purpose for your life. And I appreciate you investing your time and energy to be here. And one final time, let's put our hands together for America's General Michael Flynn. There he is. Thank you, guys. Go and grow. We'll end with a boom. Boom stands for big, overwhelming, optimistic momentum. 3, 2, 1. Boom! And
Pick
the
up
Reawaken
your
America tour is
trash.
done.
Pick up your trash.
Oh, there he is. That quick. He's into action.
There's trash cans at the door.
Pick up your trash. This just in. Pick up your trash.
Let's make it happen.
Pick up your trash, baby. Pick up
If
your
you
trash.
don't have a cup in your hand, I'm judging you as you walk out.
And if you're the animal man that wants to explode the bathrooms, you have one final
No,
opportunity.
you cannot. The bathrooms are off duty.
Okay. Animal man, we've locked you out. All